Chapter 48. The Taste of the Bitter Sweet. Chapter text. The silence of night was punctuated by the sounds of sleep. The darkness that cloaked the Slytherin dormitories settled only lightly this chilly night, as the logs within the fireplace burned low. Winter had passed, but spring in the Scottish mountainside still brought with it a bite of chill. Snape arose from his bed, fully clothed, and stalked silently past the shaded beds to stop before the drawn posters of one. He brought out his wand, drawing it along the bed, checking for any wards or traps. It was disappointingly void. How very trusting of a Slytherin sleeping amongst those that stood against his oppression. But it would have done the boy no good either way. With a swift sweep of his wand, Snape parted the curtains and stunned Evan Rosier before he could rouse enough to even cry out. With another flick of his wand, he levitated the boy off his bed, sending his catatonic body out through the dormitory stairwell while following silently after. It was well past curfew, and nobody was hanging about the common room. Snape had ensured it, casting the human presence revealing spell several times over the course of the hour, biding his time for when there would be no witnesses. This very same spell Snape wore upon himself now as a precaution as he pushed out into the darkened hallways of the dungeon corridors, a precaution needed for breaking curfew. Snape slipped down those familiar corridors he knew even in the pitch darkness of night, carrying his quarry as he slipped silently forth. The years of stalking these very halls with the softest of steps had served him well, for no echo marked his movements. They did not go far, only down to the closest classroom, one of the disused theory chambers down in the dungeons. Snape could not trust engaging the boy in the common room lest a student meandered down in search for the bathroom. He had need for privacy, and that meant an environment he could control. When he finally enervated the boy and woke him from his unconscious state, it was with the room silenced and sealed. Should Rosier have had his wand on him, Snape doubted the boy could unwind his wards. But he had been brought out in naught but his sleepwear, and it seemed such constructive thoughts were far from the boy's mind as he sat up from his slump in his chair and glanced with confused fright. The only light in the unlit room was the soft glow of a conjured light orb that sat at his feet. Snape stepped forward with silent steps, looming seemingly from out of nowhere, causing the boy to yell out with sheer fright. "It'll do you no good in here, Rosier," Snape drawled in his deep, intimidating tones. "This room is silenced and warded, and will have no unwanted ears upon our necessary conversation." Rosier visibly shrank into his seat, genuinely intimidated by a man who would stand a foot shorter than he. "Look, Snape, I meant no harm to your girlfriend, or whatever. My actions were a little brusque, and I apologize for—" "I am very pleased to hear it," Snape almost purred, pulling up a chair to sit himself directly face to face with Rosier, with the orb of light at their feet directly between them. He had no doubts the shadows that clawed at his face painted him a frightening figure, no matter his appearance or stature. Lessons he learned from years of extracting obedience from disrespectful students. Even in the darkness, Snape could find Rosier's eyes. Though he could not see their shape and color, he could feel their draw, the gift of a Legerdliman's. But the windows to Rosier's mind were a haze, occluded rather competently, but not well enough should Snape choose to broach it forcibly. He could hear Rosier's breath shorten, no doubt aware of Snape's prying prods upon his mind. He and Avery were both informed by the younger Black of his abilities in the mind arts, information that would no doubt reach the ears of the unsavory outside of these walls. The question remained, how much of his power could he afford to be known? Should Snape reveal the extent of his powers in the mind arts, no doubt the Dark Lord could not possibly pass over his presence. But he could always wipe Rosier's memory of this encounter, to wring him for the truth, then obliviate him. Heavy-handed, but effective and terrible, a tool for the darkness, and the bite that Snape knew too well. This path would be the one Snape was least willing to set foot on, but he was too schooled upon the realities of the world and of war to absolutely refuse an option due to ideals alone. Twisting his wand between his fingers, Snape stared down the boy, weighing his approach. "You killed the cockerels?" Snape asked, a direct question and a pointed one, but one that did not reveal the extent of his knowledge on the matter. His lips twitched, but only the lightest touch before it disappeared. "I have no idea what you are speaking of, Snape. What cockerels?" "Indeed, what cockerels?" Snape crooned. So if I were to ask Filch for records on students found out past curfew that evening, I would not find your name written upon the ledger. Feel free to ask the man. I doubt he'd forget a single student he slated for punishment. Rosier dipped his head, shoulders visibly slackened. Tension left the boy, too obvious a telltale sign of relief. Snape's questioning was off the mark. He would not find Rosier's name upon that ledger. But that begged the question, why was Rosier in Filch's office? I hear Slughorn spared you a stint in detention. How very thoughtful of the man, especially considering you take every opportunity to hole yourself up in the common rooms. Snape leant forward, causing the boy to lean back instinctively. It makes it incredibly difficult to catch you for a private conversation like this. Some of us need to study, Snape, Rosier remarked, his tone light and conversational, but his shrinking form spoke volumes of the opposite. A half-truth at best. There was more to the reason to Rosier's voluntary isolation than he would admit, and Snape had realized what that could be the moment he feared for Lily's safety. Resting his fingertips gently together, Snape turned his head as if truly contemplating those false words. I suppose the library is not necessary to that endeavor, to which Rosier shrugged in quite a petulant way. Some of us can afford the books ourselves. Annoyance coiled from Snape's gut, but quashed quickly. Spy work was a delicate game that had no place for ego, a far more difficult ask to adhere for a temperamental teenager. And it seems that you can also afford the time, for I have never returned to see you studying, Rosier. His black eyes smoldered with such rage, he almost expected Rosier to see it even in the depth of darkness. I'm as subtle with studying as you are with your relationship, I'm sure, Rosier quipped lightly, his smart tongue doing nothing for Snape's patience. This was the problem. The longer this went on, the faster Rosier would find himself grounded. The unbalanced Snape struck in the boy could only be kept for so long. This was not some younger student he could intimidate with his presence, but a year mate, taller, richer, and one with far darker leanings. As far as Rosier was concerned, what did he have to fear of Severus Snape? Taking a subtle breath, Snape reined in his temper, turning tack once again. I'm certain Professor Slughorn would have changed his decision should he have known you have time enough to spare. Knowledge he will be given this second time round. Rosier's eyes narrowed, before widening marginally as if something just occurred to him. You haven't, he glanced about, as if just realizing he was outside of permitted territory. You brought me out here to frame me for breaking curfew. Oh, I'll put in a good word for you, Snape drawled, his lips curled in a sneer. You do, after all, have prior experience in prefect duties. And it just so happens Mr. Filch needs a pair of hands, magical hands, to clean up the messes left by late-year magical maladies. You see, he is a friend of mine, and I do hope your efforts would make his life easier. You want me to follow around that squib? That word came out in a hiss of anger, but the widening of his eyes held an emotion different, and it confirmed everything Snape hoped. Surely you do not fear him. I assure you squibs are not contagious. This is beneath my station. Rosier demanded, a show of panic and disharmonious emotion that was so unlike him. He feared, not for Filch, but for what being around a man like him could mean. The dangers of standing beside a man of no magical status when the great Slytherin beast is unleashed to hunt. An ember of rage burned in Snape's heart, a smoulder different to the irks of his pride. To me, your station is not, but of a student. You do not get to pick and choose your deserving. This was a boy who knew what was coming, knew and feared terribly, yet would risk everyone else with his silence. If Rosier would not give up what he knew voluntarily, he would under subtle threats, or if needs be, under far less subtle coercive measures. Well, good thing that I did no wrong. You were the one that brought me out here, Rosier hissed, no longer settled. You would be correct. You do not deserve punishment for getting caught tonight. Think of it as punishment owing for the last. Snape's lips curled almost cruelly. Trespassing into Mr. Filch's office to transgress as you please. Behavior not befitting that of an upstanding student of your station as you purport to be. As once a prefect who had been so willing to punish me for transgressions of the past. Do you not agree, Rosier? I would not. I hadn't. I didn't go in there to destroy evidence, or steal contraband, or anything of the sort. Without a pause of thought, Rosier's words of admission trickled through before his mind could sift it. Snape did not let the tickle of satisfaction onto his shadowed face. Rosier was a clever boy, but he was still a boy and too lacking of experience to play this game with the likes of Snape. Then please enlighten me. What was it you were doing? The Slytherin boy hesitated, seeming to sense he teetered on the edge of his senses. I can't say. Can't or won't. Snape's patience resettled. They had pushed into territories of no denial, just a little push more. Because if all is truly as you say, surely voicing it would be to your advantage. You have no idea, Rosier hissed, unable to maintain his coy calm any longer. You know nothing of what is happening. You know nothing of what would happen if I speak even a word. You stand back and reap your traitorous rewards without casting a single thought of those you stabbed with your actions. Ah, so it is to do with the Dark Lord. Snape almost smiled as the boy seized up in his seat, his eyes growing wide as saucers upon realizing what he as good as confessed from his very mouth. I cannot say you have improved your standing with that admission, Rosier. I dare say this might even require the headmaster's attention. The boy had no idea that his words gave away nothing that Snape didn't already know. Instead, the victory lay in fear. Fear that he had crossed that uncrossable line by his own volition and finding no way out but forward. No, no, don't. Rosier shook his head, his eyes wide with horror. You don't understand. He'll kill me. Snape tilted his head, the lightest of smirks upon his thin lips. I guarantee you that is not Dumbledore's style. He was being obtuse on purpose, and from the flash of frustration that touched Rosier's eyes his words were taken as on merit. Don't be daft, he muttered, body going limp in his seat. The adrenaline of fear must have abated, leaving him worn and wrought with exhaustion. Snape threaded his fingers together, resting them upon his lap as he leaned forward. My purpose right now is to uphold my duties. If what you say is true, and what you were doing did not run counter to the safety and order of the school, then you are not the target of my ire. But you need to give me something. I don't suppose money is an option, Rosier muttered. Even fatigued, his sharp tongue bade no rest. Two options, Rosier. Tell me why you were in Filch's office, or tell me who killed those cockerels. Snape drew his line. They struggled less when they thought they were presented with a choice. Slowly Rosier drew upwards, straightening upon the seat. I will cooperate, but I'm no good to you dead, he grimaced, as dignified as he could possibly be in resignation. All I can tell you is, keep an eye on Filch's office. Your cockerel killer will be revealed. Lily could not believe her eyes. The hesitant new spring sun had barely peeked through the castle windows, and the first thing she saw this morning upon stepping out of the portrait hole was Severus, standing quite obviously in wait as he scowled away all the curious glances. This was one of those moments that made her question the functioning of her ring, but she knew better than to blame her own lack of awareness on the integrity of her enchantment. She was perhaps becoming too comfortable with his magical presence. What's the occasion? Lily asked as she stepped up beside him and out of the way of the breakfast traffic. Is it my birthday? She joked as they fell into step with the crowds. Or is it yours? Neither, Save muttered, taking her jibes quite literally. It's not our anniversary, is it? Lily asked quite seriously, racking her brain to confirm the day wasn't actually when they actually first started dating. I'm not pregnant, am I? He actually started at the notion, before turning a grimace of annoyance on her. Don't even joke about that. She flashed her perfect white teeth. Well, forgive my confusion. This isn't exactly on your way to the Great Hall, oh husband of mine. Head boy matters. He seemed to relax at the sight to her, a marginal release of tension from his shoulders. Must I have a reason to come to see you? Lily raised a thin red eyebrow. You do when it's 7 in the morning. Is this man bothering you? Marlene joked as she fell into step on her best friend's opposite side. I'm doing no such thing, Severus replied dryly, obviously missing the friendly undertones. Marlene caught her friend's eye, her eyebrows darting about her hairline as if to say, is he serious? To which Lily replied with a long, suffering smile, intended only half in jest. You're in protective boyfriend mode, aren't you? Went Marlene's second attempt at conversation, all wound up about Rosier manhandling your girl. Husband, not boyfriend, he muttered, not even the least abashed or denying these allegations. Seriously, what's wrong? Lily urged gently. You weren't even this protective after the whole Travers and Wilkes thing. Out of the corner of her eye, Marlene winced. Lily's best friend would never admit it, but the thought of that incident still rattled her. Her husband's black eyes met hers, seeming to weigh his words before delivering them. Our relationship back then was complicated. I didn't think it my business to be protective. It kind of still isn't now. Lily quipped back with a bite, probably sounding meaner than she intended. Save's lips twitched in a shadow of a grimace. I think that's more your problem than mine. Lily arched her brows, annoyance prickling under her skin. Hey, I can handle myself, I'll thank you to know. I'm pleased to hear. You'll forgive me for wanting to ensure you won't have to, Severus replied quite tartly. It was quite sweet of him, Lily supposed, but that was simply not talk tolerated by the braves of Gryffindor. Marlene narrowed her eyes upon the Slytherin head boy, and Lily could feel the backlash build before the first words had even left her best friend's tongue. Okay, listen here, ya bugger. Marlene all but shoved a finger straight under Lily's chin to jab into Severus' shoulder. She's not some dainty little Slytherin girl to tuck away in a shelf somewhere. Lily's a Gryffindor, and you better respect her like one. If she says she can handle herself, you damned well back off. Save's eyes whipped around to glare right back at the offending girl, as if struck into wordless offense by her sheer gall. Lily sighed and braced her hands upon both their shoulders, staving off the bickering that was surely brewing. Her husband grimaced and seemed to shrink into himself. Quite obviously a Goliath effort on his behalf to control his vitriolic tongue, and an effort Lily appreciated from the bottom of her heart. She loved him dearly, but he could be so rude when he's cranky, and a cat fight between her two best friends was not Lily's ideal start to the morning. They worked their way down the grand staircase, their crowd joining the straggling Ravenclaw flock on their descent to the breakfast halls. Among the blues and reds, the lone green stood out quite tellingly. There was no way Save could avoid the curious glances that came his way, or the outright stares from the boldest of the lot. All the attention was sure to make him uncomfortable, a fact for which Lily felt little sympathy. For a man who spent so much time thinking, surely he'd realize this would be what would happen when he decided to show up unannounced to escort her to her breakfast table. A walk she'd managed independently several times in the past. One might think surviving mornings for this long might warrant her some credit. But Save was doing this out of love, Lily knew, and she was doing her best not to let her annoyance show. Mary once told her that boys sometimes had to make a territorial show, especially after a trespass of some description. It occurred to her that she had always thought Severus to be above the need for such macho antics. It just always seemed to her that he'd be too level-headed to be manly. And now that uncharitable thought passed her mind, she felt immediately apologetic. It's sweet of you, really, Lily muttered, by means of a truce. Severus lifted his eyes and peered testingly through his thick veil of hair, Slytherin's suspicions making him naturally hesitant to take her words on face value. I appreciate that you care, Save. I really do. She tried again, putting a little more earnestness into her tone. But believe me, I'm all right in the mornings. I'm hardly alone on this leg of the journey. She swept her hand about her to emphasize the crowds, many of whom quickly whipped their eyes to the front before Save could notice their stares. Severus dipped his head in acknowledgement, ever so reasonably. It was honestly hard to believe he was the same boy from merely 2 years ago. When she felt like every attempt to convince him of his folly was like clawing at the smooth slope of a steep and slippery incline. But that erroneous young man existed no longer, a concession he made, and a promise he kept. The Severus who existed now deserved more consideration than she in her questionable patience was willing to give, and perhaps, too, a little less stubbornness. She couldn't expect him to always act like she wished, and nor should he. Stepping into his personal space, Lily snaked her arm through the nook of his elbow and entwined her fingers through his. He glanced to her, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. You can walk me up to the tower every evening, how about that? Lily offered, and felt his grip tighten about her fingers. Well, that's a touching display of shrinking independence, Marlene mocked uncharitably as they touched down at the entrance hall. Severus' faint smile evaporated in an instant, and a sneer took its place. That sneer that always promised a cruel sting in its wake. Yet I can't help but notice that despite hailing from the same dorm, Potter never offers you the same courtesy. Your lack of womanly ways must truly do wonders for your independence. Lily's eyes grew round at the barb of his words, but rather than follow suit in affront, Marlene gave a short bark of laughter. You're a real arse, Severus. It's a wonder why she likes you. before pushing through the doors to the great hall and taking the first seat available on the slowly filling Gryffindor table. On days without Quidditch events, it was consistently the last table to fill up for breakfast, but the first for every other meal preceding. Without a word to her husband, Lily untangled their fingers and hurried after Marlene, apology on her lips. "He didn't mean that," she uttered as she found her seat beside her friend on that still mostly empty portion of the table. "He just gets really defensive." That half-smirk that had been on Marlene's face melted off, replaced with a dour grimace. "The trick is they can't know they hurt you with their words, you know. That's how you deal with bullies." With a scoff, she shook her head. "That is, if you can't beat their face in. I was 2 seconds away from knocking in his wonky teeth. Severus isn't a bully. He's just—" Lily floundered, allowing Marlene to fix her a sardonic look and reply. "Mean?" Lily sighed as she pulled up a plate and loaded it up with omelette. "He's getting better, I swear," she muttered, unable to help a glance over her shoulder at the sullen boy stalking over to his side of the hall. "You're right, he's usually so in control, so good at pretending to be behaved. He just gets cranky when he's challenged. It's his way or bust, isn't it, Lils?" Marlene huffed as she took a full bite of her hotcakes, piled high with honey, nuts, and strawberries. "Back in the problem days, it used to really worry me about how obsessive he was. Remember how he got angry that you wanted to hang out with us instead of him? Thought it was getting better, but here's him, trying to wrangle you under his protection. And there's you, just conceding. We're married, and he's worried about my welfare." "I think that's fair," Lily muttered, prodding her fluffy eggs without much enthusiasm. "Gonna sign off on your apron with that." Marlene snipped as she switched her bite for a slice of seared ham, simply sinking the slice in one bite. Despite the sting, she almost smirked. If anyone's getting an apron, it's him. He's handier in the kitchen. "Pink frills." Marlene grinned, her white teeth flecked with grease and strawberry seeds. "With ribbons and daisy patterns," Lily confirmed solemnly, before settling to her first bite in lieu of cooling emotions. A snort from her best friend heralded that most had been forgiven. A relief for Lily, for they had gone so long without the two coming to a loggerhead. After a moment of amicable silence, Marlene swallowed her bite, her eyes not lifting from her plate as she spoke. "For your sake, I hope things between the two of you stay as smooth as you hope," she muttered, her voice flat, barbs flattened, almost resigned. "And perhaps that if things do not, that you'll realize before you feel the sting." She jabbed her fork almost violently into her remaining stack of hotcakes. "I don't ever want to be in the position to have to tell you, I told you so." Snape had planned his class-free Tuesday in the library, luring Lily under his watchful eye with the promise of homework. He hadn't mentioned again his protective desires, he confessed in the morning, not after how well it went over with her. A Slytherin never chose the same approach to meet a goal when he knew it would only result in failure. Unfortunately, not all scenarios ran so smoothly, even for a highly experienced spymaster. That was particularly true when tasked with keeping a risk-seeking Gryffindor from the very risks she sought to take. With transfigurations and potions out of the way, I declare that this has been 4 hours well spent. But no more books for today, my head's going to explode, Lily declared in a hushed tone as she stood up from her mess of scrolls and textbooks. Besides, I promised Marlene and James I'd come watch their practice before dinner. Last game of the season coming up, gotta make sure they're not slacking off. Snape dried his ink with a tap of his wand and had it furled up neatly and stored into his tattered backpack. "I wish you would apply the same strenuous dedication to their academics. Merlin knows Gryffindors could stand to apply yourselves a little more to the study halls. Is that an offer to invite them to another study buddy session?" Lily asked sweetly as she packed away her books wildly in any random order. Snape gave a humorless twitch of his lips. "Please take it as rhetoric." With a gentle heave, Snape shouldered his straining backpack, then fell into step beside his wife. The noise of the corridors fell upon them as they left the calming silence of the library, class having ended for the day. The jostle of children, most of whom didn't give the library a second glance as they passed. Did they realize the finals were starting in merely 3 months' time? Assuredly not according to the atrocious papers Snape was forced to mark year in and year out. It seemed no amount of homework and research he set could teach those unwilling to learn. As they descended the stairs, worries began niggling at his mind. The same worries that began yesterday at the first suspicions of what was to come. That threat of the heir of Slytherin he had faced as a professor would be repeated while he was a student, that it should loom while Lily was still a student. Lily, his wife, a muggle-born, someone directly under threat by the doctrine of blood purity the legacy of Slytherin stood for. He could not let her out of his sight and expect his own heart to settle. He could not possibly rest easy with the knowledge of what was coming, with the risk that something might happen, and that he had not been there to prevent it. Another lifetime of regret about this evening. Snape began, already wincing for the backlash that was sure to follow. You have patrol, do you not? Mockers. One of yours, I believe, she replied with an easy smile, oblivious to the mortal danger that loomed around her. Snape almost worried his lip, a nervous habit of Lily's that he was fighting tooth and claw not to pick up by proximity. Could I convince you to allow me to take your shift? You could. When was yours again? Saturday. Lily asked as she squeezed past a flock of Hufflepuffs, socializing on the ground floor landing of all places. Snape grimaced as he followed her through the thick crowds. I was thinking perhaps you simply let me do your shifts. Lily froze mid-step, causing Snape to almost careen into her. He braced her before he toppled her over, only to have his hands flung away. Excuse me, she demanded, her eyes wide with aghast and offense. I just need to know you're safe, he mumbled, knowing as those words left his lips those were not what she wanted to hear. Lily's green eyes narrowed, causing Snape to instinctively withdraw half a step. Look, mister. I get that you're a little tense about the whole Rosier thing, and I forgive you for freaking out a little today. She closed that half-step gap and prodded her finger straight into his ribs. But if you think for a moment that I would step back and assume the role of some fragile little thing to be shut away, you are not going to be in for a happy marriage. Without waiting for her husband to formulate a response, she turned on her heel with a great sweep of her red hair and marched down the entrance hall, parting crowds of those who stopped to watch the fracas. Snape stared after her, struck momentarily dumb by her response, before gathering his wits once more and following her out the entrance doors. Those green eyes flashed again as Snape drew level with her upon the winding path leading down the castle grounds. If you don't stop following me, please just listen to me. He reached for her, only to have her snatch her hand away. She did not stop, frustrating his efforts to reason with her, to make her see things his way, that her safety was far more important than her pride. She had promised not to risk herself unduly for his sake, so why couldn't she simply let him protect her? She has no idea the direness of the danger she's in. The realization seeped through Snape's vexation. Had he only paused to consider this from the point of view of one ignorant to what was truly happening, to one whom dead chickens just meant an abhorrent act of animal cruelty, his efforts were inefficient indeed. She had no notion of what it was he was truly protecting her from. It's not Rosier I worry about. Snape barked, quickening his pace to overtake her. Lily hesitated a step, allowing him to step in front and halt her in her angry pace. That's not why I'm anxious. I would not be so unreasonable as to believe you cannot hold your own against the likes of any of our peers. Her red brow raised in disbelief, but at the very least she didn't interrupt him. There they stood, in the middle of the path from the castle to the grounds, straight in the middle of heavy afternoon foot traffic, having this very sensitive discussion. Please, a moment of your time, Snape beckoned, indicating the gentle slope off the beaten track, away from prickly ears and probing eyes. After another moment's hesitation, Lily audibly sighed and followed. Picking their way through the small jumble of rocks that studded the hilltop, they settled in a cozy nook, shielded from the view of the busy path. She chose to lean upon the boulder opposite to him, despite the rough, jagged texture of its surface. Her ongoing anger was evident in the distance she chose to keep, distance that hurt him immensely. Clasping his hands together, Snape gathered his words, weighing them carefully before he would deliver them. I want you to think on Sunday, the incident you attended by that shack that Hagrid calls home. The dead roosters. Lily tilted a brow, skeptical from the outset. Surely we're not worried about a chicken killer getting a taste for bigger prey, because I can assure you I put up a better fight than a flightless fowl. A grimace graced Snape's lips, knowing his explanation would be as graceless as the butchery that warranted it. Perhaps. It is not as innocuous as you might think, Lily. Because it isn't what they can do to chickens that worries me. It is what the deaths of those birds mean. Yeah, she frowned, confused and still unconvinced. It hadn't been part of Snape's plan to reveal what he knew, a play to keep the current air in the dark. But whatever the need for surreptitious caution was overshadowed by his greatest goal. The one goal that brought about this second attempt at it all. There was no point in anything if he could not ensure Lily's continued survival. He would not let secrecy kill her again. Salazar Slytherin was not a pleasant man. He loathed those not of magical blood. Lily rolled her green eyes. Gee, I wasn't aware. Snape ignored the sarcasm and pressed on. It is well documented that he had left the school over the ideology, knowledge ever so pervasive in the doctrine of those that live under the house of his namesake. But what most did not know is he had left a threat. Secret chamber, hidden in the bowels of the castle, in which he hid a dark beast, a creature that only his heir could control to carry out his foul ideologies and cleanse the school of those he deemed unworthy. All right, Lily frowned, seeming not at all convinced so far, or at the very least not seeing the relevance. There's been talk in the Slytherin dorms. Unsavory happenings are. Snape trailed off with a wince, tasting the bitterness of a lie that painted his own as dark souls once more. He tried again with a different angle. I need you to know, Lily, that something similar to this happened once before, perhaps about 40 years ago. The cockerels were killed, and only the male birds, and it was a prelude to something terrible that followed. Snape had no real notion of how a young Dark Lord had prepared for the opening of the chamber the first time around, but lie or not, it was a better explanation than could be offered than simply claiming it all a random guess, and less distasteful than offering up his own housemates as a scapegoat. A girl had died in the months that followed, a Muggle-born student. She was killed by a creature that was sealed within the chamber, a creature that likely still lives in the bowels of the castle. Because it and the person that released it was never caught. Lily stared, her mouth agape, evidently uncertain what to make of his claims. And you think this might happen again because cockerels died. Cockerels were killed, Lily. That was how it all started. Snape turned to pace in that narrow space, an agitated motion born of his frustration. He had spent so long weaving lies that truth was difficult. How did he convince her of a truth when it sounded so much more absurd than any lie he had ever told? Surely that is too specific a target for simple wanton cruelty. Too, he winced, stopping in his step, doubled over in hunching frustration. What did the cockerels have to do with this girl's death, though? Why the cockerels in particular? Lily humored him, shifting to a smoother surface to lean on. Because what dark creature fears the crowing of a cockerel? Snape growled, hoping Lily would follow his train of thoughts, hoping she could be convinced by his leap in arbitrary logic, lest he be forced to explain himself to a skeptic that saw not the connotations. But it seemed fortune graced this exchange, for Lily's eyes drew round. Basilisk. She breathed, and all Snape could feel was thankful that he had married a woman who spent so much of her leisure time reading on topics not part of their curriculum. There wasn't a single defense against the dark arts professor in their school years that had ever touched upon the basilisk, for no one within the British Isles had seen a living specimen for over 2 centuries. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. I remember that from Hogwarts, a history. Does Parseltongue work on basilisks? Because if it does, it would explain so much. She gushed, positively excited. This was not the response Snape was hoping to elicit from her. I think it's safe to assume the King of Snakes would fall under the umbrella of the Founder's affinity. Snape muttered, as close to an outright confirmation as he could push without arousing suspicion. But picking apart her husband's wording was the last thing the enthusiastic girl seemed to have in mind. We got to tell everybody. We need to prepare. There is no we. You have to keep out of the creature's reach. Snape could feel a vein throbbing at his temple. Her reaction was not settling his anxiety. Just the opposite, in fact. But happily contrary, Lily did not seem to be inclined to comply. There are more Muggle-borns than just me here in this school, Save. If what you say is actually happening, then it's more than just me in danger. The spymaster stared for a moment, in absolute blank reluctance. This was always a possibility, he realized in hindsight. Gryffindors were prone to heroics in absolute abandonment of self-preservation and sense. He realized now that having Lily know the truth wasn't going to make protecting her any easier. Honestly, I thought it sounded far-fetched at first too, but the more I think on it, the more it all makes sense. Lily announced at the dinner table. The stares she was getting in return ranged from skepticism to thoughtfulness, and from some, bristling excitement. It wasn't just her friends listening to her explanation, but it felt like half the Gryffindor table had stopped, or at least slowed in their feasting to listen in on her wild basilisk theory. "You really think this might be real?" Mary asked, worry marking her brows. She wasn't one to be taken by fanciful notions, but nor was she the kind to dismiss her friend's worries with an eye roll and a scoff. Save had told me about some incident 40 years ago that wound up getting a student killed. If this is what's happening, well, better be safe than sorry, right? Lily glanced about the table, taking in the responses. Some had returned to their meals, but for a vast majority of them, the prospect of looming heroics stroked an air of excitement in those shining young eyes. This would be a point where Severus would inevitably make a comment about Gryffindors and propensity for peril. Marlene frowned as she leaned upon her elbows to peer at her friend over her plate piled high with protein. "You really think some terrible dark creature is running bout the castle? It kind of does make sense, though, doesn't it?" Lily smiled awkwardly, feeling unconvinced herself. "Sure, because chickens, why not?" She muttered uncharitably, sweeping the strands of hair that escaped her wind-blown ponytail out of her face and returned to her slices of roast. Pandora, however, didn't look half as skeptical. "Moaning Myrtle. She's the girl you're talking about." Everyone's heads turned her way, surprise evident on all their features. "Xenophilius," the girl answered by way of clarification. "Nearly headless Nick throws a Death Day party on Halloween every year, and he used to attend them to socialize with what he called the deathly denizens. He knew all the school ghosts, and Moaning Myrtle in particular. She was a muggle-born Ravenclaw, got bullied a lot in school. She died in the first-floor girls' bathroom after seeing a pair of eyes emerge from nowhere." Dark muttering rounded the table, this theory no longer so outlandish, with input from such a grounded soul. But Marlene remained far from convinced. "So we just gonna ignore the fact that the information came from Nutty Phileas Lovegood, the dude that so famously protested Quidditch matches during each autumn season, because it disturbed the mating grounds of some hogus-bogus malagus that infested the Quidditch stands, and used to wear butterbeer corks around Christmas for some unfathomable reason or another," Mary added uncharitably. But the level-headed Pandora did not seem the least bit shocked by these assertions. Add that he used to write daily fan mail to Newton Scamander, begging him to expand into research of creatures known only to cryptozoology. "I am well aware of his eccentricities. You need not remind me." Pandora relented with a wan smile. "But I also know that his ideas all come from sources of deeply held beliefs of one soul or another. He may be naive, but he isn't a liar. If anybody has taken time out of their lives to socialize with the non-living, it would be him." That challenging tone in Pandora's voice piqued Susan's interest in a way a great deadly snake never could. "Is this a crush in your voice I hear?" she positively squealed. "I would prefer the term fascination. He is a very interesting man." Pandora just about confirmed. Even Lily couldn't help but lean over her plate of half-eaten bangers and mash. "So you're actually into this guy? Concentrate, Lily. Evil Slytherin basement monster." Mary called in a tone equivalent to that of yanking a leash. "Right," Lily murmured, appropriately abashed by her own gossip hounding. "But yeah, I think I said everything I wanted to say about what it is. Salazar Slytherin, Parseltongue, dead cockerels. Got to be a basilisk." "What's this about a basilisk?" James asked as he rocked up to the dinner table, fashionably late as he was often known for, though oddly never for dinner. He exchanged a quick kiss with Marlene before pulling up a plate and began piling it high with as many animals as he could comfortably spear with his fork. The rest of his marauders had rocked up to dinner on time, oddly unengaged with Lily's tales of dark creatures, more content to whisper quietly amongst themselves. They probably hadn't caught a word of what Lily had said by the blank looks they were giving their leader. "What did he want?" Sirius barked quite aggressively, and a comment confusing in the context of any topic of conversation offered so far. James, however, just regarded his best friend with seeming nonchalance. "Don't worry about it. I got it sorted." But that sentiment didn't seem to have the desired effect. Sirius returned to his beef and potato casserole, muttering darkly under his breath. Your boyfriend seems the jealous type. Marlene teased quite audaciously over her glass of pumpkin juice. James swept his free hand through his hair, making that dark bird's nest stick up a little more aggressively. And you're not bothered that I skipped out immediately after training and arrived at dinner late without explaining myself. Something you want to confess. Marlene arched her brow, a touch of nervousness ruining her grin, but it was Sirius who answered. He's cheating on us both with Snape. To which the entire table burst into rambunctious laughter, to James' eye-rolling annoyance. He just wanted to talk to me about something, he muttered with a hint of distinct annoyance. We're not enemies anymore. Lily could not help but feel her hope peak at that statement. So you've patched up? Well, no, I don't think no. She had never seen that confident boy look so uncertain. I'm thinking, there really is no way to smooth things over with him. Well, you did kind of string him up and pants him. Marlene pointed out, to Lily's utter horror at the reminder. Live and let die, I say. Sirius muttered without a shred of guilt over his own involvement. Again, giant Slytherin snake monster. Mary called everyone back to attention, seemingly the only one able to keep focus on that quite dire topic. Lily pulled herself back together quickly. Right. Well, you weren't here for the whole explanation, but here's the short version. Severus thinks there's a basilisk living somewhere under the castle, and that someone's going to try to use it to kill Muggleborns. Holy crap, really? It wasn't skepticism that underlined his exclamation, but a truly serious concern. Marlene swallowed her bite of roast. What, you're not really buying into all this, are you? But unlike his girlfriend, James did not seem the least bit doubtful. It's Snape. He might have the personality of a sack of daylight mooncalf dung, but he's not the sort I'd ever think that just make up a basilisk. He's not the attention-seeking type. Can't fathom any other reason. How about to get Lily to sit tightly under his thumb? Marlene pointed out relentlessly. Why not a story about a giant snake that eats Muggleborns? Lily sighed, leaning her fork against her plate to sink her face into her palms. Her friends had never been generous in giving Severus the benefit of the doubt, but he hadn't always deserved it. Things had changed since, and he deserved a little now at the very least. And though Marlene's concerns were not without warrant, it just didn't seem likely, because Severus seemed genuinely scared. And unless he was as brilliant an actor as he was in all his other walks of life, it seemed to her that he truly believed what he was saying, that there was a threat in the castle, to not just Lily, but to all that lived within Hogwarts' walls. Snape had walked Lily up from dinner, as she had promised he was able to without reprimand. Through that steady ascent, she had been oppressively silent. Deep in thought, he assumed, for the outlandish story he had unloaded onto her. The Gryffindors at her table had been rather muted this evening. Their drop in volume was noticeable even from the other side of the hall at which he sat. He could only conclude she had laid this story upon their table for scrutiny and endured the no-doubt mockery that would have followed such a proposition. Perhaps she was finding doubt where she had none earlier this day. She bade him good night at the portrait hole with a gentle smile that held none of his fears. He leaned in for a kiss, wearing the mask of seeming to be uncaring of what those who were passing might think, but starkly aware of every mutter that passed. I'll see you in the morning, she murmured to him as they parted from their good night, all smiles despite the confronting day they had. Unfortunately, Snape could not leave the evening at that. His heart could not settle knowing that Lily would patrol the hallways tonight, even alongside a trusted known element of Slytherin. So he had an arrangement made with Lincoln Rockers that would settle his anxieties a little. Snape was the patrol partner waiting for Lily when she descended to the entrance hall that night. A change, he knew from today's exercise in protectiveness, would not go over well. The moment she drew close enough to recognize his features through the dim glow of green of his ridiculous sash, she demanded in a foreboding tone, "What are you doing here?" This would be a tense evening, it seemed. Snape could not help but avert his gaze from those green eyes, bright even in the darkened gloom of the unlit past-curfew evening. I'm here as your partner on patrol tonight, he replied as he set off briskly to begin their route. A truthful statement, if incomplete, something that the head girl did not let just slip by. Lily jogged to catch up with him, falling in step beside his long strides. This is ridiculous. he muttered as she lit her wand and settled into her duties, sweeping beyond the first door they came across. Snape felt confident enough to allow her to do so, knowing that even if the heir would act recklessly and release the basilisk before he took all his precautions, the creature would be very unlikely to appear within a classroom. It had used the plumbing during the previous time its villainy reigned, and every attack had occurred close to a pipe-facilitated region of the school, allowing the creature easiest access. Failing all that, Snape, at the very least, was well schooled in the use of presence-revealing spells, the human version of which he would often use to catch curfew-breaking students. He used it now, pulsing it intermittently as he walked, reassuring himself no great dark creature would loom out of the darkened halls and take away all that he held dear. But all the spell whispered back to him was the little sparks of busy elves, going about their nightly efforts, sweeping the rooms clean and disappearing with expert efficiency beyond that of any mortal human's capabilities. The only other strong inhuman presence sung to him from up high in a tower, more likely a phoenix than basilisk. They settled into their routine in silence, but Snape never once allowed her to take the lead. Despite being fairly certain that the creature was not yet unleashed, he would not gamble her life on it, something that Lily eventually came to notice to her grand displeasure. "It's going to be like this, is it?" she huffed, jogging to catch up to his long strides. Another recent growth spurt had granted him a foot and a half height over Lily. He was beginning to reach the height he possessed in his professorial years, with perhaps another inch or two left to gain. He had drawn even with James Potter, a fact he noticed with great delight earlier today. Snape would never outgrow Sirius Black, but at the very least, he would never look small beside Potter ever again. Snape did not slow his step as they rounded the corner, ensuring it was his wand that peeked around before all else. "Come on, this is getting silly. Stop." She reached for his hand and yanked hard. He stopped, but did not turn to face her. He could not face the anger he knew he would see in her eyes, the frustration he was stoking within her with his inability to tolerate even the smallest of risks on her behalf. "Save." Her voice came so gentle, so unlike the fury he had been expecting. "I know you're scared for me. I get it, okay?" "No, you don't." He growled as he whipped about, his words invoked in a tone far harsher than he intended. Even in the dimness of wand light, he could see her green eyes grow round. Was it fear he saw, mingled with surprise? It would be so simple to know her thoughts, the temptation too ripe, but he withheld. The privacy of her thoughts would be one freedom he would never deprive her of. But instead of withdrawing, shrinking away like so many he'd burned with his temper, she reached for him, her fingers tracing the contours of his angular cheeks, quieting the anxious fears and causing the shame to burn. "I understand what it's like to lose someone I love. Recent expertise, one might say." She gave a wan smile, still able to smile despite the bleak topic. "If I lose you, I'll lose the only family I have now. So I get it." But she couldn't possibly understand. How could she? "Lily, it isn't the same at all," he muttered, prompting her red eyebrows to pinch into a frown, but she made no attempts to interrupt. "You once told me, should you lose me, you'll be sad, you'll cry, but then you'll move on." He shook his head. "That would not be me. There is no point to my life should you leave the world." "Not again. Don't say that." She hissed. "It's not the end of the world. Nobody will ever love me as you do." Snape forced through gritted teeth, an admission that silenced Lily, for the truth of the matter made difficult an arguing response. "And I will never love another as I love you." He laid his hand upon her shoulder, a gentle touch. Lily closed her eyes, seeming to roll the words about her mind. "But," she whispered, bracing her hand against his arm and pushing him away with a gentle motion, "you can't let this fear rule your life. You can't let this fear rule our life." "Because I don't want to live for your fears." There was a hint of apprehension in her voice, so faint but so clear to him. She was fearful that this was an oppressive glimpse of their future, that he would never allow her to live by her Gryffindor nature, and he felt so ashamed at the thought. "I'm sorry," he murmured, turning away. He could not let go of the knowledge of the fear. The worst had already happened in his lifetime, scars that remained embedded in his soul. As they drew ever closer to that moment of reckoning once more, his anxiety darkened contentment and chafed him from within. He feared so deeply the loss that might come, how bitter life would become should everything be taken once more, especially now that he had a taste of how sweet things might be. He wanted her to live, no matter what it cost him, no matter how much it would cost her, and he hated himself for it, because he knew she could never be happy living like that. The sound of footsteps brought him from his own inner torment. From behind them came the footfalls of a fast approaching unknown. Snape moved quickly, almost yanking Lily off her feet in his haste to position her behind his readied wand. But no figure emerged before the telltale steps, and Snape only had a moment to put this new information to theory before a hand darted out of thin air to wave off hostilities. "It's just me, Snape. It's James." Lily yelped with surprise as Snape lowered his wand. As opposed to every other student with access to an invisibility cloak, he scathed sardonically, annoyed how high this stunt had set his heart rate. He did not startle easily, but his nerves were on a wire. Breaking curfew so brazenly, I see, not even bothering to hide from the patrols anymore. But not a hint of contrition touched Potter's arrogant features. He whipped off his cloak, more confident than any rule-breaker had any right to be. But in his hand he held a scrap of roughened parchment, inked markers standing boldly upon that vile contraband. "The thing that you asked me to watch out for. It's happened, Snape." And in an instant, the entire scenario changed. Snape snatched the map from the Gryffindor boy's hands, his eyes searching that first-floor corridor for any signs of human movement. "He's already gone," James clarified with a sweep of his bed-matted hair. "Didn't hang out for long. He dashed back down to the dungeons before I could rush down here." "He's from the dungeons," Snape uttered, dreading the worst. The heir had been a Gryffindor the last time around, and some twisted part of Snape had hoped that a similar situation with an innocent bystander from another house might be involved. A vain, selfish hope for the sake of a house that was finding its feet amongst kinder eyes. "But he's definitely your guy." He went straight to Filch's office, the boy continued, to Snape's frowning confusion. "The old curmudgeon's currently shuffling about the fourth floor, so he has no idea he's just been burgled. How quickly he must have procured his unlawful gains, then, to disappear before you could lumber down to inform me." Snape noted, accidentally putting a compliment in his backhand. Potter nodded, not even fazed by that turn of phrase. "Yeah, in and out. Pro job." He knew what he was looking for. Snape froze suddenly, his usually quite adept mind finally lacing together the last piece of the puzzle. For once his utter aghast was not directed at a Potter, but at himself. He should have realized this the moment Rosier emerged from that treasure hoard of contraband storehouse without a single misappropriated article upon his person. He wasn't there to steal anything, he was there to hide it, and there was only one item associated with the Chamber of Secrets that came to mind. The name. Snape hissed urgently, "I need the name," and for once a Potter did as he was asked. "Avery, your man is Alexander Avery." Chapter 49. For the Greater Good. Chapter text. Snape paced that familiar stone floor, wearing a path he knew so well during the last year of his previous life. "I do insist, Severus. Take a seat," Dumbledore urged gently from his own majestic chair. "I know this is distressing to you, but we must wait." "Wait," Snape hissed, planting his feet in an almost tantrum-like stomp. "We know it's Avery. Why are we not acting? What are we waiting for?" Silence answered him, but the heavy burden of knowledge lay before him without needing an answer. There was only one reason for waiting. You would risk the lives of your students for access to a basilisk and its venom. Snape asked with creeping realization as his eyes clouded with dark rage. Dumbledore folded his hands, his bright blue eyes staring calmly from behind his half-moon glasses. Not at all the constitution of a man just accused of risking innocent lives for his own gain, nor that of a man who would deny it. Calm acceptance was the only way Snape could describe the headmaster, and it only served to enrage the younger man further. You swore to me you would not put her in danger," Snape roared, slamming his fist upon the desk, setting the teacups rattling on their saucers. Dumbledore dipped his head in acknowledgement. "And I still intend to follow through to the best of my ability." "Best of your ability, not acting upon Avery, that constitutes the best of your ability." Snape was utterly aghast. He knew Dumbledore had a hands-off approach when it came to his students, but to go so far as to apply that philosophy to their safety. "Severus, let me ask you, what happens to the students that leave within the next 2 years?" Dumbledore asked in a solemn tone. That was a baited question, because they both knew what happens. Most survive, Snape replied with a curl of his lips, not appreciating this emotional manipulation. And what will happen to the students that remain, should another such heir ever appear? Dumbledore asked, as calm as anything. One that we're not as prepared for. You expect me to believe that you are risking your students now for a hypothetical situation that might never eventuate. Snape ground through gritted teeth. The headmaster dipped his head in acknowledgement. It is true. It is an awful risk. But I would rather we face it now, while we hold all the cards in our hand, than risk a second emergence with every element unknown. And that is the only reason you are choosing to wait. Snape sniped, knowing all too well of ulterior motives afoot. Dumbledore leaned back. I will not deny that I wish to obtain basilisk venom from the source, and nor would I deny that this had a hand in my decision. His blue eyes seemed to harden in a way Snape could not quite place. I had expected something similar to this vein of happening when I brought low Avery's father the months prior. I knew Tom would not leave this insult unpaid. I expected retaliation, and I expected him to strike me at my most vulnerable, at my students. But you allowed me to expect that he would do so with the weapon I knew he had forged but never deployed. So that was why you saved the proud family. Not for any simple acts of insular altruism, Snape muttered as he settled into the seat opposite. Using your own students as bait. Those blue eyes grew distant as those great bushy brows knitted in discomforting thoughts. Perhaps I am as you describe, able to do terrible things to find victory in this war, and justify all my actions by the greater good to be gained. Dumbledore brought his hand to his grand beard, stroking the length in a slow, contemplative motion. I have spent the better part of a year now attempting to track that diary, even reaching so far as the belly of the Malfoy Manor, the last place the relic had been in your previous life. It seems Tom hasn't yet honored the Malfoy with the diary and the task. So you chose to provoke the event. How very Gryffindor a notion, Snape sneered. But Dumbledore was not the least abashed by the reprimand. And should I have taken the Slytherin method of inaction, I would risk far more in the form of lives of students past and present. Had I simply waited, the result then would be the same. An ancient dark creature invoked to hunt my students while I least expect it, as lives are lost in attrition. Then the plan would have worked beautifully should you act now, Snape hissed. The diary is here. We know who holds it. We capture it and destroy it. And should Riddle find a way to smuggle in another heir, what then? Dumbledore asked calmly. Do you expect him to have a child? Snape sneered. The headmaster smiled, also taken by that unlikely notion. Or create a new magical method to pass on Parseltongue. It would not be the first time he's crafted an impossible spell. You yourself are capable of unaided flight, a power inherited from a lifetime yet to exist. A lifetime that will never exist, Snape snapped, but calmed as he acknowledged the truth of this assertion. Destroying the diary might not end the tyranny of the Chamber of Secrets. There was every expectation another incident might crop up another few decades down the line. But by then Lily would be safe, far from this menace. He had accused Dumbledore of ulterior motives in all this, but Snape stood the most hypocritical at that point. He would risk the lives of everyone he knew, just to keep Lily safe. But he did not live without care for the students, not when the purpose of protecting them had been the driving force of his world for so long. The terrible year that preceded his death, he had only this one purpose to sustain him. It was also true that this arrangement made for the cleanest strike they could have against this lingering menace. Knowledge, coupled with surprise, made for the most powerful weapons against any force. For now the heir was acting as if he believed his enemies ignorant of his existence and the looming threat. He was at the most vulnerable he could possibly be, for confidence made men predictable. But the risk they would wear, the risk to the only woman he loved, what would be the purpose of keeping that ring intact? Snape finally ventured, weighing the choices laid before him. Am I correct in guessing you believe it to be useful in the war to come? A strange weariness came to the headmaster's eyes. Slowly he shook his head. I'm afraid not. Anger bubbled in Snape's heart. And you ask me to risk everything I have for your own personal reasons. He could not believe such selfishness. My motivations for the ring's procurement are personal, that I will not deny, a selfish reason at best. Dumbledore bowed his head, an offer of contrition Snape had never thought he'd ever see from the likes of Albus Dumbledore. Snape turned away in disgust. Spare me your talk of safeguarding your students. You do this for your own personal motivation. You risk my life, Lily's life, for your reasons. The silence that answered him was perhaps the most telling of all, the truth of the matter in all. The reason this basilisk would be given course to run rampant would be for the very purpose of this ring that had no bearing on the war at hand. To risk the lives of all these students, all these lives, for personal reasons. And when you spoke to me of fearing of a future encounter with the heir, was even a word of it true? Snape hissed. Dumbledore dipped his head in a firm nod. I had not been lying. I truly believe the potential of harm for the beast's continued existence. He had the gall to continue this farce. Then I would rather take the risk of a future attack to be done with the crisis now, Snape snapped, enraged by Dumbledore's admission. But the knowledge sat with him that his own choice had nothing to do with finding the optimum outcome, and all to do with protecting what he had. Those blue eyes that watched him so turned away. A paranoid prickle at the back of Snape's neck told him it was disappointment he saw in those blue pools, but he had long learned to see disappointment everywhere he looked. Perhaps you would, and I would not blame you. His blue eyes did not waver, no longer holding any such contrition for the selfish admission he had given. But I would ask you to consider this. The personal reasons I seek this ring have everything to do with my past, everything to do with my regrets, those regrets I know you understand. The anger in Snape's heart quietened in the face of the chill that passed through it. Thoughts he had not touched for a long time came unbidden to mind. Remembrance of memories that had long faded from his dreams, and with them the realizations that came about the man before him. Mistakes that Albus Dumbledore had made in his youth had carved rivers of regrets for that man as well. The dead sister held within his arms, love for a man that would destroy so much, foolish mistakes made by a foolish youth. A familiar story that clawed uncomfortably close to Snape's own tattered core. I don't ask you to do this for sympathy for me, Severus. But I ask for your understanding. I too seek peace from my failures, and though I have gained a measure of it for the life I have led, I find I cannot let go of this one last foolish wish. A rueful smile peeked through his grand beard. I believe you are correct that my judgment upon this matter cannot be trusted. I leave this decision to you, Severus, for you have proven yourself able to see clearly and act righteously despite your own desires. A claim I stand unable to make in this matter, Dumbledore confessed as he uncrossed his fingers and laid his hands flat upon the table. But should you choose to take this chance on higher stakes, I must ask you to prepare yourself. You had once asked me to warn you should I ever have cause to risk your life. I warn you now, because if we are to kill this basilisk, it would be you who I ask to take the fore, and you who would bear the greatest threat of this encounter. Lily could only stare with upraised eyebrow at Severus as he started and slammed down the lid to a small, unadorned wooden box. True that she had entered his laboratory without even announcing her presence with a knock, but it didn't warrant such a response. The way he almost jumped out of his skin made Lily think he was hiding something scandalous, which would honestly surprise and amuse her by equal parts. What do you have hiding in there? Lily ventured with an indecent grin, knowing all too well how likely Save was to answer. None of your concern, came his predictable reply as he sealed his box with an honestly humorous number of wards and protective spells and slid it into a subtle gap between the jars on his shelf. She wondered if he thought that would really keep her from sneaking a look. After all, she was the charms specialist, including that of warding and ward breaking, and until quite recently enjoyed a comfortable lead over the all-round boy genius in the subject. She couldn't help but smile as she slid closer towards him, straight into his comfort zone. Come on, you can tell me. I won't laugh, she lied, already on the verge of bursting forth in giggles at the ridiculous thoughts that came to mind. Everything from trinkets to butterfly collections passed through her mind, even salacious possibilities in less than innocent contraband, all equally likely to elicit such a sheepish response from the boy. He was so easily embarrassed, but oddly he didn't rise to the bait. Instead of devolving into the shy habits that came with his discomfort of averted gazes and muttered responses, Save met her eyes coolly and delivered his own inquiry. Why is it I find you traversing the dungeons alone? Had I not made it clear to you I wished for you to prioritize safety above all else? Oh, phooey. It's just the dungeon path to your lab, Save. I've walked it a bajillion times, Lily remarked with a wave of her hand as Severus' eyes narrowed. Far less than that, I would have you know, Save responded, nitpicking as he did. And in times of far lessened worry, have I not imposed onto you the severity of the crisis that might be unfolding within our school walls? And yet you insist on venturing out alone, without seeming cause nor care of my silver hairs. You don't have a single white hair, you drama queen. Lily rolled her eyes and stepped back to a respectable conversational distance. It seemed she had somehow lost her charm over her dear husband. Perhaps marriage had lifted that particular veil of mystery. And I get it. You have the jitters that there's a great terrible snake running about the castle that wants to eat muggle-borns. But honestly, Save, do you expect me to shut myself into my tower and refuse to come down until I'm escorted? From the glower she received, it seemed that was exactly what he expected of her. Oh, come on. We both know there is no way in hell that I'd agree to that. I would go batty within hours into that sentence. Lily wandlessly conjured a stool to perch upon as she gave a dismissive shrug. Besides, brewing season is upon us again, and it's my turn to start the potion. When have we decided that? Save asked with a frown, seeming genuinely concerned that he might have forgotten a scheduled event. But Lily let his concerns off gently. Just now. I've decided to come down to the labs on Saturday to commence this vital portion of work, and if you do insist on me bringing an escort, I warn you, you will have unsolicited visits from Gryffindors day in and day out. Severus closed his eyes as he released a long-suffering sigh. His greatest weakness, excessive socialization from members of a house that almost prided itself for not respecting personal boundaries. No. Well, then I'm afraid we're back to our classic arrangement, Lily quipped with a victorious grin. Sinking into his own stool, Severus ran a hand over his thin face. The light that caught his face, combined with that motion that spoke volumes of unseen exhaustion, caused Lily's grin to falter. She hadn't noticed the pallor of his skin, nor the darkness of the rings about his eyes, just a shade more pale and darkened respectively, but a minute difference she could not take note of. Lily stepped forth from her conjured stool to approach the flagging boy, turning his face with a touch to better see the ravages of stress in the dimmed light. My goodness, are you really so concerned that you're worrying yourself to exhaustion? She almost tutted. I have a lot on my mind, came his non-committed mumble, his pitch-black eyes taking on a weary glaze. Do share, Lily prompted gently. Is it really about my running about without precautions really tying you in a knot? It's part of it. Save murmured as he leaned his head into her hand upon his cheek. Though their relationship had changed, she never knew him to let his guard down, even with her, without true emotional strain. The last time had been when he said goodbye to his mother. I can get Marlene to walk me down here. Lily relented, cringing as those words fell from her lips. She would have to endure her best friend cussing him out for the entire duration. Lily felt a tendril of distress curling at the thought. It felt like a terrible step towards a long surrender, but to her surprise, Save shook his head. No, perhaps you're right. I am being too paranoid. A smile touched Lily's lips as Save fixed his weary dark eyes upon hers. The last cockerel's not even dead. Why would anyone risk a most valuable creature so recklessly? That would be rather foolish for Slytherin's heir. You were about to say Gryffindor, weren't you? Lily quipped lightly, teasing in tone. I wouldn't dream of it, he muttered dryly, but the barest lift in the corners of his lips conveyed more sarcasm than any eye roll ever could. Lily ran her fingers through his hair, teasing the thick strands as she felt his tension ebb. Have we solved your current crisis, then? She asked with a sweet smile, enjoying the way he looked when he closed his eyes and relaxed against her touch. But then his eyes opened again, a strain etching itself under his eyes. Not entirely. She peered curiously into his darkened eyes, urging him to continue with a gentle but playful tug of his hair. But no amusement broke through his darkened facade, only stony contemplation. I was simply contemplating life. Well, that's vague, and an oddly philosophical use of your time, Lily quipped with a lopsided grin. Are you turning into a romantic on me? His dark, thin brows pinched as if he found the thought mildly insulting. If you must mock me, no, not at all. Please do go on. Lily released his hair and sat back and crossed her legs together in imitation of patience, But she could already see her misstep into humour was ill-placed once again as he seemed to withdraw where he sat. She almost gave up hope of receiving an answer when he finally spoke, a low, muted tone. It's hard to believe, only a year ago, we started on this path together. His words took on a sentimental tone. Had we not, how different my life could have been. A smile came unbidden to Lily's lips. He was really sounding the utter romantic. Bit late for any second thoughts on this side of marriage. She teased lightly, eliciting a small smile from his stony facade, but that too faded. I was exceedingly lucky to have had this chance, Lily. You cannot imagine how lucky I was. He trailed off, a statement to which Lily thought was a gross underestimation of her ability to imagine. It was never a certainty that they would wind up on the road they did, and for the longest time, the idea of which would have been unimaginable. But now that they had, she could not feel things could have turned out any other way, not with the sudden and incredible change upon him, a newfound nobleness that had captured her heart. I don't think it could have happened any other way, Lily murmured, laying her hand softly upon his cheek, feeling the smoothness of his angular cheeks. But the look in his dark eyes seemed to tell her he believed otherwise. This lonelier life he was imagining seemed to almost glint off those dark pools, this future that would never happen. There's no point in twisting yourself over what-ifs. You're with me now, Severus. You found yourself back into my life and now we're married. Stop torturing yourself over hypothetical failure. Another smile broke through his dark countenance. I know, and I am grateful. Touched his hand upon her own, pressing it against his cheek. But I cannot forget the hopelessness of regret, a prison of the mind that I could not escape from. And here I thought you were studying sensibly. Turns out you're wasting time on frivolous exercises on anxiety, Lily quipped, resisting this depressing topic with every fibre of her being. He was going to make her feel guilty for casting him from her life, temporary as it was. But she had good reasons for doing it then, or so she thought. Had she spared him from the pain of uncertainty, could things have turned out the way they did? Would he have changed the way he did? His expression did not turn sheepish, as she expected her jokingly pointed words to turn his mind. Instead, his black eyes blinked once, then turned away, his hand releasing hers. I was simply thinking on the pain of regrets long past. I apologize if I was making you uncomfortable. Lily sighed and reached out with both hands, taking his chin between them to literally hold his gaze. You're right. I don't want to think about that time either. You don't understand how much it had hurt me to do what I did then. I felt I had to at the time. You've proven me wrong since, and now I feel like crap for doing it to you. You're not helping with your sappy, sorrowful remembrance. That smile returned, the tenuous one that hung between existence and the imagined. I am not blaming you for it, Lily. With a huff, she stood to pull him close. I'm sorry for putting you through that regardless. I wished things turned for the better before it had to happen. No blame lies with you, Lily. The foolishness was mine. That was all on me, Save muttered, his breath hot against her neck as his thin arms enveloped her waist. I am thankful for the second chance. I do not know what I did to deserve it. A tired chuckle tumbled from Lily's lips, mirth that twisted from her heart when her emotions did not know what to do with itself. It was your noble heart, Save. That is what made me fall in love with you, and that's why you deserve it. His noble heart, she had said. Nobility was not a quality anyone had ever noted before. Certainly not himself. It was not his nature to put the needs of others before himself. If his actions had ever seemed otherwise, it was because his needs were that of his duty. The promises he had kept to a woman who could no longer hold him to it. It wasn't nobility that drove him, but if that was the quality that brought him her heart, he would not dissuade her otherwise. But he had to confess, her words cut to the core of his current conundrum. The choice laid before him, the decision he was tasked. Should he act now and postpone the danger to the school and minimize the danger to himself and the one he loved, or to raise the stakes and eradicate the danger in its entirety? The decision had haunted him in the hours since he descended from the headmaster's office and drove him to the isolation of his laboratory. It had enticed him to the focus stone he had forged from deathly memories, to hold the relic and gaze about the ruin of his true self. The danger of future attacks was not prominent. He had rationalized with himself. So long as the diary was destroyed, there should be no real reason as to how the creature could be released again. But that was honestly an if, for there should never have been another incident since the Dark Lord's own departure from this institution, and the insidious man had found a way around his own absence. To say that the future was secure by the destruction of this one path to the chamber was naively optimistic. However, even so, he had all but decided to disregard this. The school's future welfare was no longer his concern. This lifetime was his own, and he was no longer shackled to its fate. But that brought his decision to another piece of uncomfortable contemplation, and that was Dumbledore's admission. How the man sought a non-destructive method of neutralizing the ring Horcrux as a means to ease his own regrets. Up until this lifetime, Snape had never thought the man to have ventured a direction wrong. The dreams had informed him most assuredly otherwise. Albus Dumbledore had as much to regret as any man that ever walked this magical earth, perhaps more. And though he had lived a long life, perhaps enough to atone and come to terms with his past, his regrets never truly settled. This ring, it seemed, held a significant purpose to the headmaster, an artifact that the old man seemed convinced could somehow ease his regrets. A goal the old man had almost been willing to risk lives for, but stopped short of committing to the decision himself. A sentiment Snape understood intimately, for until most recently he had lived his regrets as his reality. Had he a way to ease that pain, no matter how obscure, he would have stopped at nothing to obtain it. Not even the prospect of harming his charges, or those he would call friends, would have given him cause to hesitate. Perhaps that was the greatest difference between him and the likes of Albus Dumbledore. The old man found a semblance of peace with himself by leading a life of altruism and activism, while Snape could not find it in himself to claw out of his pit of self-pity enough to offer a thought to anybody else. It was perhaps only now, when his life took on a more satisfactory tone, could he find it in himself to reflect upon another. To understand that the regret of past mistakes was not wholly his own to pity. That one such as Albus Dumbledore had walked this path, and his grief had not chained himself so single-mindedly. But even a man such as he could not ignore the prospect of a path from his regrets, but he could only bring himself so far as to leave the decision in the hands of another. As Snape held the stone, glaring darkly at the foul mark adorning his weathered forearm, he dwelled darkly upon this decision. He had every right to act selfishly, to protect what he had now, regardless of any hypothetical future trauma that the school might occur and the potential easing of the pain of another, of the man who had given him a chance when he had nowhere else to turn, a man who had demanded everything from him to win this war, who forced him to fight for things he did not care about, a man who had tried and failed to make him walk the path of a better person. A path that had perhaps been the key to easing that man's own regrets. But Snape had been gifted a chance that Albus Dumbledore had not. His own regrets were diminished by the love of the very person he had wronged, and he knew how lucky he had been, and how easily he could have been denied all of it and laid to the ground without ever tasting a day of happiness or relief. Empathy was what he lacked as a professor and a human being, a bitter man who would not venture far from his own core. But as happiness thawed his frozen heart, decisions such as these were not as simple and clear-cut as they were before. He could not remove himself from his actions, and he could no longer shield himself from the cuts of another's pain. The troubled thoughts would not leave him, even as he sat in the slithering common room preparing to encounter Avery, to bring this matter to its safest, most logical conclusion. But as the boy entered through the hidden wall, pale and withdrawn, refusing to look up as if he feared to meet the eyes of those around him, Snape could not muster the will to act. He willed himself to close his eyes and continue this path, hoarding his happiness as was his right. But he knew it was no longer in his nature to do so, that somehow, despite never intending to, his own path had diverted. Lily had said that she loved him for his noble heart. Perhaps in this, he needn't lie to her. The role of head girl had as much responsibility as an enforcer and as a role model. So Lily couldn't help but feel guilty as she found herself sneaking off from her scheduled Hogsmeade patrol to rendezvous with her friends at a small bar at the inconspicuous end of the town. In her defense, however, she knew Severus to be more than capable of handling matters by himself. Never had a head boy been more gifted with the knack to predict and curtail trouble before it's finished brewing. Lily simply needed a break from it all every now and then. Hogsmeade had once been an exciting break from the routine of daily life, though life at a magical school could hardly be called monotonous, and it wasn't that she hadn't put in any work at all. She had already spent an hour in front of Zonko's joke shop confiscating contraband from its student patrons, much to their grumbling displeasure. Then an incident at the Three Broomsticks called for her attention. It seemed save Slytherin friend Urquhart had finally gotten tired enough of Susan's advances to reject her on no uncertain terms. The hysterical girl ran out in tears, leaving the poor boy stewing in silence and the butterbeer thrown in his face. This was to be her last visit to Hogwarts before graduation, as this was the last trip she could indulge before the Easter break and the subsequent exam spirit after school's return. She didn't want to spend the day chasing down troublemakers, not when the head boy enjoyed that activity far more. She had hoped to include Severus in the activity, but knew it was pointless to even try. The boy had just about proven himself adamant on the course of rules and the following thereof. This was all's more the pity, as she had found their time spent together dwindling in the face of unspecified responsibilities he'd ghost away several times a day to undertake. Once she tried following him, and made it as far as the 7th floor before he discovered her on his tail, and he proceeded to abort his plans. Lily gets that he was a private person, and that she really should give him some space, but Gryffindors don't deal well with curiosity or boredom. It was with this vein of thought that she had made arrangements with Marlene and the Marauders to enjoy a few hours of irresponsible revelling in Hogsmeade as they once had before duty took Lily away. And for whatever reason, they had chosen to hold this get-together in this tiny run-down dive at the edge of town named the Hog's Head Inn. She paused at the doorway, wondering if she even had the right place. The window on the side of the building was so dirty she couldn't even peer through it. If it weren't for the lopsided sign, she might have taken the establishment for a badly maintained storage shack. Thankfully, she wasn't left to hesitate for long as a rap at the window alerted her that someone inside could at least see her through the smudged panes. She could barely make out the form of a hand waving to and fro, beaconing her in. She didn't need to be invited twice, and without another thought, Lily entered through the rough-hewn doors, only to be greeted by the shocking sight of a piercing blue set of eyes glaring at her from behind the bar counter. Professor Dumbledore. She uttered without thought, eliciting a scowl from the man in a manner most unlike her kindly professor. Immediately James was at her side. She didn't mean that, Aberforth. Sorry, old pal. To Lily, however, he leaned in with a terse warning. Try not to offend the old goat. You get kicked out once, and it's likely a lifetime ban. How was what I said in any way offensive? Lily grumbled as she followed James to their table of friends, not difficult to locate, as it seemed it was the only table currently occupied. Marlene shuffled her stool over to give Lily space in that cramped area, indicating the glowering bartender with a tilt of her head. Lily say the big D word. Oh, yes, James replied with a cool ruffle of his hair as he dropped onto the stool opposite, between Sirius and Remus. Literally, the first impression she made. Everyone at the table winced, and it was all Lily could do to glance about in confusion. Sure, on second glance, it was oh so obvious the barman wasn't Dumbledore. Though his eyes were that same shade of piercing blue, his hair and beard were stringy and grey, and there was something distinctly goat-like in his appearance. Perhaps it was simply first glance, when she first stepped from the brightness of a lightly clouded day into the contrasting dim gradient of a bar with mostly obscured windows. The more she looked at the man, the less he resembled the first glance. Quit staring. You might get us thrown out, Sirius muttered in a low tone, a surprisingly deferential attitude from the usually quite cocky boy. He's the only bartender that served the hard stuff to students, Marlene whispered to Lily's unasked question, prompting the girl to round on the other prefect at the table with upraised brows. Remus could only sheepishly shirk her look with a quick draw from his suspicious tankard. James didn't look the least abashed. We're all 18. We can drink as we like. But Madame Rosmeter still refuses to pour for us. Sirius reminded him quite sternly. The two boys exchanged a grimace as Marlene turned to Lily. Want one? She asked, indicating her own glass of miscellaneous contraband. Certainly not. Lily could already hear the earful she would get from Severus if he even whiffed the tone of alcohol on her breath. He had become an incredible stickler for the rules in recent times. One dare say being head boy was suiting him. "Well then, get a butter beer, then you wet blanket," Sirius drawled, as he drew shamelessly from his frothing glass. That would have been a preferable idea, had it not been for the uncomfortable realization that she couldn't afford to spend recklessly any longer. The 10 sickles and 12 nuts that rattled about her coin pouch was everything she had on her, and with the profits made from the sale of her house after mortgage and solicitor funds were deducted, her sum total sat uncomfortably light in her Gringotts bank statement. "I think I'll give Butterbeer a pass, too. I got to watch my spending," she mumbled, feeling herself reddening. James' dark brows knitted together with concern. "Didn't your dad leave you anything?" "He did. He left me a house. But I had to sell it. What's left of that has got to keep both me and Save going until life settles down," Lily sighed, reality biting harshly as those words left her lips. Marlene glared at her in utter disbelief. "Wait, what? It can't be all on you, surely. What's he contributing to all this?" Lily didn't answer. They all knew the answer. There was no point flogging that dead horse. Severus Snape had not a sickle to his name, and that was not what she married him for. But the realization was beginning to sink in how difficult their lives were going to be once school ended and they were set upon the wider world. No more free meals, no more free accommodation. It would be just the two of them, struggling desperately against their dwindling resources. It made it all the more clear she couldn't afford even a single stray nut unaccounted for. "We'll manage, somehow." Lily put on a braver face as she could. She was beginning to understand why Save frowned so much. "Well, it just won't do for you to be the only one left out here. A round of bubblies on me," James announced, standing from his seat. With objections on the tip of her tongue, Lily was stopped by a bracing hand upon her shoulder. "Just let him," Marlene sighed through a barely contained smile. "He's got coin, and he gets antsy if he isn't allowed to part with it. Doesn't get the least bit under your skin how quick Prongs is to buy drinks for another girl." Sirius prodded with unneeded antagonism. To which Marlene barely scoffed. "If he were a closer breed of philanderer as you perhaps. Can't tie this much masculinity down. I have to be shared." Black winked at Lily with a wolfish grin, a little too confident with his own wild good looks. "Since me mate's not after you no more, if you want to try a bite I'm more than offering." "I'm married," Lily responded with a withering glare. Without an ounce of shame, Black waved that fact off like it was non-consequential. "Yeah, but to Snivelus. Can't imagine he'd be doing it for ya." "You're such an unbelievable arse," Marlene snorted with a shake of her head as Lily found herself struck momentarily speechless with a mixture of mortification and rage. Thankfully, it was at that moment that James returned, a collection of tankards levitated to the table in a neat cluster. "Hope everyone's thirsty again." He grinned as he set his precious cargo down onto the scratched and grime-smeared table. But as everyone set about collecting their glass, he winced as if just remembering something. "Shit, I forgot you weren't drinking alcohol, Lily. Let me reorder." "Don't bother," Lily huffed, reaching for a frothing tankard. "I need a properly stiff drink after all that vileness." "Only a properly stiff drink." Black snipped back with a wink that set Lily's skin crawling. James shot his best friend a warning glare as Remus shot her an apologetic smile, and Peter burst into a fit of inebriated giggles. Lily glowered as she took her first draught of the frothy brew, wincing at the lukewarm bitter taste as the bubbles flattened upon her tongue. "Oh, ignore him, Lils. He's such a crass bastard even when he's not smashed," Marlene remarked with a shrug. "I'd rather not hear it." "This didn't used to be a problem," Lily muttered into her drink, still trying to get used to this unfamiliar bitterness. But Black just didn't seem to get the hint and wrap things up. "It's not like I couldn't tell you're all kinds of good-looking, even if your personality sucks absolute rot. Still, can't compete against my best mate. He wouldn't have stood a chance." "Poor delusional Padfoot. That's your last drink, I think." Marlene shook her head with a loopy grin of her own, as if she found the whole situation amusing. Black, however, didn't feel the least bit contrite. "Nor still got plenty more to give. Fill her up, will ya, Prongs?" he asked as he drained the last dregs of his only recently filled mug. "I think if you want any more, you should be getting it yourself." James replied a little tersely, to which Black, even half-sloshed, managed to pick up. "He's still into her. You see that, Marley, you see." "I think you need to sober the hell up," Marlene snapped, suddenly no longer in a jovial mood. And leave Lily the hell alone. Don't you see she don't want none of your innuendos? Black turned an upraised eyebrow upon the ruffled girl. Don't tell me you have the hots for her too. I can't believe Mary thinks you're all right, Lily muttered with a shake of her head. Black seemed not in the least abashed. Hey, the bird's got good tastes, and she knows how to share. Which reminds me, what's the status of her and Truman? You know, that Hufflepuff. That's old news, mate, Marlene supplied in between her gulps. She's already moved on to some Ravenclaw guy. Sirius winced. Damn, missed my window. So you want to go, Lily? You know, to know what you're missing out with, saddled with your gremlin of a husband. Peter suddenly snorted loudly, breaking down into a fit of hissing giggles. Innuendo. Innuendo, he slurred, fairly late to the topic, before hiccuping once and falling backwards out of his stool. Yup, he's had enough, Remus observed in an even tone, nudging his own half-sipped glass to the middle of the table. And I think we would all be wise to take heed of this lesson. I'm done too. Well, after this mind-numbing exchange, I don't think I am, Lily announced with a growl and reached for her fellow prefect's unfinished pint, pushing her own empty glass to the side. It was perhaps a drink too many in hindsight, as Lily made her way back down the main street of the Hogsmeade Main Road, trying her best not to appear as if she had been drinking. It seemed a trivial task, one that she accomplished daily when she actually hadn't been imbibing, one that she felt she was accomplishing quite successfully, until she ran into the very man she knew would disapprove of her little stunt the most. Have you been drinking, Lily? Severus asked the moment he laid eyes on her. How on earth could he tell? No, she lied, quite proud her voice came out perfectly enunciated. She only had the 3 drinks. In the span of an hour, she wasn't so foregone. She could walk straight and everything. But Save seemed to know the truth, because darn it, he was too clever to trick. It's against school rules to drink, Lily, even if you are of legal age. You know this. He insisted, like the straight-laced stick in the mud he was. Can I convince you to look the other way? Lily winked, drawing close to him, only to have him take a distinct step backwards. You've convinced me, he muttered with a tilt of his head to the direction of the castle. I'll finish the patrol. You get back and sober up. I can't handle you when you're like this. Oh, I hadn't realized you could handle me at all. Lily almost crooned with a wink. I must up my game. Please don't take it as a challenge, he sighed, but she could see the smile edging around his lips. He was disappointed in her, but not to the point where he couldn't enjoy their flirtatious exchange. With a smile and a wave, Lily took her leave and headed back to the castle. By the time she arrived, the sun was setting behind her, and she was beginning to feel mighty drowsy. Unfortunately, she realized there was one last article of duty she had yet to finish. Wolfsbane, that constantly present duty to her curse-ridden friend. Lily had begun to take on an equal proportion of the duty in this area, having had a hand in making each of the steps of the brewing process. She could even take on the nightly maintenance duties without supervision now, but somehow that felt ill-advisable at the moment. Though she felt herself steady, and her mind light but clear, her own potioneering instincts, her friend's vital potion felt like an unidle sobriety test. But still, it felt like an incredible lapse of responsibility to simply skip out on tonight's duties and leave it all to Save. There was only so much irresponsibility she could shamelessly flaunt. However, even as she settled in the lab, into her usual conjured seat, she floundered for something to do when she knew the potion was off limits. Then an idea came to her, a curiosity that had been haunting her since she first spotted it the week before. She turned her eyes to the shelf at the back of the room, fixing them upon that little wooden box hidden among the equipment, warded with more than enough spells to stoke the curiosity of any bored Gryffindor. It was all that Snape could do not to belt down the dungeon corridor the moment he felt his trespass ward tripped. Someone had not thought to check for silent detection wards when untangling the myriad of complex spells Snape had thought sufficient to keep intruders away. But after decades of losing supplies from his personal potion stores, he should have expected not to be so optimistic about the resourcefulness of even dunderhead students. Snape burst through the heavy oak doors of his laboratory, wand out, and ready to face this brazen trespasser. He should have guessed it could only be Lily, even before her wide green eyes flitted upon his pointed wand, her lips parted in surprise, and his deathly focus stone held lightly between his fingers. With a hiss and a flick of his wand, he flung the stone from her loose grasp, allowing the substance to clatter harshly across the stone floor. He felt anger burn hotly beneath his collar, fanned on by the chilling fear of what she might have seen, the ruin of his true self that the stone would reveal, the twisted features of the man she had actually married. But instead of questioning everything she must have seen, a sheepish smile flitted across Lily's face. "Whoops," was all she said, more embarrassed to have been caught than to have committed an offense against her husband's privacy. "What did you see?" Snape demanded urgently, not trusting her innocent flippancy as an indicator of calm seas. She winced at the tone of his voice. "A pretty black stone and a pretty angry husband." She winced as she bowed her head and murmured into the front of her robes, seeming to realize she crossed some sort of line with her nosiness today. Snape frowned as he peered questioning at the contrite girl as he summoned the stone with a flick of his wand. The room immediately shifted, turning the air into that dense, undeniable monochrome, brushing the beautiful girl standing before him with a bright, luminous glow that cut right through the thick, colorless dark. It was something he could not notice, and he could only frown with confusion at the girl who stood before him. "Did anything change when you held it?" He continued, perhaps pushing his luck, but he had to know now that the question had been raised. She glanced up, her green eyes seeming eager at this civil line of inquisition, perhaps hoping she was in the clear with her blatant rash of recent misbehavior. No, should something have. After a moment's hesitation and deliberate consideration, Severus held out the stone, offering the piece wordlessly in an experiment that warred with his fears. "If you feel anything off, anything at all, drop it immediately," he ordered solemnly, only to have her sweep up the silvery black stone without hesitation or start. The world returned to its dim, vibrant color palette as the now non-glowing red-headed girl turned that mysterious stone in her hand, peering curiously with wide-eyed anticipation. Snape tugged his too short sleeve, carefully ensured his forearm properly covered. "Anything," he ventured cautiously. Her green eyes lifted from the stone, resting upon what should have been his wizen features. I think it's warmer." Snape's dark brows met in a frown, thoughtful now the concern had passed. He took the stone back, feeling the hollowness settle upon his senses. The color washed from the walls surrounding, the candle flames burned a dull, flickering white, the red bleeding from Lily's hair. His weathered hands grasped the stone. Scars and calluses he didn't earn in this lifetime etched along his fingers, his nails chipped and worn, and no doubt yellow had color been emulated. And yet Lily noticed none of this. "I had feared the worst when you held this stone, for I created it with an untested property at its core." Snape offered by means of explanation, turning the silver-laced shard of darkness between his calloused fingers. "I still do fear the worst, Lily, because you have an insatiable curiosity and seem to display not an ounce of caution or forethought in your actions." The shimmering monochrome girl gave a hesitant grimace. "In my defense, I had been drinking." "That is never a defense." His words lashed from his tongue quite harshly, and he regretted his tone the moment it formed. Words and intent that had been for another breed of irresponsible drinkers. Lily, too, felt the brunt of a sentiment intended for his parents, seeming to wince as if physically struck. Silence stretched between them as Severus turned away, unable to muster the words to retract the barb in his words. He dropped the stone, drawing his breath in deep as color returned to the world, bringing a shimmer touch to Lily's bright green eyes. Tears, perhaps, hurt for his sudden flare of his black temper. "Sorry," he murmured, glancing away. "I was not." He had been annoyed by her reckless curiosity, actions that could very well lead her to knowledge she simply could not have. But he had known her nature since the day he fell in love with her, knowledge he'd held for 2 lifetimes. She had the curiosity of a cat with half the sense and too much courage for her own good. Her youth combined with her nature seemed to paint the world so consequence-free. To have stuck her face into the pensive before she even knew what it was, to be behind every door whenever there was conversation to be overheard, to have fallen in love with a man who wasn't any good to her, who cannot bear true the ruins of his soul. "No, you're right," Lily conceded with a sudden huff and deflation. "I shouldn't have been drinking today. It was stupid of me, and I should have remembered your parents." Not you," Snape stated firmly, his black eyes fixing her shimmering ones. "Don't ever believe that I hold you to the disdain I hold them. I would never ask you to abstain from experience, only to follow through responsibly. A smile shone through, whisking away the tears that might have been forming, but he could not help himself from opening his mouth and wiping away the settling peace between them. Though I would appreciate it if you were a tad less nosy about my affairs. Excuse me, we're married. Lily's brows shot up as her pretty lips twisted in disapproval. What an innocent notion of the whole ordeal she must have if she thought marriage wiped away the secrets. As we are, and our lives will entwine far more intimately now, I'll give you that, Snape offered, verbally backstepping. But privacy is still a part of my nature, as I'm certain curiosity is yours. I ask that you ask me about your bugbears, rather than place yourself in mortal danger to uncover them. Oh, but that's half the fun, came Lily's reply, hopefully with a lack of seriousness, as indicated by the smile that was edging her lips once more. Then she leaned in suddenly as if taken by a thought, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, since you offered, I need to ask, where do you keep running off to just about every day? Snape stilled, suddenly regretting everything he had just said. This didn't have anything to do with knowledge he could not reveal, it was simply a matter of supreme embarrassment. I go to the room of requirements. It was a truthful offer, but incomplete, and he should have known it would raise more questions from her than answers. For what? She pressed on, evidently enjoying every second of this. Snape settled himself, taking his words close to the truth through the route of least embarrassment. I needed a room to practice, powerful spells that need containment. The answer was far less exciting than she likely imagined, for the curious amusement blinked straight out of her wide green eyes. The truth was, he had been preparing himself to face the dark creature that was coming, and to do that he needed to condition himself in body and spell work. He took note of the training regime he was given during the days of his descent, methods that held relevance outside the army of darkness. While not wholly embarrassing a notion in itself, the fact that a large portion of it involved physical fitness was not something he would be willing to admit for fear of seeming as if he was attempting to emulate the muscle heads in Gryffindor. Stamina was such a necessary quality for anyone with a hope of surviving prolonged combat, even for the most dexterous of duelists such as he. A quality he had lost in the later years of his life due to lack of dedication to his form. But this was what he must develop if he hoped to survive his encounter with the basilisk, an event he had already determined would be earmarked upon this lifetime. He had chosen the harder path with the better outcome for the highest number of people, but he intended to give himself the best chance to survive it, so he could live a life his heart had wished for before his mind had ever decided on a wish. Have I sated your curiosity, Lily? Asked steadily, summoning his crystal box from her side of the table. Yup, you pooped that party flat, she replied with a solemn nod. So you're gonna put that crystal back in your terrible hiding spot? Snape hesitated upon closing the box, her words grating upon his anxious spirit. I would rather carry it on me, but unless I wish to risk my hole-lined pockets, I do not think that's the better option. Lily barely rummaged about her pockets when she pulled out an empty drawstring pouch. Carry it in this, then. Just happened to have a spare money bag on you, did you? Snape muttered dryly, but not ungratefully. Yeah, was totally prepared for the day when you would have enough to finally fill one, she snarked dryly, and likely without ill intent, but she winced at her own joking flippancy and quickly offered a less pointed explanation. It was my backup money bag. It was supposed to hold a few galleons because Dad and I figured we can't go down to Gringotts too often. I used the last of it to pay for our wedding. Snape had offered to sell his gold medal made of true gold to cover that wedding. She had refused, of course, citing she'd take care of it, and that his medal was symbolic proof to the world he was amazing. Admittedly, it would have made a good impression upon the job hunt, but in the end, that meant he relied on her to cover the entire cost of the ceremony. Another mark upon his life marred by his lack. But Lily shared none of these disparaging thoughts while shoving the pouch quickly into his hands, as if she feared he might refuse. Now you can just carry it, and never worry about nosy busybodies like me stumbling onto it. A pouch that shouldn't have been empty, then, Snape muttered as he accepted his cargo, eliciting a wincing grimace from the girl who had given up so much to be with him. And to this day he could not fathom why. Never had an empty pouch felt so heavy. Easter had arrived. and with it the sudden onset of heat and humidity. Clouds were thick and heavy with rain the day the carriages left with the students bound for home, and Lily felt loneliness keenly as she watched them go. She would have been one of those who left, back when she had a family and a home to return to. But her home now was no more. Sold to settle debts she never knew she had, and to pad out a bank account she never knew was so meager. Her father's death changed her entire world, and every expectation she had of it. At the very least, she still had family, and she did not need to go anywhere to be with him. Severus signed on to stay, as he always did, and for now she could not be more grateful that there was still family she could spend her holidays with. Returning to the coolness within the castle walls, Lily breathed out a pent-up sigh, for relief for the slight dissipation of that suffocating warm mugginess, and to settle her unsettled heart. She did not want to enter the breakfast hall looking miserable, not when there were so few students left, and she could not hope to get lost in the crowds. But as she entered the grand chamber, so too did Hagrid, busting through the main doors from just behind her. She had to quickly sidestep to allow his hefty form through, any greeting dying upon her tongue from the dark look that plagued his shaggy face. And in his massive hands, he gripped the limp bodies of 7 mangled cockerels. Chapter 50. The Chamber Opens. Chapter text. Within seconds of Hagrid's startling appearance, Severus was by Lily's side, concern upon his face. "You must go now. Go up to your dorm and do not come out under any circumstances," he urged, as he pulled her from the hall. Wait, wait. What about the other kids?" Lily glanced over her shoulders at the dozen or so that remained behind, most of them from the younger years, none of them with a clue of what might be transpiring. But Save did not stop, nor did any words of concern fall from his thin lips. "So long as you're safe." Lily dug in her heels and wrenched her hand from his grasp. "Severus Snape, if there is a clear and present danger, as you say, then there is no way, as a student leader, that I could flee to safety while leaving everyone else behind." Save rounded on her, his dark eyes flashing with frustration. "And how are you to convince them to do as you say? Herding the young is like herding cats. Tell them of what is coming, and I guarantee you at least half of your feckless Gryffindors will be off scouring the hallways for sign of present and looming danger." His so generous assessment of the survival instincts of her housemates was unflattering, but not entirely incorrect. However, where Save excelled in cunning ability, he lacked in social know-how. There was more than one way to herd cats, and chasing them was the least efficient of the lot. "Leave it to me, Save. I'll get everyone to safety, all right." Lily promised, and before Save could object she returned to the great hall and announced loudly, "Party up in the room of requirements within 15 minutes. Every student invited. Just because we're not going home for the holidays doesn't mean we can't have some fun." The atmosphere livened immediately, bright eyes of the younger years widening with excitement at the prospect. The stone was rolling for the likelihood of getting everyone swiftly into a contained and safe environment. Now all Lily had to do was send a doe down to the head elf in the kitchens and request some simple party foods be sent up. They were usually quite accommodating, never begrudging any student of requests within their scope of achievement. Only the older years, the 7th years in particular, looked as if they needed a little cajoling. Susan and Pandora both stayed behind to put their noses to the grindstones, isolated from similar distractions of home and hearth, but as Gryffindors they probably still could turn away from a good dose of socialization. "See." She turned to Save with a wink as already the youths were clamming towards the exit. "Catch more cats with milk than with a sack." A smile touched his lips, perhaps impressed by her ingenuity, but before she could dash off to finish the last leg of her task, Save caught her and brought close for a sudden and unbidden kiss. Unexpected was the word, and in view of all in the hall. Not something she would have ever thought Save would do. But as he parted, there was an odd hint of sadness in his eyes, fear perhaps for what might happen, and sorrow for the loss that fear had already convinced him was certain to be. With a gentle hand upon the back of his neck, Lily held him close, touching their foreheads together as she met his dark eyes with a smile. "Hey, come on. No worrying. I'll aim to stay safe, I promise." And with that, she pushed away and headed for the grand doors, following the torrent of other kids headed up the stairs. "You gather your Slytherins and convince them they're invited. I'll see you up there, all right, Save." Those dark eyes hardened as he gave one stiff nod before she was swept out of sight by the bustling crowd. Lily's idea was efficient. Snape would concede. She had lured a good majority of the kids away with the promise of joviality and community. Several of their numbers were left, mostly older students, in particular the Ravenclaws, likely eager to set themselves into their studying fervor. It probably wasn't to be a problem, as sealing themselves away to study in the library or common rooms was probably about as safe as they could get outside the room of requirements. She doubted any beast could get past Madame Pince and her vicious dedication to silence. But perhaps it was fortunate nobody would have to find out, for the headmaster at least had the foresight to close the library for the week of the holiday, driving the students and teachers from the first floor and procuring the clearest stretch of hall possible lest Snape fail in his attempts to nip it in the chamber. Mulciber was the only fool left, sitting pointlessly in the hall, still staring forlornly at the empty seat where his Gryffindor infatuation had sat. The girl had left with her companions, along with the horde of eager children, out of the way of present danger. Lily had asked me to ensure that the Slytherins know they're invited, though considering how quickly the others had left, she likely meant just you. Snape offered to the boy as minimum effort to this one duty. He could not allocate more time than this, not when he had to prepare himself for the task to come. Snape's hand grasped tightly about the ebony handle of the wand in his pocket. Discreetly he flexed his fingers, trying to loosen his locking joints. Tension thrummed through his body, so familiar, yet so foreign to this lifetime. The tension that came with the looming prospect of endangerment, the subtle strain of muscle and mind that came with courting death. A familiar friend in another life. A familiar tone to this old mind. Once he had even welcomed the prospect it might bring, for his last life had been hell, and death would have been a relief. But no more. Never had his life been worth so much to him, a future he so wished to experience to persist. The tension this time held fear, true fear from his pattering heart. Decide as you will, Mulciber. Go, don't go, doesn't matter, Snape muttered to the still reluctant boy, unwilling to allocate any more of his precious time to another's predicament. Just be prepared to live with your decision, and don't regret what you reap from cowardice. And without another glance back, Snape swept out of the hall and steeled himself for what was to come. Lily had asked him to meet her upstairs when he gathered the stragglers to weather out the calamity to come, but that would not be in the fates, for if there was to be an end to this peril, it must be by his hands. Dumbledore had left this morning for the alchemical conference, or so he had claimed, but truth was they had conspired for his disappearance to entice the heir to act, to narrow his window of opportunity, to ensure he'd be at his most predictable, to ensure Snape his greatest chance of survival. He did not know how much of this all the old daft man had informed the rest of his teaching staff, but it could not have been much by the looks of how calmly they took the revelation of the dead birds. He could not imagine the likes of Minerva McGonagall sitting so calm when danger knocked to claim her cubs, nor the motherly hen Pomona Sprout, or mentoring Flitwick. Danger loomed, also for every member of the teaching staff, but Snape had not the capacity to allocate worry to them. Should anything happen to any of those professors, men and women he had once stood by and taught with, those that stood against him during the last moments of his life, well, that sin would hang upon Dumbledore, not Snape, for it was he who had decided not to involve those pillars that held up his school, for fear of their actions breaking secrecy. A sacrifice he knew the conniving old man to be more than capable of making. To ensure secrecy, Snape was the only one tasked by the headmaster to end the great beast, a plan they had discussed ad nauseum, an event that was unfolding too quickly for his liking. Snape had to calm himself, else he would be worn too thin before this encounter would even unfold. Exhaustion did not begin at the first notes of battle, but at the roiling tension that clawed at its approach. He could not afford to waste stamina on fear. He had to calm himself. He flexed his fingers as he mounted the stairwell that led from the entrance hall to the grand staircase, shrugging the tension from his shoulders. His blinks became long and deliberate as his mind's eye conjured the image of the grand creature, extracted from the mind of the 12-year-old boy who faced it. His imagination, combined with his visual memory, conjured the creature's great serpentine head and estimated where its eyes would be and how far its fangs might strike. This was to be a battle fought without visual aid if he wished to survive, and it all came down to his ability to predict and react. He could not look the creature in its eyes, for the glare of a basilisk was fatal to any that met it. He could already see the effect the creature's presence had on the school, for movements scurried about the walls. Spiders left their cozy webs, hung high about the stone ceiling and within corners that would have remained undisturbed. They scuttled for windows and cracks, straining to escape what they knew was coming. Wiser than he, perhaps. His foot landed upon the first-floor flight, feeling the weight of fear bound down upon him, bowing his back as tension screamed through his limbs. With conscious effort, he pressed down on it and stepped into the corridor, closing his eyes and casting his detection spells as he did so. Immediately he felt it, a grand, dark creature unfurling deep far beneath his feet. His heart pounded loudly in his ears as he watched it through his magical senses, sizing up the length of the creature and the power it must possess. It was little wonder why it was a Gryffindor that slew the beast in his previous life, for no child of any other house could possess the sheer arrogance to believe themselves capable of such a feat. He supposed the grand irony would be that he, a Slytherin, the most level-headed of that lot, was doing just that. I did say Filch's office, didn't I? Snape's eyes snapped open, only to find a wand pointed towards him. Rosier stood calmly before him, wand leveled to his heart. Despite your efforts in procuring my cooperation, you didn't seem to pay my words much heed. Rosier. I would have thought you had fled to safety, considering what lengths you had taken to be clear of the creature's path before it even emerged, Snape all but crooned. The boy's hooded eyes narrowed. So then, you have figured it out. A basilisk beneath our feet. Am I wrong? Snape remarked, his own wand gripped loosely in his grasp. Despite the age and experience that divided them, Snape did not give in to confidence. Rosier would become a duelist of incredible prowess, such that he was even able to take a piece of Moody in direct combat, though that had been his parting gift to the living. It might not be years before the boy could claim even a portion of that potential, but Snape had no doubt if it came to conflict, he would suffer for it for when he encountered his true opponent. Attrition was the greatest enemy. But thankfully, Rosier made no immediate move to attack, apparently content to simply hold Snape in place for now, though this was a standoff that had to be resolved, and soon. Knowing what you know, Rosier, should you not be hiding away? Snape offered in a testing tone, watching the boy's occluded eyes for any outward response. The common room seems as safe as any. I do not believe it to be Slytherin's best interest for his beast to maraud upon his dungeons. A smirk graced the boy's lips, but it contrasted with his eyes in a manner Snape could only describe as reluctant. Nothing would please me more than to tuck away and wait this one out. But when you receive orders from him, well, independent decisions become unwise. What orders are they to be so suicidal? Snape drew out the last word, emphasizing it, trying to remind the child that obedience might not be his best option. That I stop interlopers. Rosier replied, his wand shaking in his tensioned grasp. That I stand a damned guard dog and risk life and limb while Avery plays host to his word. He's being drained dry from the inside out. Did you know that? Punishment for his father's mistakes, he sneered, eyes flashing menacingly, perhaps with true concern beyond himself. Why did you not take heed of my advice to begin with? Why did you not investigate Filch's office and be rid of that damned book? It was that artifact that progenerated all this, that dark item that held the word of his. I was instructed to hide it for fear of investigation into the dead birds uncovering its discovery, but you were not very thorough in your responsibilities, were you, Snape? Rosier did not wish for this path. He was a reluctant pawn in all this, much like another too eager Slytherin child Snape had once known, and he too would be a victim in it all. Why did he not take that easy road? This could all have been prevented had he not thought to act the hero. The allure of total victory, the prospect of warding against future threats, to seek peace for another who needed it. I can stop this, reasoned Snape, his voice low and even. There needs not be any bloodshed. There needs not be any loss of life. Just step away and head for safety. Those hooded eyes narrowed, unswayed. And should you trump the beast, then what? I face my master and explain to him why you were allowed to do so. But Snape pressed on, banking on Slytherin reason. If I stand triumphant, what reasonable mind could believe you could have possibly succeeded in obstructing me? Silence stretched between them as slowly those hooded eyes softened. A smile finally broke upon that pale face, and with a nod Rosier finally withdrew his wand. Point taken, Snape. I was but an insignificant bump on your path. Those minutes wasted, mere moments as they might have been, had been significant enough to render a chamber assault unviable. Snape stood at the gaping entrance behind the shifted sink, eyes closed and feeling the slow rumble of the dark creature towards him. He could not enter and hope to slip by the thing undetected, and fighting in cramped piping was not ideal against a creature whose bulk could fill it. He would have to face the creature after it emerged, and hope all had taken heed to keep clear of these halls. He stepped back, feeling the dark creature move slowly beneath him, turning from its benign incline to a steep climb. With a deep-drawn breath, Snape slipped off his wedding ring, feeling the small but significant tug that told him of Lily's presence fade away from his senses. He could not afford the barest distraction when his eyes could not be used. He slipped that ring into the pouch upon his belt, just inside the flap of his worn robes, the same pouch that Lily had gifted him. He had taken her advice to carry his most precious stone on him, and as a result, it had become his most trusted pocket, as all the ones that came with his 7-year-old robes had long been worn to obsolescence. He could feel the creature climb past the underground labyrinth of the dungeons now, following the vast underground pipes through Slytherin territory. Snape stepped out of the brightly lit bathroom and readied himself in the poorly lit hallway, laying a disillusion spell upon himself, rendering his form harder to see. The spell prickled across his skin like an electric crackle. It was not perfect invisibility, and he did not know whether the creature relied upon its sight for more than just efficient murder. But at the very least, he hoped to impede the ability of the human companion that was no doubt emerging with it. For the heir to maintain control, he would need to be in earshot with the beast, and that likely meant Avery would emerge alongside the creature. And with one pulse of the human presence detection spell, he could see Avery ascending upon the creature's crown. The sounds of scraping scale echoed from the gaping entrance, reverberating within the bathroom and setting Snape's nerves alight. He pressed himself against the stone wall, wand gripped, as he fought desperately to unwind his tension. Committing to battle never used to be this hard, but he had never fought for anything so precious before. Then the thump sounded, of a great weight landing upon the stone tiles, and Snape knew, even without his detection spell, that the creature was only 10 feet away. Close enough to hex it, should he turn into the bathroom, close enough to land the first strike. But impatience would be costly, and if Snape were to face it on a level playing field, he would have to rely on his own strengths. And patience was one of his greatest. He heard Avery's voice sound from within, a twisted hissing issued from his throat. Parseltongue, as he had once heard it in another child's voice. He felt the great creature uncurl from the stone tile floor, its scales scraping harshly. The creature's great snout emerged. He could feel its breath, cool and foul, spilling into the suddenly too narrow hallway. Snape tensed, but this time he did not unwind. This time his tension hailed for preparation. For he counted under his breath, the length of the creature emerging, waiting for the calculated moment, for its great yellow eye to level with his wand. Incendio! A great spout of fire gushed forth from his wand, bathing a blanket area before him in flames, burning all that it touched. The great snake hissed in pain, its great bulk coiling inwards, lashing at the top of the arched entrance to the girl's bathroom. His eyes opened, and in that moment of optimistic uncertainty, he met the creature's scalded socket and knew he landed a blinding blow. But he could not take a moment to satisfy himself with that cheap surprise advantage. Immediately the human voice rang out, harsh hissed orders to the convulsing creature, a creature that still possessed one deadly eye and all of its envenomed fangs. Snape leapt back before the basilisk could gather itself, turning on his heel to dash madly for the turn in the corridor. The floor beneath him rumbled as the dark creature took pursuit, its bulk gaining ground fast. Sectum Sempra. Snape flung the spell over his shoulder, catching the creature in painful surprise, and causing it to miss the turn and barrel into the wall as Snape dove at the turn. It had passed so close Snape had felt its great fangs catch on his robes. His sleeve hung torn and tattered from his thin arm, The gash stretched down the entire left side of his robes, as close a call as any. Fire issued from Snape's wand, bathing the great coiled mass before him, hoping to catch its second eye by serendipity, while it lay stunned by the blow of its headlong rush and its own following bulk. It writhed in response, coiling defensively to protect its precious head. The smell of burnt hair filled the air as its keratinous scales scorched under Snape's assault. With unexpected suddenness, the basilisk reared up from its defensive position, causing Snape to screw his eyes shut and scramble backwards at its sudden motion. But instead of striking at him, the creature fled back down the hall from where it came, leaving behind blood and charred scales. Snape stood still, tracking its motion with his detection spell, confused as to what the creature was doing. It coiled into the safety of the bathroom and lay there as if waiting for an order perhaps. But too late did his thought turn to that of its master. Snape's wand flung from his hand as his eyes snapped open, in time to be knocked hard into the stone wall. Avery stood before him, diary in hand, while the other leveled his wand against his flawed opponent. Snape pushed himself unsteadily to his feet and felt the press of the wand tip to his throat. Had this been only Avery, Snape might have risked physical combat against the boy's untested reflexes, but this wasn't Avery he was facing. He could recognize those cruel eyes, even from the visage of another. There was no mistaking the Dark Lord's presence in the boy. "So it is a Slytherin that defies my basilisk," came Avery's voice, coupled with an unnatural purr. How unusual and foolhardy. But then the hand holding that wand tremored, that snake-like stare from eyes it did not belong to flickered. "Obey," came the hiss from Avery's serpentine voice as he seemed to struggle with himself. Without waiting to see what would arise from the boy's struggle against possession, Snape lashed out, launching himself at Avery and using the surprise and his newly acquired height to knock the boy unbalanced and cause him to drop the diary. He hissed in rage as Snape fell upon the book, tearing at its pages in an attempt to harm the spectre. "Crucio!" came the dreaded cry, before Snape's world lit up in a white-hot pain. Snape's body was racked with agony never felt by this young form, but reprieve found him as suddenly as the pain, and he lay panting upon the floor. The diary he clutched was prized from his loose fingers as he struggled to his knees. Curious. That voice sounded ponderous. "You act as if knowingly." Avery stepped before him, stooped to meet Snape's eyes. "Severus Snape, was it? You have a place in this boy's mind. So aware of you he is, so fearful." He felt that great well of power beyond his mind wall, the overwhelming force of the greatest legilimens that ever walked the earth. But with a deliberate blink, Snape forced the probing will away, the strength of his occlumency breaking the probing intent upon its iron will. Laughter met his ears, Avery's voice twisted with the madness that possessed him. Young talent, what inspiring potential. The cruelty gleamed in the boy's eyes, a gleam not his own. A truly terrible waste. Snape braced himself, but the torture tore through him easily, fogging his mind as a scream escaped from his throat. No memory could prepare him for this pain, no matter how frequent their association in the past. "You could have been something, Severus Snape. Talent was always welcome at my side," that demonic voice drawled. Though the pain lifted, the words could barely pierce the veil of lasting agony. Snape curled up in fetal position, his hands clasped about his spasming torso. He could feel the lingering pain clawing at his twitching muscles, his whole body pulled tense, unable to muster the energy to even pull upright. But as he brushed against the tear in his robes, his hand came in contact with a pulse of power. His deathly focus stone had been torn loose from the safety of its pouch and hung exposed. Weakly he grasped it, without really knowing why he did so, and what he had intended, and immediately the world shifted into that now familiar monochrome. His breath shortened, heart slowing in mockery of calm. His cramping muscles loosened such that he could shift his head and cast his eyes upon his assailant. Avery appeared before him no longer. Instead, a dark shadow overlay his young features. The cruel visage of a familiar tormentor shone from a far younger and still human figure, yet still grotesque in vision and in mind. And within his hands was clasped that diary, emanating the foulness that seeped through his body. Without knowing what compelled him, Snape mustered all the energy available to him, coiling his fingers about that stone, and struck out as hard as he could at the vile man before him. But he didn't touch the dark spectre, his stone not aimed for human flesh. Instead, he stabbed the book that the fiend held, square onto its leather-bound cover. Snape didn't know what his pain-addled mind had expected, but certainly not the scream that issued in Avery's voice. The dark visage of the spirit, possessing the boy, dissipating from the hole of light that was punched into his center, the very same hole that had crumbled away from the darkness about the diary, around the stone that touched upon its leather-bound surface. The touch of the focus stone transmuting not the physical properties of the diary, but the otherworldly aspect. The dark soul that clung to the artifact dissipated from both book and boy, leaving both suddenly and miraculously untouched by the foul magics that possessed them. Snape dropped the stone, with a clatter, gasping for breath as the sights and sounds of the real world came crashing back. Avery hung limply against the wall, conscious but visibly dazed, and Snape had been content for them both to simply exist there for the moment in order to slowly gather their wits. Only there was a pressing concern that could not be ignored. The sound of scales grating upon stone woke the boys to the impending danger, sending Snape scrambling for his wand, then to his feet with a heartfelt expletive. His entire body screamed against the motion as pain racked his very breath. "Close your eyes, Avery," Snape commanded, to which the boy only stared up at him gormlessly. Without another moment's alternate thought, Snape sent a blinding curse the boy's way, striking the sight from his eyes. With a panic, Avery clutched at his darkened orbs, but was not given longer than to panic. The great beast slid into their hallway, filling the corridor with its bulk. Snape faced it with his eyes clamped shut, cursing its one unobstructed eye. He pushed his body to move, every step causing his muscles to scream, but he could not engage it in this hallway. It struck forward, with such speed that Snape almost hadn't the time to fling a door open and dive in. He did not know how the creature would regard Avery. He had to trust it could not tell the difference between the boy's mortal form and the master who had recently commanded it. But Snape wasn't given long to ponder, as the basilisk turned its great serpentine head to the door, shifting brick and mortar to squeeze into that ill-fitting space. It knew Snape's scent, and it was intelligent enough to feel vengeful for the injuries wrought. Panic was not in Snape's nature, but the realization that he was trapped with no plan clawed at him, pulling tense his hurt-racked body. He ducked behind the professor's desk, the sturdiest barrier he could find, every movement painfully slow. He heard the sound of stone cracking, the door giving way to the bulk of the snake. With a vicious hiss, it struck out at the desk Snape hid behind, splintering every student desk that dared stand in its way. The great smash reverberated the floor. Snape felt his heavy barrier shudder, the terrible sounds of cracking meeting his ears. The creature reared back and struck again, this time its fangs piercing the heavy lacquered oak wood, splashes of venom dripping from their tip onto Snape's tattered robes in a hiss of corrosion. In a last-ditch effort, scraping through to the dredges of his maddest ideas, Snape pointed his wand from the eroding shelter of his desk to the chair knocked on its side. With a desperate push of magic, the furniture disappeared, only to be replaced by the likeness of a living, breathing cockerel. The creature ceased in its assault as Snape watched with bated breath, hoping the creature would be fooled. And then he felt it, the rumble of the great serpent struggling to escape through the too-tight doorway, retreating under the threat of the pseudo-chicken. Relief flooded Snape as he stood from his shelter, transfiguring several more items into a flock of lifelike roosters, directing them forward to chase after the retreating beast who slithered towards the turn of the corridor leading back to its bathroom sanctum. However, it did not turn into its sanctum, instead fleeing down the winding corridor to escape the flock of perceived pursuing roosters. It was an entirely too ridiculous turn about to this battle, but Snape was in no shape to derive any amusement. He limped in the opposite direction, passing the whimpering form of Avery. The boy was uninjured, and the blindness was temporary, and with the diary's influence defeated, he should need no immediate attention. No doubt the noise would lure Madame Pomfrey from a hospital wing, and if so, Avery would be discovered in due time, assuming he could end this battle before the snake chanced upon her. He hurried against his screaming muscles to re-engage the snake before it could wreak further havoc. Without the influence of its master, its purpose was now unpredictable. His body screamed out in pain as Snape pushed on, one foot after another, until he reached the doorway to the grand staircase. There he planted his feet and waited for the form of the creature to complete its circuit of the hallway. It had slowed in its movements, possibly due to tiring, or perhaps taking a reprieve as it freed itself from the far slower pursuit of Snape's false roosters. As the creature's dark form approached the turn, Snape leveled his wand to the corridor, keeping his eyes clamped shut. A great hiss greeted his ears, a warning that the snake had set its one good eye on him with recognition. He felt the creature slither forward with gathering haste, its immense scales scraping along the stones. Snape flicked his wand forcefully with his silent curse. Sectum Sempra. The spell struck the creature, eliciting a roaring hiss but not slowing its immense bulk in the slightest. With a swift sidestep, Snape stepped out into the stairwell, feeling the creature strike and miss inches behind him. With a great rumbling shudder, the creature struck the floor and writhed where it drove itself into the stone. Snape did not allow it a moment's reprieve, flinging curses through the doorway and harassing the blighted serpent. With alarming quickness, the creature righted itself, its grotesque head fighting through the archway, cracking through the tight stones. Snape dashed blindly into the railings as the creature coiled to strike. With a swing of his wand, Snape struck out the railing, sending a cascade of marble to the floors below, and flung himself from the ledge as the basilisk struck at him, only to catch thin air as it overextended through the shattered barrier, and finding no hold as gravity took hold of its massive bulk, sending it crashing down the stairwell. A fate that Snape avoided through the power of unaided flight, the only gift of the Dark Lord he had been willing to keep and thankful to receive. He peered down cautiously at the still form of the colossal snake, hoping that the fall would be enough to finish it, but knowing even before he witnessed the first stirs of life that it was too much to hope for from such a short fall. Snape set himself down upon the bottom flight, stumbling as his muscles screamed in protest of that imperfect landing. With leaded feet, Snape planted them wide, leveling his wand against the creature that was slowly returning to function. He felt his wand tremble, his every sinew screaming in protest against every movement. His cruciatus-touched body was giving out as his adrenaline ran to its end. He did not know if he could muster the strength to bring this hard-fought battle to its conclusion, but thankfully he did not have to. In a brilliant burst of fiery glory, Fawkes appeared, falling upon the dazed and sluggish basilisk, and tore at its last and vulnerable eye. It hissed in rage and pain, striking blindly at the bird that evaded it with embarrassing ease. With its deadly glare neutralized, Snape finally dared to open his eyes, only to behold the grand figure of Albus Dumbledore standing before the hideous dark creature, his wand raised in silent spell-work. Thick dark liquid seeped from its torn pits as it writhed, hissing high with pain. Blood gushed suddenly from its open maw, spilling upon the stone floor as it seized into its coiled mass and moved no more. Dumbledore turned to him, a relieved smile upon his bearded face. "You did well, Severus. Took you long enough," Snape spat as he leant against the wall. Then his trembling legs finally gave way alongside his adrenaline, and he slid slowly to the floor. The headmaster dipped his head. "I apologize. I could not ask Fawkes to engage the basilisk in the tight confines of the corridor. But you could risk me." His heart settled. The danger was over. He had won. He had survived and found unthinkably complete success. The creature laid slain, its carcass whole for valuable harvest for contributions to the school supplies store, and most likely to Slughorn's infamously sticky fingers. The diary was rendered inert, and an unexpected weapon to wield against their enemies had made itself known. A weapon that he had dropped without another thought. Snape attempted to push himself to his feet, but Dumbledore motioned for him to still as the headmaster himself assessed his curse-induced trauma. Cruciatus left no true lasting effects physically, something the spymaster would be forever grateful for. "The diary is on the first floor," by Avery's stricken form. Snape growled through clenched teeth, feeling exhaustion bleach his body. The boy's alive, but unlikely to have gathered himself enough to move. The weapon I had used to destroy it is a focus stone, shaped like a black spear tip that should lay somewhere within its vicinity. I would suggest you hurry up there before curiosity seekers decide to take it as a souvenir. Without a word of argument, Dumbledore left his side to ascend the short flight of steps, and Snape leaned his head back to finally rest. He did not know for how long he had closed his eyes, but when warm hands rested upon his cheeks and lifted his face up from his slump against his chest, Lily's green eyes peered down upon him. "Severus," she breathed, a smile cracking through her concern. Snape winced as she flung her arms about him, jostling his curse-racked body. "Out of the way," Madame Pomfrey's voice harried as she bustled into the stairwell. With bleary eyes, Snape noticed the great crowds of students gathered upon the first-floor flight, staring down with wide-eyed awe. At him, at the body of the great beast. But Lily's eyes were only for him. As the resident matron shooed her from his side, those green eyes never left his. Chapter 51. Return to the Familiar. Chapter text. When Snape was finally given permission to leave the hospital wing, it was under the strict promise to Madame Pomfrey that he would immediately return to bedrest within his own dorm. She even had it arranged for the house elves to deliver his meals for the duration of his home rest, an arrangement he greatly appreciated. His young, robust body would not take long to rebound. Though the Cruciatus curse did not touch the body in any physical way, the pain it elicited caused the body to seize and spasm. In his spy years, his brushes with the curse always left him worse for wear. The curse wreaked a harrowing toll upon his older and far more worn body. In this, he was at least thankful for his youth, the pain of torture to be reduced to nothing more than mere soreness of overexertion. Within a day, he found himself well enough to attend to homework. An eventful Easter break didn't excuse him from completing his assigned work. And with the exam period literally 1 month away, every piece of homework was a valuable resource for revision. With half the week-long holiday wasted by the fussiness of the matron, Snape scrambled to make use of the remaining time. Though now that the crisis was over, stress no longer nipped at him as it had before, and by comparison this return to educational concern was a welcome break from headaches and wrinkled brows. Though he was certain his welfare was more than enough to warrant his freedom from house arrest, he was reluctant to set foot outside. His already worn robes that had survived 7 years of repair and extension spells hung off him tattered and torn. The battle against the basilisk had seen great tears appear along the torso of his robes, and great swathes of acid burns to splatter along his sleeves and his robe back. Though the house elves had seen to the damage, as best they could, when they collected his only set of robes for laundering, no amount of tailoring skill could restore the damage that was wrought. A great scar stretched across his robe torso, held together by stitches that were mercifully the same color. Patchwork darted his robes, up and down the arms, and along the back to no doubt counteract against the venom burns. Not even the lure of resources from the library could prise him from his reluctance. If it weren't for the need of a desk, Snape would not even have set foot out into the common room. Of the few Slytherins that stayed over the holidays, none made mention of his increasingly scrappy appearance, and most left him alone. But during an overcast day, a day after his full recovery, with the light filtering weakly through the dense green filter of the Great Lake, Snape received an interruption that he did not expect. "You lost this," came a voice, as his silver ring dropped and rattled upon his scroll and a half of writing. Snape snatched at it, relieved to see it again. When the basilisk fang tore open his satchel, he had lost his ring in the ensuing mayhem. Though Snape had only searched for it a grand total of once, on the short trek down from the hospital wing that happened to incorporate that very hallway where he had combated that dark creature, he had written it off for lost. This miraculous return would save him from a very unpleasant future conversation. "Thank you. I appreciate it, Avery," Snape muttered, as he turned his dark eyes to regard the squirrely boy who had once been his friend. Avery had returned from the hospital wing some time after Snape had. He had been bedridden for far longer than Snape had fared, his damage extending further than from just a few tweaked muscles. Possession was by no means a common occurrence within the magical world, and each instance was met with intense scrutiny and concern. The boy was simply fortunate that the curse of the diary held no lasting effects past its destruction. Despite the recent animosity between the two, the fact that Avery had willingly approached him was something of a promising indication. "How have you been faring?" the once professor ventured, a clumsy broach into the world of empathy. "I'm fine," came the uncommitted reply. Avery was pale and unsmiling, but given that his family had fallen out of favor with the Dark Lord, and how he had almost died for a task given for that very affront, his lack of jubilance was not unexpected. Snape indicated the chair opposite, and after a moment's hesitation, the boy did as he was bade. He was willing to cooperate, or at least lacked the will to act openly defiant. Worn from the past months, ordeals perhaps, or bearing the realization that no safe haven was left to harbor him once school ceased. "We have 2 months of school left, Avery. 2 months of safety within these walls. Have you thought of what you might need to do?" Snape broached the topic somewhat indelicately, seeing the boy pale further under such a pertinent question. He did not answer, seeming to droop where he sat. Children did not have a wide scope of life, encased in the safety that was the structure of school and parental guidance. But within 2 months, that would all be over. The world was baying on their doorstep, and for this boy, a boy who had stood as a known element to the greatest evil of this day and age, the world would become a hostile place. He could not expect this child to know what his options would be, or to trust that the child's fear wouldn't drive him to desperations. "You have no reason to trust me, but I wish to offer you advice nonetheless." Snape set down his quill and capped his near-depleted inkwell, another resource he had great need for, but thankfully, the school cupboards held refills for students caught out during the school year. "When we are set upon the world, perhaps you might consider going into hiding." Avery glanced up sharply, but his glare held no strength behind it. Any affront to his Slytherin pride was dulled by the unspoken fear that gripped him from within. Snape continued, hoping to drive his point through. "Your family finances are decent. I imagine it would be enough to set you up abroad. Though you cannot do anything for your incarcerated father, you can at least ensure your mother and sister, was it? You can ensure they survive what is to come. The Dark Lord's influence might be growing, but he has not yet reached capacity to extend beyond our borders. Perhaps not for a while yet. America is not a terrible alternative. In this lifetime, the riches of the prince's ancient coffers were not available to the Dark Lord's campaign fund. Perhaps that would be enough to stymie the spread of his influence, enough to protect those that fled abroad, at least for a while. Where once not even the depth of the Russian slums had been enough to protect Karkaroff from the Dark Lord's personal ire. "Why would I flee?" Avery asked, but his voice shook as he mumbled. He was aware, despite his question. Snape was brutal with his frankness. "You were given a task, were you not, along with an article of immense value to help you accomplish your task?" He would have impressed upon the boy the importance of what he was safeguarding, surely. Even if Avery had no notion that what he held was a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, he would have at least been made aware of the value of what he was given and the penalty for failing to safeguard it. "The diary that held you in its possession is destroyed. Do not expect him to be merciful." Avery's eyes dropped. A shiver struck down his body. He knew what awaited him should he return. He knew what failure meant, especially for one already out of favor. "But I can't." He floundered, no doubt struck by the magnitude of the change that lay before him, the fissures that formed within his life. But that was what it would take for him to survive. Nothing has to be done immediately. Whether he knows yet of that failure or not, you are protected within Hogwarts' walls. You will not meet your end so long as you are here, and I will do what I can to protect you while you remain," Snape offered, almost gently. He had always a soft spot for his Slytherins, but never had any taken to him for advice in true. He had never built a reputation for being a coddler or led by example of appropriate life choices. "But in your best interest, you best think on your future now. 2 months can pass in a blink of an eye, Avery." "I am aware," the boy muttered in answer, his brows scrunched unabashedly in concern over his predicament. The horror of his situation did not pass him lightly. "Then this is all I can offer, Avery. The rest is up to you." For his own survival, Snape hoped the boy would heed him. With a dip of his head, Avery muttered, "Thank you." Gratitude was unexpected concession to his advice. Snape was too used to having his words unheeded by the young and foolish, especially such for such harsh ideas as to flee the only life they knew. "I only told you to flee. That is hardly precious insight," Snape murmured, unused to gratitude. Avery gave a tired grimace. "I meant thank you for giving a place within this school. I cast an unforgivable curse upon you." Ordinarily, I would have been expelled. What you did under possession is not actions of your own. The Wisengamot would not have convicted you, Snape reassured the boy, a lot more gently than he was used to being. There was much to his own actions that differed from the past, and he could not say he gave in to the change unwillingly. Without another word between them, Avery took his leave, the worry upon his brow seeming to lighten a little. Snape hoped with some true sincerity that the boy would take what he said on board. Though the Avery of his lifetime had lived to become one of the inner circle amongst the Dark Lord's Death Eaters, he had never found true success, even amongst their numbers. Snape never knew of the boy's ultimate fate during the final battle, but at the very least, it would not need to come to that in this one. With suppressed sigh, Snape leaned back into his chair, turning his returned ring between his fingers and allowing the light to play along its inner surface. An etched doe glinted back, a reminder of everything that was forgiven of him this lifetime. Redemption was not his alone to be had, it seemed, and his duty in that regard was no longer only his own. For so long his purpose had been singular, duty owed to a memory that drove him to naught but despair. But all that was a crutch he no longer needed. Regret was no longer what drove him. He walked the path of the light of his own free will, and though many would weather such similar mistakes, and accrue their own mountain of sins, he would guide those that he could, for as long as he could. His duty was to the future now, and the world was more than just he and Lily. Not one day since being admitted to the hospital wing was Severus released again, then for days there was no sign. Worry was nipping at Lily's heart and mind. Though the creature's remains had been removed, butchered efficiently by Hagrid, and its components collected and categorized by an ever so eager Slughorn, its nightmarish figure remained in her mind. Every time she climbed down the grand staircase, she was reminded of that creature's corpse, coiled at the floor of the stairwell. Its great mangled eyes, staring hollowly with its great fangs bared, each cruel curve of its teeth still glistening with venom. And before it had laid Severus, slumped against the wall, her heart had twisted with fear upon the sight. She had rushed for his fallen form, hoping, just hoping it wasn't what it seemed, that he hadn't pursued the creature and exchanged fatal blows. But her fears were eased the moment he awoke to her touch, dazed and seemingly a little confused, but miraculously alive. But all too obviously, whatever had transpired had taken a toll on him. Save could barely stand without assistance, and actually accompanied Madame Pomfrey to the hospital wing without putting up too much of a struggle. And from that point on, the rumors began. They say he took down the basilisk himself, fought it one-on-one, looked the thing dead in the eyes, and all it did was make him woozy. That massive thing bit him. Did you see that gash on his robes? He'd have to have been bitten. All that talk served to send a shiver down Lily's spine. Combine that with days of lost contact, her imagination was dancing with the devil on this one. He'll pull through. Susan reassured with a firm squeeze of her hand over her morning pumpkin juice. She was surprisingly supportive during this harrowing time. Perhaps with only Pandora for companionship, the allure of gossip lost its luster. But you mean to say you heard nothing from him? Not even a magical doe to say he's all right? Perhaps her interest wasn't entirely for the purpose of acting supportive. No, Lily sighed, her will to resist this trawl for information waning in the face of someone to lament her woes to. Without Mary at hand, her empathetic support had become the socially leaden Pandora, the emotionally and physically elusive Severus or Susan, and beggars can't be choosers. But in coming days, she had felt the tug of his presence through her ring. His presence as sudden as its disappearance, and so comforting in its return. But he did not move from the floors below, never moved from his shelter in the dungeons. And she could not help but shake the worry that he was unable to, that the injuries he had incurred were of far greater concern than Madame Pomfrey had made it seem. Why else would he not come up to see her, to tell her that he was all right? Lily prodded at her bowl of oats listlessly, worry swimming about her mind. She had even picked her least favorite breakfast item without really thinking about it, Save's favorite for some unfathomable reason. At the very least it was palatable when loaded strongly with honey. Save could eat it cold turkey. Do you think he did it all for you? Susan asked in a hushed sigh. He fought the beast to keep you safe. Pandora glanced up from her bowl of yogurt and honey. I don't think there's any other more likely scenarios. A strangely reckless course of action for someone hailing from such a reputedly cautious house. Odd words then elicited another such sigh from Susan. Lily took another mushy bite of sweetened oats, not relishing the texture that did nothing to distract her from her mired mind. Worry warred with her patience, and her capacity in that regard was legendarily limited. I can't take it anymore. I'm tearing my hair out wondering about him. Lily pushed away her unfinished, textureless breakfast and stood from the bench. Susan gasped dramatically, wide-eyed and scandalized. Are you going to barge into his dormitory? No outsider's been allowed across the threshold for 7 centuries, Pandora divulged, a hint of concern coloring her offer of informative trivia. The centuries were also stacked against the appearance of basilisks, Lily quipped as she drained the last pulp of her orange juice. It feels like a time for change. Setting her glass down, Lily marched off determinedly for the entrance hall. Her glass, along with her half-finished breakfast, was swept away by the housekeeping magic of the castle elves. If you don't reappear by lunchtime, we'll assume the worst. Susan's shrill voice rang out behind her. Lily heaved a silent sigh. I expect nothing less. The first obstacle to cross was of course the question of how to even locate the blighted door. Slytherins were notoriously secretive, and though Lily had ample opportunity to find out, somehow that information had eluded her for the entire 7 years of her school years. Severus had known where her homeroom was, but never thought to clue her in to where his was. But the fault wasn't entirely his to be had. She had never gone out of her way to find out. At the very least, she had a tool to guide her search. She descended to the dungeons and followed the tug of her ring. She tracked her magical senses until she stood before a stretch of stone wall, wondering how on earth she should go about trying to uncover its secret. Ordinarily, she wouldn't have been half so coy about sending in her patroness to cue him to her presence. But if he was so ropey that he couldn't even come up for meals, then she wasn't about to drive him out of bed to let her in. She skimmed her eyes about the seamless wall, looking for any clue as to how to enter. If it worked anything like the Gryffindor entrance, then it should be password protected, but she knew better than to assume. She had visited Dorcas on occasion and knew the Ravenclaw entrance was locked by a riddle. It really was hit and miss about how many outsiders it could actually turn away. As for the Hufflepuffs, she heard tale that their entrance was protected by a password that was essentially a rhythm to tap upon a barrel. By this regard, the Slytherin entrance must be protected by something entirely different, something entirely unheard of. Her brows wrinkled as she stood back to contemplate her dilemma, walking straight into a solid form. She startled, stumbling forward, fumbling for her wand, only to meet the gormless eyes of a boy who towered above her. Mulciber stood staring in slow confusion, hand bereft of a wand, rendering him only marginally less threatening. Though the boy was member to Snape's reformatory efforts, it was difficult to forget that not 2 years past he was bullying and cajoling with the worst of their kind. His presence in her husband's life forced Lily to make the effort to push past all that, but one-on-one in his territory was not the ideal way she wished to maintain their distant relationship. I just came down to see Severus, she uttered, as appropriate an excuse as the truth could possibly be. Those heavy brows lifted marginally, seeming to answer at least part of the confusion the boy was struck with. Right, sure, I see. He stared for a moment more, as if trying to work his way around some part of her statement. Except this isn't where you enter. It's down that way. He pointed further down the darkened corridor to an unspecific point, vague terms of reference to go by. How about you show me? Lily ventured, uncertain if her request would be denied, but to her pleasant surprise Mulciber simply nodded and waved her to follow. If someone had told her that Slytherins would be so cooperative this time 2 years ago, or heck, even a year ago, she would have been severely skeptical, perhaps even have recommended a trip to St. Mungo's to check their overactive imagination, because surely that was a symptom of an unhealthy mind. But here she stood, in the non-threatening presence of the likes of Mulciber, being given directions on how to breach the tightly guarded Slytherin sanctum. The term miracle worker had often been granted lightly, but never had the term been so deserved as by Severus Snape. He never showed you where the entrance was, did he? Mulciber asked suddenly. They were even willing to do small talk, hallelujah. He certainly did not. He is infuriatingly tight-lipped about everything, Lily lamented with an overplayed sigh. Mulciber, however, did not detect the jest in her voice. "Wait, so will he actually want to see you then? Well, we're married now. I'm given to understand this is where we begin to never want to see each other." Lily quipped, but then quickly added, "I'm kidding, by the way," just in case the worryingly dense boy was to take her in all seriousness and deny her entry at the threshold. Mulciber frowned, casting a worried, gormless glance in her direction. Lily worried she might have pushed the humour too hard on their first real interaction. "I love him, I really do," she affirmed with a solemn note to wave away any doubts about her intent. Mulciber's frown only deepened, but the question that left his mouth took the conversation in an entirely different direction. "How did he get you to love him in the first place?" Well, that was a surprisingly personal question for their first interaction. "Well, we were friends originally. Then we had a bit of a spat. Is that the only way?" His heavy brows knitted together, his tone too personal to simply be a curiosity query. Lily raised her own curious brow. "Asking for a friend. Number asking for me," came the surprisingly straightforward reply from someone who should have been a slippery Slytherin. It seemed not all snakes were cut from the same cloth, for Mulciber could not be more different from Save's elusive nature. Did Save not share his secret with the ladies? Lily jested again, against all better wisdom. Mulciber actually looked hopeful, the poor naive boy. "No, he has a secret." "No, he does not," Lily sighed, resolving to be literal for the duration of this conversation. "He simply confessed. I said yes, there's no secret." His face fell. "Is that it? It's all chance." "It wasn't all chance," Lily insisted, wondering how she wound up in a situation where she was discussing the topic of relationships with a barely acquainted Slytherin. "I was kind of swept away by his actions. Courage and nobility is very attractive in a man. Is this true for all Gryffindors?" A query that just seemed too specific. "Why?" Lily asked suspiciously. "Got a Gryffindor in mind?" Mulciber didn't even hesitate. "Susan." Now this was a tidbit she hadn't expected. "You actually have a thing for Susan." Lily could not channel her sister's nosiness harder. "She ever say anything about me?" he asked, though not very hopefully. "I don't even think she knows." Lily tried to let him down gently. "I mean, if she did, so would all we. She couldn't ever keep a morsel of gossip to herself. So you recommend I be forward?" But Lily was spared an answer as the tall boy halted in his step and turned to a blank stretch of wall no more telling than the one she had tapped her wand all over. "Salazar's chosen," he announced in a clear voice, and the wall shifted to reveal a door. Lily tried to hide her severe disappointment in this lack of creativity as she followed Mulciber through the opening, stepping forth into a green-tinted expanse. It struck her how dark this room was, despite the bright sunny day that was belting down on the world above. Most of the lighting was supplied by the greenish lamps that hung from the ceiling every few feet that cast the entire room into a relief of a green glow, perhaps assisted by the greenish light that filtered through the great lake that pressed against their windows. Despite the warmth of the spring day, there was a distinct chill to their dungeon room. Their fireplace was roaring merrily, the only orange light in a room of soft greens, casting the serpent carvings about the mantel into stark relief. Even the furniture took on a feel of formality, with grand high-backed chairs that squared off across tea tables, and grand leather upholstery across all their sofas and armchairs. No soft, cozy armchairs lined the room, no open windows existed to feel the breeze. There was nothing to this common room that was remotely free or comforting. Even the decoration was morbid, with skulls and grand tapestries of medieval wizards sneering down at its inhabitants. Her Gryffindor spirit rebelled against the suffocating atmosphere, and she could not imagine what it would be like to live like this for 7 years. And before a grand, claw-legged desk sat Severus. It seemed her worry was entirely for naught as he sat straight up at the sight of her, his inked quill in hand, textbooks sprawled open before him. Easter break was only a week long, and within minutes of their return, every Gryffindor heard news of the happenings. It was real, an actual honest-to-goodness basilisk, and we missed it, James demanded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not 5 minutes after their return, Lily found herself surrounded by marauders in the common room. They hadn't even unpacked yet, suitcases crowding their feet as they sat in a tight circle of sofas and armchairs. "We all missed it. Save was the only one that encountered it, and he didn't bother saving any for the rest of us," Lily replied, well more calm about the whole incident now that she knew everyone turned out okay. No lasting injuries marred Severus' health and physique. Only his ancient robes carried permanent scars from that battle. Great gashes ran down his robe length, patched reasonably well with mismatching fabric and threads. The prim and proud man he was, it was apparent immediately why he was shy to emerge from his den. I can't believe a Slytherin killed it. It should have been a Gryffindor, Black groused adamantly. Why couldn't the heir of bloody Slytherin wait until we got back? James, however, had a far more optimistic way of looking at things. Technically, he's Gryffindor by marriage right, Marlene grimaced. But that make Lily a Slytherin by marriage. I already took his last name, Lily remarked solemnly. He'll have to take my house, it's only fair. Peter shuffled closer, squishing Remus as he did so. How did he kill it, though? Everyone leaned in a little in anticipation, while Lily racked her imperfect memory. Well, I obviously didn't see the fight, but it looked and smelled like he set it on fire. She remembered the sight of that mangled snake, burns marring its face and scales as its blood pooled thickly upon the floor. Didn't he tell you how he did it? Marlene asked quizzically. He's not exactly the boasting kind. Lily shuffled awkwardly in her seat. You didn't ask. I was just happy he's alive. The conversation that occurred between them hadn't so much featured the events of his adventure. Her concerns were more in regards to his welfare rather than inquiries of his heroics. And the immediate next concern after establishing he was alive and well was to rebuke him for half an hour over his decision to hide out rather than come immediately to inform his wife of his continued well-being. She had since cooled off, but hadn't the nerve to broach his sanctum again after causing such a scene in front of his friends. The marauders looked visibly deflated at the lack of story to be had. And here we thought you'd be the first in the know, James lamented. Lily almost winced at all the disappointment her lack of information elicited. By all means, ask him all about it in class tomorrow. They're still making him attend class, Marlene snorted. He killed a basilisk. Surely the least they can do is exempt him from exams and just slap his scores with gold stars. Oh, he'd chuck a fit if they tried, Lily remarked all too knowingly in this regard. I swear study is one of the great loves of his life. A girl could get jealous of how amorously he pursues knowledge. I swear he's cheating on me with a textbook. Black rolled his eyes. I've always suspected he isn't human, and more I hear about him, the more I'm convinced. Remus gave an apologetic smile on behalf of his friend. It doesn't hurt to study, serious, and I'm sure there is many a great benefit to associate closely with one so driven as he. Certainly. My homework scores have never been healthier, Lily confirmed. She had never been a terrible student, certainly not in the same league as Marlene. As far as her best friend was concerned, that title was uncontested. But since her entanglement with Severus, he had kept her to task. Rather than the distraction of having a significant other to contend for her attention, he managed to keep her to task better than had she done so autonomously. Black, however, could never leave a conversation on a high note. Shagging for academic results. I get it now. Every soul in this conversation immediately cringed at the thought, and Lily wrestled with the urge to hex him. And you can keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Don't think I've forgotten your foulness last we spoke. More awkward grimaces made their way about their circle, and for a moment there, it had seemed as if Black had no notion of what she was referring to, until unexpectedly a sheepish grimace crossed his features. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean that. Well, that was a surprise, Black acting apologetic. Everyone turned their eyes upon him, surprise written upon every one of their features. He scowled back, never one to take a public humbling, and never one to allow himself to end things on a good light. You have nothing to worry about from me, Evans, he sneered as he leaned back in his seat, all haughty swagger. No amount of good looks could make up for a terrible personality. To which Lily quipped back coolly, why you mirror my sentiments? It seems we can see eye to eye. There was no avoiding it any longer. School was back, and with it, Snape's obligation to attend to the outside world recommenced. His house elf catering ended with one last assessment of health by Madame Pomfrey, who had kindly visited the dungeons to do so rather than summon him up. Breakfast was to be taken in the great hall again, no longer emptied by the holidays. He arose for breakfast later than usual in hopes to avoid crowds, and by extension scrutiny in his increasingly frayed robes. But that hope was dashed the moment he pushed through those doors, and 400 pairs of eyes swung about to regard him. The bubbling conversation of the hall ceased, and then the whispers began. Those whispers that clawed at his self-consciousness and sent him scowling at his boots. But then the headmaster's voice drew his eyes from the floor. Albus Dumbledore stood from his throne-like seat on the high table, holding his hand out to settle bubbling voices. "I'm certain many of you heard tale of the happenings over the course of the holidays," he addressed to the student body in a solemn voice. "That a basilisk emerged to terrorize our halls, and that one of your own arose to face it." Those wide young eyes swung about to seek him once again. Snape ducked his head and scowled, attempting to locate an empty seat as inconspicuously as he could. He didn't need more attention to be called to him. Urquhart shuffled subtly down the bench and Snape took the offered space gratefully. "In light of recent events, I believe the only appropriate action is to reward such selfless heroism. 100 points to Slytherin for aid rendered upon the school and its people." Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. Children still valued those worthless points above most else, even the opposing reasons behind them. "Only 100, Mulciber lamented from opposite, but he smiled ear to ear nonetheless. A sentiment shared by Urquhart, it seemed, for it was the first time Snape had seen the two smile over an agreement. From down the length of the table, Rosier shot him an indiscernible look that only held his gaze for just long enough before blending back into his usual facade of boredom, while Avery did not even look up, still mired in the troubles his own actions, albeit forced, brought upon himself. But despite the already unwelcome attention he had incited, Dumbledore was not finished, raising his goblet as if in toast. "Will the school join me in gratitude for his services, in protecting our students and our domain?" Clamorous cheers that erupted from the Gryffindor table, celebratory Reverend Snape had never expected from that rabble, least of all for him. Those undisciplined cretins that had done naught but rend mockery upon him for 2 lifetimes stood in ovation to his honor. Their enthusiasm spreading to other tables, as Hufflepuffs joined in, equally enthusiastic, and Ravenclaws too, but far more dignified in their restraint. From the Slytherins he got only silence, but the nods of approval from his supporting housemates spoke volumes more than the calamitous noise assaulting his ears. And across the hall, those green eyes met his. Anger no longer held for infractions upon his unreported welfare. Only pride sat in those beautiful orbs. Pride for his actions and his accolades. For the first time, in a very long time, he felt he had done right by her, and by himself. "I will transfigure him into something that cannot speak if you do not all settle down," came McGonagall's no-nonsense voice, and Lily grimaced as the flocks of students left the crush around Severus' desk, allowing him a breath of relief. Center of attention, exactly where he always hated to be, and first day back in class was proving to be trying for both him and the good professor. Though Professor McGonagall would always settle the class eventually, within minutes students begin to pass questions towards Severus, or approach under the guise of queries, all of which he studiously ignored or deflected or outright berated. She wondered if he realized his story was the featured main article in today's morning paper. Protector of Slytherin, the media had dubbed him, and so fitting a moniker it was, though she doubted he'd appreciate the nickname one whit. It really would be the least wise thing to do for anyone to mention this to his face, but knowing her cohorts, she had no doubts those words had already been uttered to him. Lily sent an apologetic smile his way on behalf of her curious fellow Gryffindors. She was under no illusions about which house was proving the most persistent over tales of his heroics. Even the 4 marauders couldn't help but periodically glance over to him, and sometimes with simmering jealousy in the case of Sirius Black. The idea of a hero not hailing from Gryffindor was somehow offensive to his sensibilities, or lack thereof. "Does he realize his robes are torn?" Marlene whispered low to Lily. But how could he not? That terrible eye-catching gash across his torso invoked imagery most vivid of the battle that must have transpired, imaginings that Lily did well not to dwell on. "I don't think he can afford to replace them," James mumbled to his girlfriend, seeming abashed by the thought, perhaps reminded of personally supplying a handful of scars upon Severus' tattered garment. Sirius, eyes narrowed upon the Slytherin boy scowling at the back, sporting a mirroring expression. "Look at him, strutting about like some celebrated war hero." but Severus seemed anything but celebratory of the attention lavished upon him. Class couldn't end soon enough for him, it seemed, for he darted out of the classroom before most had even finished packing their bags. Lily stuffed her textbook and quills into her pack quickly so that she might give chase before he disappeared into that depressing excuse for a common room. They hadn't had a real conversation since that day she visited, and quite appropriately lost her temper over his leaving her hanging over his welfare. And if truth be told, that wasn't much of a conversation. "Sev, wait up!" Lily called out when she finally caught his lone form rapidly descending the stairwell. Students emerging from various floors were beginning to take notice of him, and he was obviously not keen to stick around for long enough for questions to begin flying again. At the sound of her voice, he halted in his step, turning his dark eyes up towards her. She didn't have him wait long, for she quickly slipped down 2 switching stairs to appear by his side, linking arms with him and whisking him away without a word exchanged. The fresh air assaulted their senses, as too did the warmth of the sunny mid-morning. Summer was fast approaching, and with it the end to their school lives. A door to their lives that opened to a new world that was both exhilarating and terrifying by equal measures, but a world she did not have to face alone. As if sensing her thought, she felt Severus' fingers tighten around hers. Or perhaps he was taking issue with the fresh air in the open grounds on a day when attention was preferable to avoid. But after a solid week of hiding out in the depth of gloom, Save needed some sun and some company. "I take it that you're no longer angry with me," Save broached quite boldly. He always gave her the impression he liked to tread around things lightly, so he probably knew the answer before he asked. "Well, I assume your clever Clogs has figured out what you did wrong and have resolved to not do it again." Lily shot back, with raised eyebrows and a smile that she simply could not hide. A shadow of a smile touched his thin lips. "You made it abundantly clear your last visit. I should have informed you immediately of my welfare." "You show remarkable capability for learning," said Lily solemnly. They stepped down to the lake's edge, within the snug shelter of tree roots. It was Lily's favorite spot, now touched by warm memories they had made together at this very place, where their hearts had connected under the gentle touch of a spell in the form of a doe. His hand released hers as they found their way about her waist, pulling her close as they settled in that cozy nook between the roots. "I never realized I married such a hero," Lily muttered as she nuzzled through his curtain of hair. "I thought I was avoiding all that by choosing outside of Gryffindor." Save turned to sweep his hair to the side, allowing her to lay her head upon his shoulder. "It was foolhardy of me to go about it in such a risky manner. I apologize to have caused you concern." "Glad you're self-aware enough to know how foolish that was," Lily huffed, but without a hint of bitterness. "That had been positively Gryffindor of you. You don't need to insult me." She had feared terribly at the time for the worst that could have been, but now she could feel naught but pride. Positive outcomes had a way of coloring foolish deeds with a courageous tone. Perhaps that was precisely the type of Gryffindor mentality he most deemed as foolish, but courage was hollow without risks. Her fingers tightened about his arm, prompting him to glance down, his dark eyes soft as he met hers. "How close of a call was it?" Lily's voice came out as a whisper. His dark eyes that had watched her so silently closed a moment, too long to be mistaken for a blink. His voice came, deep, measured, carrying words horrifying in their honesty. "I did not go into the fray optimistic, and there were moments where I believed I was lost." Lily averted her eyes, untethered by the thought. How close she had come to losing him, this wonderful, noble, courageous man that had risked life and limb for her sake, and the sake of every soul in this school. The silence that followed that admission wound about them heavy and thick. She cast her eyes upon the shimmering lake, the terrible thought balanced upon her mind, the thought of losing him. Tears came unbidden to her eyes, which she halted with furious blinking. She didn't want him to feel as if he had done the wrong thing, and tears would really convey the wrong message. But she had been so scared, and those fears had been affirmed by his own words. Save did not walk into that battle knowing he would come out in one piece, but he sought it out regardless for her sake. She had no illusions who he had been defending when he chose to face the king of all serpents, a creature under the influence of an individual with an agenda against Muggle-borns. "So did you end up catching the guy who let it out?" Lily asked in a rush, hoping that was enough to mask the quiver of emotion in her voice. With an even tone, he reassured her. I broke the threat. He won't offend again. Is he expelled? She asked, a hard edge to her shaking voice, her anger rising from the fear she could not quell. Anger at the unknown assailant, who could have very well killed the man she loved and destroyed the only family she had left. She felt him shift, but she did not turn her eyes back to him, lest he seize the tears that escaped and had not yet dried upon her cheeks. But then his lips pressed against her crown, a gentle kiss from thin but cherished lips. A breathy giggle escaped her, and with it the knot of anxiety she hadn't known she was holding. Severus turned where he sat to pull her bodily into him, enveloping her in his lean, sinewy arms. Believe me when I say I have no desire to see my end so soon. I would not leave a threat untended. We both have a lot of living left to do, Lily agreed, sinking into his warm and welcome embrace. We haven't been married for even 2 months yet. It would be very poor for you to leave me a widow so young. She glanced up to meet those black eyes, only to find them boring into her, preferable to the alternative. She tapped her palm to his chest, only half in jest and half in true chastisement. Those words invoked an intent he had uttered in the past, and it chilled her heart at the thought that he valued her life above his own. Though she had never doubted the sentiment, it was a different beast to be confronted with the fruit of such thinking. That he would willingly seek out a creature he had not thought he could best with confidence, just for the chance to turn it out of her path. He had once warned her that his life was conditional to her own, words that no longer seemed a baseless, but a rigid ultimatum, and never had a realization sat heavier upon her soul. Though Snape had made a weekly habit of visiting the headmaster's office, today's visit was out of the ordinary. That was because Snape had been summoned on a day not scheduled, straight from the great hall during dinner. Slughorn had been sent from the high table to convey the summons, and he seemed strangely happy to do so, despite being forced to take leave between bites. Here we are. Fetch your little alchemist as you requested. Slughorn beamed with pride, slightly winded by the brief ascent up the headmaster's spiral staircase. Will that be all, Albus? Dumbledore raised his eyes from an unfurled scroll before him to give a small, airy acknowledgment. My gratitude, Horace. I apologize for disturbing your meal. A sentiment the rotund professor waved off with a happy bluster. Oh, don't mention it. After all, Mr. Snape is one of my little slugs. Slug before snake. Typical. Snape stepped into the room as Slughorn made to leave, having to edge around the professor's sizable bulk. But before he could begin squeezing his hefty form down the stairs, Slughorn paused as if taken with a thought. One last question, Albus. What would you do about the reporters baying at the door? There are too many requests for quotes and interviews to count. I'll be more than happy to see the whole affair handled on your behalf. If you would, please. Dumbledore agreed without a hint of qualm. Sated, the bulky professor bustled happily down the stairs, positively humming as he went. As the door closed behind him, Snape finally approached the desk, taking his seat opposite, as was his usual state. Couldn't even wait for Friday, could you? He grumbled as a teacup and saucer settled magically before him. A satisfyingly dark concoction this time, but from the smell he knew he would find himself disappointed. The scrolls upon the table peeled away and arranged themselves neatly within a pocket shelf, and a matching set of cup and saucer settled itself before Dumbledore, where the clutter once stood. I apologize if I disturbed your meal. I can have a meal sent up if you like for you to sup as we speak. Don't bother, Snape muttered, going in for a tentative sip. Sweet and floral, the absolute worst. The hunger that had plagued him since the beginning of this new life no longer held him within its merciless grasp. Meals sat better, and his hunger sated longer. Perhaps it was a sign of the end to his growth years, or more likely that he had emerged hale from his malnourishment. Indeed, he had felt far better in recent months, in every aspect of his being, but whether it was down to any one thing of the many miraculous happenings of his life, he cannot say. Steady nutrition and dedication to physical fitness in preparation for his near-death encounter had done wonders for his body, but truly what he had with Lily was the salve for his spirit. There was so much living to look forward to, now that immediate danger was behind him. But it wasn't over, not really. The looming war was about to commence in earnest with the coming year of his graduation, a fact he could not help but be reminded of as Dumbledore's steady blue eyes met his, and the diary appeared upon the table between them. It is quite incredible that you had disarmed the dark object as you did, but as it were, I confess I am quite at a loss as to how you achieved this feat. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes did not waver from his, but he felt no intruding broach of legilimency. Their relationship was past such things it seemed, especially in regard to this artifact you had asked me to collect. The black focus stone emerged from behind the desk, placed flat beside the Horcrux it neutralized. "It is a focus stone," Snape offered, eyeing his creation cautiously. He had always suspected the power of the object extended beyond revealing what should not be able to be seen, but having it confirmed to such a degree stirred disquiet in his heart. He had created something with the power to destroy Horcruxes at a touch, and he had no notion of how it even functioned. Dumbledore held no such reservations, it seemed, as he reached forward to run a finger down its uneven surface to its jagged tip. "How is it that you were able to use a focus stone to defeat a dark object as powerful as this?" "Believe me, if I knew, I would tell you," Snape muttered, scowling at his unknown creation. As strong as his academia in the subject was, he had made no headway on the mystery he progenerated. When he had engaged the life-risking scenario, in his heart he knew he took it to task in the least optimal way. Little did he know he had already engineered his own solution and had no need to risk life and limb as he did. Cosmic irony indeed. A moment more of silence ensued, before Dumbledore finally turned away from the window. "I believe we should find out." With the barest of gesture, he summoned a small lock box from behind a shifted portrait, disturbing the dozing headmaster within. Instead of unlatching it with a key, Dumbledore pressed his finger against the edges, drawing them together atop the keyhole. The container unraveled, shriveling into the table until only its contents remained. A bed of soft silk bedding, on top of which sat the cursed ring. Without a word, Snape reached for his tasked creation, feeling the heavy press of that world without color or light. The stone felt light in his hands, as if the weight of its capabilities escaped its form. Without so much as a word or thought, he pressed the point to the stone of the ring, parting the darkness that shrouded its form. The thick veil was pierced as the shadows burned away. The mangled soul that resided in the ring fled at the touch of this stone that Snape held so cautiously in his hands. If such ease of destruction of Horcruxes lay within its realm of ability, then Snape could not dismiss its potential for harm just because it had never done so in the past. He dropped the stone as the task completed, feeling the world of colors and unfiltered sound crash back down upon him. Those piercing eyes that watched so intently took back on its intense blue, and Dumbledore's wizened hands reached out for the ring and slipped it on without a hint of caution upon his motion. Snape winced at the sight despite knowing he had untangled the curse. The memory of those blackened fingers pressed to the fore of his mind, and his slithering caution could not be quietened so easily. But thankfully, no curse unleashed, and those ancient fingers remained thankfully clear of tainted color, a prospect not lost on Dumbledore as he turned about his hands to observe the silent ring. "I gave you a task that was nigh impossible, but you found another path to your goal." The fabled Slytherin resourcefulness. "The triumph was entirely serendipitous," Snape replied as he sat back in his seat, content that he would not be required for an emergency magical amputation. "And you have made available to us a new weapon against the darkness." The alchemical curio was in the old man's hand once more, turned between his weathered fingers without a hint of caution. No doubt the world-changing shift in reality took no hold upon his touch, else wisdom, or even curiosity, might give him pause upon the monochrome threshold. Or perhaps not, considering how foolhardy he had broached upon the ring that had once brought about his life-ending curse. "Do you see anything?" Snape inquired, his black eyes watching the stone that glistened back a similar shade. Dumbledore glanced up from the stone. "Is there something I should be seeing?" If he saw it, he would not be asking. "A world without light or color, where life shines as bright as any beacon. Why, that is marvelously poetic, Severus, but you must forgive me for being unable to see it beyond its metaphor." Dumbledore responded lightly, but his blue eyes drew with greater intensity to the stone within his grasp. "Then it is confirmed. It reacts in my hands in a way that nobody else seems to be able to replicate. Snape dipped his head, the realization bringing with it its own world of concerns. Those blue eyes were on him again. For a moment, the old man appeared to ponder these words before finally leaning back into his high-backed chair. Ah, you used a memory that has no place in this world. Yes, Snape nodded as a frown creased his brows. Death is what I used, visions of the other side. I can only assume there has been no record of stones of similar properties or make. No, in the history of alchemy, this is unique. Dumbledore stood from where he sat, pacing to the window to cast his eyes out over the dusk-painted grounds. In his hand, he still held that stone, and upon his brow, carrying thoughts heavier than simple academic ponderings. Snape turned his eyes back down to the stone, his suspicions evoking his curiosity against all caution. You are far better entrenched in this craft than I am. What do you believe I have created? Silence answered those words, and for the longest time Dumbledore's attention held naught but that black shard before it. But slowly the headmaster returned to his desk, and those wizened hands set down that stone carefully upon the polished oak desk. Focus stones do not in themselves affect the world as magical artifacts do. It brings the untouchable reality within reach of those willing to grasp for it. It is not a tool, more a bridge. And the memories are both the stone that forms it and the cables upon which it suspends. Snape muttered, completing that fanciful metaphor. If after 2 years of education in this craft I cannot grasp even this simple concept, then you have wasted your investment. Those blue eyes twinkled in unspoken approval. Then I feel most secure in allowing the mystery to rest in your capable hands. He slid the black crystal back across the table, which Snape received with careful manipulation, and sealed it in its intended satchel without a word. Which brings me to an order of business I wish to address today, Severus. Dumbledore's voice took on a solemn tone, one that cautioned Snape with every fibre of his Slytherin being. Graduation draws near, and I would like to know what plans you have for the encroaching world beyond. Another welfare check upon his spotty future. Potioneering is unarguably my strongest foundation, and likely it would make for my surest path forward, Snape answered, his black eyes glancing over those blue ones, finding himself unable to meet them truly. There were no true answers to this unknown destination, only directions upon which way he intended to walk. And as a man of clear and titled goals, Snape loathed this feeling. A fumbling concern he had been spared the first time around by the horrors of his choices, and the mercy of the man before him, now riding upon his mind as surely as it would upon any one of his peers. Perhaps I could venture a suggestion. The lightness upon Dumbledore's tone rankled suspicions. Professor Slughorn had bemoaned his hardships and anticipated retirement since we were both young men within this institution. Snape's eyes narrowed. I believe we might be drawing towards a time where such a notion might be appropriately humored, given that a potion master of worth could be found to— I'll stop you right there, Dumbledore, Snape snapped, refusing to allow this farce to draw to its conversational conclusion. I have been given a second chance at life, and by Merlin's graces, I'll not be wasting it in that hellish role. A twinkle touched those blue eyes, amusement perhaps. Could I first remind you of the amenities that come with a professor role? The pay for one would be more than adequate to live off and far superior to any graduate positions you could have otherwise obtained. Graduate position. Professorship should not be a graduate position. Snape ground through gritted teeth. It should not be granted to anyone below the age of 23. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore acknowledged this before amending, I am well aware. Tom had been denied by my predecessor for that very flaw. But 23 is not ironclad. Minerva had been hired at 21, and it seemed so had you. 21 had been enough for us to gain the experience we needed. Snape muttered, realizing exactly where the flaw in his argument lay. That twinkle in those blue eyes warned him that slip did not pass by the headmaster either, as he set his empty teacup upon the desk with a clink. How fortunate it is, then, that you appear to be uniquely experienced for this role. I dare say, perfectly so. You've seen how badly I took to teaching. You should know better, Snape growled, hating to be forced to admit this. The smile slipped from the headmaster's eyes as he leaned forward. I would be inclined to agree with you in regards to your methods as a teacher, but as a head of house, you were precisely what Slytherin needed, perhaps now more than ever. And I'm to trade the freedom of my future for the security of your school. I am already fighting your war. Leave me some peace in my life. And peace you shall have, Severus, as well protection from the darkness beyond these walls, for both you and your young wife. Snape's eyes narrowed at those words, challenging those words to be formed with underlying threat. Dumbledore folded his hands, as if to take a step back as he clarified his words. I would offer all I can no matter your agreement in this proposal, Severus, and if nothing else would sway you to my sincerity, then at least believe I require you alive for more than just sentimental reasons. In that, I would be far more reassured to know you are close at hand. Silence fell between them, heavy with thought and unspoken considerations made to a decision Snape had thought laid to rest. No path in his previous life had taken him close to happiness, and he had been adamant he wished to avoid anything close to semblance of decisions he had once made. Teaching was a decision made on his behalf, forced upon him when there were no greater alternatives to be had, and he had regarded this portion of his life with appropriate loathing. He had said it to himself many times in the past. If given the chance, he would have made other choices. Choices that pointed him away from the darkness and opened the world to his abilities. No longer would he bear the sins of a Death Eater and mark himself unemployable in the legitimate wizarding world. Opportunities to explore that had never before been his to reach for. But those blue eyes watched him calmly, touched by concern but free of judgment, reminding him of all the oaths he had made, the duties he chose to uphold, the 2 lifetimes of debts he was only beginning to repay. His life was not his own to live, and happiness was never his to pursue, but somehow it had found him regardless, and he was no longer so arrogant as to believe it was owed to him as he once had as a child. The mentality that had knocked his life so far off course. He could not shake the thought that perhaps this lifetime was not about pursuing what he desired, but what he needed to be. Chapter 52. Set Free Upon the World. Chapter text. With exams looming dangerously upon the horizon, distraction was absolutely the last thing the student body needed. But true to form, the fates conspire against efficiency and Snape's general patience. The basilisk incident had only begun to fade in the minds of these children in favor of exam stress when reporters began showing up unsolicited upon school grounds. Photographer from the Daily Prophet. Just one moment of your time. A small, portly man with a feathered fedora huffed, his camera bouncing up and down around his neck as he scrambled to keep up with Snape's longer strides. Without sparing a glance, Snape hurried down the path to the greenhouse, leaving the less gainly man to fall behind. But as he crossed the apex of the hill, it seemed his attempt to escape the attention was a wish in vain. He was met with a woman dressed in ostentatiously fancy robes, armed with a notebook and a floating quill. Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet, charmed to finally meet you, Mr. Snape, she announced with a flourishing extension of her hand. Snape sneered at her long, painted fingernails and passed her without another moment's regard. But unfortunately, like many of the reporters he'd encountered throughout these harrowing few days, she was proving tenacious. I can see you're in a hurry. Perhaps we should postpone the interview for later. When would be your best convenience? She insisted, so presumptuously. Snape averted his eyes and hurried to the waiting group of students before the greenhouse, for once glad for the clamorous crowd and noise. Just a quote, then. One quote. The woman insisted as she pushed students apart roughly, pursuing her quarry relentlessly. He hurried to Lily's side, who met his eyes with upraised brows as he ducked his head and attempted to meld into her circle of friends. Unfortunately, the reporter remained unfooled, forcing herself between McKinnon and a Ravenclaw girl whose name slipped Snape's mind for the moment, and proceeded with her unrelenting hounding. You have accrued quite a fan base, I see. Well, I'm sure you won't mind one more lovely lady to add to your collection. She flattered herself mostly, as she elbowed aside the sturdy blonde Gryffindor surprisingly easily to fit her quill and notepad into the crush of bodies. Can I help you? Lily glared pointedly at the intruding reporter, to whom the woman peered over her bauble-encrusted glasses with a most despising of appraisals. Oh, that is darling of you to offer, but I'm looking to interview this young man, not the leader of the Quidditch cheer squad. Snape's glare became more venomous, but before he could respond with select words, Lily's hands went about the crook of his arm. "Oh, you mean my husband? Husband, you say? Your name is?" Her quill sat up straight upon the notepad, as if finally anticipating some toil to come. He could see his wife's lips curl with a devious smile. "Oh, surely you're not interested in the Quidditch cheer squad leader." And with that she turned away, arms still linked with Snape's, headed inside through the greenhouse doors that had just unlocked. "Aren't you just bathing in the limelight?" Lily teased as they stepped past the bed of budding devil's snare. With a scowl, Snape shook his head mutely, too weary to speak. After one last squeeze of her hand, he melted from her side and headed for his station. Lester would be left partnerless if he chose to indulge himself in Lily's company every lesson, and few sights bothered him more in recent times than that of a lone Slytherin. "Here, Snape, the life of fame and heroics not suiting you?" the Muggle boy asked as he approached, much too cheekily for Snape's patience. "This is our last herbology lesson before exams. I would rather we not waste our attention upon anything else." Snape growled as he set out his spade and clippers. Without another word to the contrary, Lester did as he was told. The boy could always seem to know when Snape was vexed, a skill with empathy that seemed a survival trait for living so long in a hostile environment. Though far more confident with himself and his place in Slytherin as of late, he never tried to push any envelopes with Snape, a trait the frustrated young man was quite thankful for. "To your stations, everyone. Gloves on, please. Pip, pip," Professor Sprout called as she waddled down to the front of the class, shooing away the tendrils that tried to sneak about her portly neck. "This will be our last herbology lesson together. My, how time flies." She beamed brightly about the room, radiating sincerity from every pore. "Why, I could still remember when you could all barely reach the hanging parts. Now look at you all, young blooms within adulthood, ready to face the world. I hope the lessons and friendships you have forged within your journey with us will stay with you for the ages to come." Several Hufflepuffs beamed brightly, quite taken by this expression of quite tacky sentiment. "But first, I think we can all agree we should set our sights and our focus to the more tangible future, namely exams." A loud groan erupted from the Gryffindor side of the room, not at all keen to be reminded. Without being beckoned twice, Snape produced his swathes of herbology notes and got ready for a hearty revision. No matter how well versed he was in this subject, he left no knowledge gaps to chance when it came down to the subjects that built his greatest strengths and future endeavors. Herbology was one of the cornerstones of potioneering, and any potioneer worth their salt could hold their own in any garden. Beside him, however, Lester set aside his bag without removing any article of writing or revision materials, instead fetching a watering can and a pair of clippers from the supply shed of student tools. "The exam is to be theoretical, not practical," Snape cautioned, as the boy returned to their shared workbench with tools in tow. "I know," Lester replied as he set his supplies out before him, "but I thought I should give my devil's snare one last prune." Snape could only glare at the boy with narrowed eyes as he returned with his pot of writhing tendrils under its darkened shroud. Much like most mushrooms, the devil's snare grew best in moist, dark environments, but unlike most fungi, it pursued darkness more than moisture. The plant possessed a photosensitivity unmatched in the botanical world, so much so that even accidental exposure could potentially kill it or permanently stunt it during its seedling phase. Only after it coated itself in its mass of writhing tendrils did accidental exposure become non-permanent. But that portion of their assignment was over, graded and shoved to the side of the greenhouse as finals prep began. And to that Snape could not fathom why any portion of students would waste any more time on a project that had no potential to garner them any further grades. "I understand you may be as adept in this field as a Hufflepuff, but emulating their behavior to such a disturbing degree does nothing to emulate their academic affinity in this craft." Without even pausing at Snape's withering assessment, Lester proceeded to charm his watering can full. "I've raised it from a seedling and cared for it all. It sort of feels like a goodbye to a friend, you know." "It reeks of Hufflepuff nonsense to me," Snape grumbled as he drew his notes under his nose, content to ignore his bench partner's eccentricities, briefly swatting away an encroaching tendril with a spark from his wand. Across the greenhouse, flower pots sat atop of Hufflepuff desks as they tended to their tactile plants in a much similar fashion, a ridiculous set of broken priorities. But the Hufflepuffs were always the uncontested champions of the botanical realm, a fact that seemed to see them popular with their Ravenclaw counterparts. There was at least one Ravenclaw girl that insisted in keeping to a desk of badgers every herbology lesson. Snape could only shake his head as he set his eyes back to his scroll length of notes, ignoring the tentacles flailing from the covered part, or the boy trying to clip off its spurs without being strangled in retaliation. How could you not love a plant that can give you a hug? Lester joked, or at least Snape hoped he was joking as he wrestled the tendrils from around his neck. Yet again, you force me to wonder why you were sorted into Slytherin in the first place. Snape growled without breaking concentration from his text, studying names that he had already spent another lifetime memorizing and associating them with their most favorable growing conditions. Wrestling the first length of tendrils back under the top, Lester coaxed out another, allowing it to latch onto his wrist as he worked his way down its length with the clippers, clipping off the growth anomalies. I like gardening. I used to help Mum with her garden back before I knew magic existed. He recounted as he smoothed the tendrils with impressive efficiency. My dad was a big-name chemist that fellowed at some big-name university. It put a lot of pressure on me and my brother to live up to expectations. Gardening isn't a very manly occupation in the Muggle world. Snape barely spared a glance from his notes of already claimed knowledge. Seems you had been sorted too soon. You should have been a Hufflepuff. Honestly, thought the same, not too long ago. Why was I sorted into Slytherin? For the longest time, I couldn't get that thought from my head. Lester confessed with a wry smile, his clippers pausing upon the tendril flapping aggressively about his wrist. But then, you found a place for me. Amongst people who had never given me the time of day, changed a house that was never welcoming to the likes of me and mine. He grimaced as he shook the tendrils away, as if the plant's meager strength as a sprout could amount to discomfort. I just can't help but think it's a pity that from next year on you'll no longer be here to guide them. Snape paused upon his knowledge checklist of near-sentient plants. Surely they have the basic mental alacrity to find their own way forward. He murmured, his voice devoid of the thoughts stirred from his mired mind. Lester shrugged as he returned his clippers to the bundle of tendrils that entwined about each of his fingers. I suppose you're right. I mean, you made quite the impression on everyone these past 2 years, and there are definitely a few in our lower years that won't forget what you tried to do. But Slytherin always had a history of forgetting their fellows in the face of ambitions. Troubled thoughts dipped Snape's brows, but he kept his head dipped and eyes to his scrolls. Had he not known better, he would have thought Lester privy to the decision that plagued him. Don't think just because of a few children's insecurities that I'll repeat another year. Snape growled, his black eyes glaring upwards to Lester's, reaching out with a flick of his legilimency. No touch of true knowledge sat at the fore of the boy's mind. Perhaps it could sit further within his mind, shielded carefully by barriers of will, but that may be giving too much credit to the boy's wiles, and too little to the secretive nature of Albus Dumbledore. With a flourish, Lester shook off the writhing tendrils, now pruned clean of growth abnormalities. Yeah, you're right. I didn't mean anything by it, Snape. He grimaced sheepishly, glancing sidelong to his glowering tablemate, not at all taken aback by the less-than-friendly expression. It seemed Snape was no longer regarded as intimidating in this boy's eyes, nor the eyes of many of his peers save for a few of the younger years. His reputation had been a casualty of his effort, it seemed, and should he take on the role of professor once again, he gritted his teeth and lowered his eyes to his scroll, banishing that wayward thought from his mind. He would not be reprising that hated role under his own volition. Absolutely not. Had he been given a choice in his previous life, he would have taken it without a second's spare thought. And here he was, with the freedom of choice, and foolishly indulging his masochistic mind. But for what it's worth, thank you. Lester's voice lanced through his thoughts, and he lifted his eyes to that boy's awkward, twisted smile. You made a huge difference to my life. And I don't want you to think for a moment that I'm not grateful for it. You're welcome, Snape mumbled, tearing his eyes away, willing his focus back onto his work, and not the unwelcome intrusion of thoughts unwanted. that pondering reach of a voice that had made a place in his mind in this lifetime that he had never known in his last, the voice that spoke not for himself, but for others. That vile woman. Lily slammed her newspaper onto the table, sending plates rattling and photographs fleeing from their frames as orange juice splattered onto the black and white pages. Marlene steadied the glass of pumpkin juice that rattled to the edge, saved by the ace chaser's split-second reflex that helped retain Gryffindor the house cup this year. Whoa there, Lilith. Don't hold it against breakfast. Lily straightened her own plate of half-eaten egg scramble, red and puffing, while Remus winced from across the table. I guess I shouldn't have shown it to you then, he mumbled, trying to rescue the abused rag from Lily's temper. The paper actually belonged to James, who subscribed to the paper in recent months to keep up with the news of the goings-on in the outside world. However, currently he was less than interested in what happened to his paper. Instead, his attention was on a bulky package that had been flown in alongside the paper, hauled by a massive owl. But rather than open it at the table right then and there, as he was usually wont to, he sat it upon the bench beside him as he continued his breakfast with a concerned frown upon his brow. It was down to Remus to rescue the morning rag he had lent to Lily by error of his own judgment, the paper which she held just out of reach, glaring at the headline with disbelief. Shallow Muggle girl seduces protector of Slytherin for gain and protection. Excuse me. And underneath, that was a fancifully written article about their friendship through their school years, albeit with a vicious twist that made her seem like she had him strung along to profit from his prodigy, then dug her nails into him the moment fame and profit had found him. That little photograph of Severus pinned to the article showed him seemingly caught unawares, but glowering regardless, as if with shared kinship with her state of mind. Unlike the real article sitting on the other end of the breakfast hall, tucking into his porridge with his usual amount of enthusiasm. If Lily was having a bad time with this, surely that was nothing compared to how he would be feeling to know his face was now plastered across the morning paper, distributed all across magical Britain. His drab grey and faded robes, peppered with tears and nicks and stitches, and with a great gash stretching across his torso that had him so ashamed to partake in student life for, splashed across the front page for all to see. How did she even know half the details in here? Lily beseeched, glaring at the running paragraph that described the events of Save's humiliation by the lakeside, told with relishing authorial flourish, adding to the growing list of offences committed against his private person. Marlene visibly winced as she glanced down at the offending section. Yeah, we didn't manage to keep the reporters and Susan separated. Sorry. Lily threw a withering look at the harpy down the table, still yapping away to the quietly oblivious Pandora, likely retaining none of what was being said. It seemed to be a similar trait shared by brilliant minds, the ability to dredge the trash and retain only what was important. He'll be on the warpath when he finds out. Don't tell Save it was Susan who sold him out, Lily finally relented with a sigh. Big of you to spare her, Marlene muttered through a bite of egg and ham. I personally would have hexed her to next year, a sentiment Lily could wholeheartedly agree with. Oh, it's not for her sake. I just don't want Save to be expelled so close to graduation, and murder doesn't look good on his resume. Oh, I reckon he's crafty enough to get away with it, Marlene quipped back lightly. Evidently, she was still resenting the various spates of privacy breaches perpetrated by said girl in her recent past. But morning murder conspiracies were suddenly interrupted by one tawny owl that swooped in, well after the Morning Post flock had dispersed, bearing one single letter straight down to the Gryffindor table. Lily blinked as it landed before her and offered an envelope made with expensive reed weave and stamped with a golden wax seal. She accepted the letter with confused hesitation, and the owl took off without another moment's concern. At first glance, she had been so sure it had been delivered to her by mistake, until she saw the name of the sender printed upon the back. Damocles Belby. Morning concerns cast aside, Lily broke open the wax seal with a squeak of excitement. She had sent Severus' revised wolfsbane recipe to the potion master months ago and hadn't heard back since. She had long given up on a response, chalking it down to time seldom spent upon theories posed by untested, ungraduated youths. Marlene leaned over to glance over her shoulder, curiosity drawing her in. But before her best friend could get a grasp of the context by herself, Lily snapped her into a sudden and startling hug. "Oh my goodness," she squealed with breathy delight. "What?" Marlene asked, understandably confused as her best friend gave her best attempt at a crushing hug. Lily withdrew, taking a deep breath to center her fluttering thoughts that scattered with her excitement. "A few months ago I wrote to Damocles Belby the amendment Save had made to his potion." "Damocles?" Remus perked up from across the table. "Creator of Wolfsbane." "The very one," Lily confirmed, as Marlene's confusion began clearing up. The name of even the greatest of potioneers rang no immediate bells of recognition within the girl, but give her even the most obscure of Quidditch associates, and she'd regurgitate their achievements like textbook entries. James, even Black, leaned in with interest, having a little bit of a personal investment in the topic. "Well, he just wrote back," Lily continued with barely contained excitement, waving her letter about as if to highlight that fact. "And he liked it. He's incorporating it into the official formula." Marlene could barely stop herself, rolling her eyes. "Well, yeah, as if that was a complete given that every achievement should be justly accoladed. But not just that." Lily could barely keep the bubbling excitement civilized. "He wants to apprentice Severus." The silence that emanated from her friends was not that of indifference, but of muted pondering, as if the reality of what had been just uttered had not yet caught up to their understanding. But true to form, it was Remus for whom the penny first dropped. "You mean Snape's already got a job offer?" That woke the group up. Not just a job offer, but an apprenticeship with a brewer recipient of the Order of Merlin Second Class, Peter breathed, his potioneering interest running a little deeper than the rest of his friends. "Did he really? Is it actually because of the Wolfsbane?" Remus seemed genuinely surprised that the effort to ease the considerable suffering of his kind was worthy of any type of acknowledgement from the wider world. Tragically cynical of his own true worth to a world that had shunned him from the day he was bitten. "Think it's more for the achievement of protecting everybody else from you lot, if truth be told," Black replied, likely meant with a cynical tone. Remus almost physically drooped in his seat, prompting his friend to scramble to rephrase. "I mean, you know those lot. Nothing on you, mate, but they'd never push an award out for benefits to anyone even the least bit unfortunate in life." Remus cracked a wan smile, at the very least appreciative of his friend's efforts. "We can all agree that Order of Merlin is well-deserved." James finally pitched in with a solemn nod. "And with someone as skilled as Snape working as his second, I can only see good things happening for this potion's development. In the future, perhaps nearer rather than distant, help will be available to all the cursed unfortunates, and not just you, Remus." "That would be a blessing," Remus relented wholeheartedly. Marlene, finally polishing off her plate, leant in with a cocked brow. "Wait, does this Damoco guy even know the guy that went over his potion recipe with a correcting quill isn't even graduated?" "I would think so. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it," Lily answered, racking her brain from months ago. "In fact, I'm pretty certain I did. I definitely wrote about how he would brew it on weekends and between classes. Letting the cat out of the bag about the wolf in the kennel," Marlene pressed with a slanted smile, painting her tone only half as serious as the implications. Lily stilled in her seat. "I hadn't thought of that." But Remus was uncharacteristically relaxed about the idea of being outed by implications. "Nobody's come for my pelt yet." A man who dedicated his life to granting a measure of relief to those that have none likely isn't the kind that would start witch hunts, pardon the euphemism. James agreed with that sentiment. "And imagine a do-gooder like that with sunny old Snape as his apprentice," Black uttered, with a bark of laughter. "Either the champion of the unfortunate will take a sudden and unprecedented interest in poisons, or Snape's going to learn how to be a human being." Lily felt a bubble of irritation at Marlene's chuckles, but before she could put Black in his place, James leapt to her husband's defense. "Don't be like that, Padfoot. He doesn't deserve that any more," James muttered in an oddly muted voice, his hand flying almost reflexively to the package by his side, but then he hesitated and brought it through his hair in his usual motion. "I mean, he killed a basilisk, mate. If that's not worthy of respect, what is?" Black could not roll his eyes back further. "What's got your bollocks in a twist? You've been about as fun as half a flobberworm since the whole basilisk thing wrapped up. We're all disappointed about missing out, but you're taking it a little too hard." James looked momentarily uncomfortable. "It's not that," he muttered, shifting in his seat, prompting even his girlfriend to turn an appraising eye on him. "Just stop mocking him, all right." But all he managed was a dour look from his best friend. "Just having some fun, sheesh." "Not at his expense. Not anymore," James demanded, adamantly. Black and Peter exchanged a glance, but said not a word more, while Remus tucked his head behind his juice glass to hide his smile. Lily, too, buried her smile behind her breakfast, as perplexed as it was. Though James had been holding steady in civility with Severus these past 2 years, it was the first he had ever taken such a stance with even his friends, and though Lily knew ultimately it didn't change the bad blood stoked of the past, at the very least this was the promise of the future. This mood followed Lily throughout the rest of the morning, chasing away the righteous fury this day had started with. She had a skip in her step, even as she wound her way to the library with a heavy backpack, ready to make her final nerve-wracking revisions. Severus was finishing off the starting steps of the brew this morning, missing out on his last-minute revision that was so precious to those from Gryffindor. In all honesty, however, Save probably didn't need it, the studious guy that he was, applying himself hard and steadily throughout the year like some aberration of nature. But along the way to the library, she stepped past the ruined archway, the first-floor girls' bathroom. Her mood stuttered as her eyes were drawn to the damaged doorway, the soft golden glow of a magical barrier preventing access to the gaping maw that opened in the midst of the cluster of sinks. She had heard Save fought the beast within the school, but the damage of the battle had been mostly cleaned by the time school had resumed. The bustle of school life hadn't given her a moment to simply stop and poke around, just take in what had occurred, and had almost been taken from her life. Severus had stood where she stood and faced a great beast of legendary deadliness, and won, but by the barest of margins. She drew near to the translucent barrier, holding her hand out to the thrum of power generated by the protective threshold of one of the professors, feeling the power crackle just on the edge of her fingertips. "Can't get past it. I've tried." Lily almost jumped out of her skin, and a pair of rough hands reached out and steadied her before she could tumble face first into the barrier and no doubt bounce right off backwards. "Whoa, steady there, Lily." James grinned with sheepish amusement as he set her back onto her feet. "You're not meant to come into the girls' bathroom," she blurted out as the first thoughts to enter her head. Not only did she fail to steady, but also to arrange her priorities. James didn't hold it against her. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." "Who's scared?" Lily muttered, a little red in the face, jumping at the sound of a voice when Severus had stood where she stood and faced down a great dirty snake. Gryffindor nerves of absolute brittle rust. "You weren't meant to be in here anyway," she muttered with an almost petulant air. "I promise you I didn't go in for rule-breaking purposes," James returned, almost solemnly. "I need to have a private word with you." "Well, the bathroom is not the place for it," Lily harumphed. "Oh, I agree." James motioned for them to step out, and after a moment more of contrary hesitance, Lily followed him into the hallway. "Let's just find somewhere quiet to speak." "Not the library, then. You know me so well." A grin touched Lily's lips, her mood too easily won over. "All right, then, I know a place." The alcove was only a stone's throw away from where the showdown must have taken place, because the smell of burnt hair still clung to the air in some strange fey way. Lily stepped into the cool darkness and beckoned for James to follow, only to have him deposit comfortably onto the bench, as if making himself right at home. "Came here once with Marlene. She mentioned you showed it to her. Then I'm glad you cleaned up after yourselves." James chuckled. "I don't remember you being so comfortable dishing out dirty jokes." He ran his hand through his hair in an almost coy motion. "Things really have changed a lot very quickly." A soft smile touched Lily's lips. She could definitely remember a time when even the mere hint of suggestiveness sent her into a fit of blushing, same of which could be said of any of her friends. "I guess we all grew up," she murmured. "I suppose we did. Perhaps Snape most of all." He grimaced as Lily turned a quizzical eye upon him. He then quickly stood and procured something from his pocket. With a tap of the wand, he stripped it of its shrinking enchantment. It was that brown package he had received that morning, and Lily could only look on with curiosity as James set to unwrapping it before her. "I had this arranged a few weeks ago, but I'm at a loss as to how to give it to him." He tore away the paper to reveal a fine swaddle of black fabric that folded out into a set of black school robes, emblazoned with the Slytherin crest. I didn't quite know his size, but I was assured by my tailor that the fabric is easily fine enough to bear shrinking and extension spells without wearing. Oh my goodness. Lily reached out to pinch the material, light and soft beneath her fingers. In her mind's eye she was already imagining Severus garbed in this, standing straight and proud amongst his fellows, no longer ashamed of his scrappy appearance. But Lily grimaced, knowing in her heart of hearts of his terrible pride and ardent dislike of the man standing before her. "This is wonderful, James, but Severus would never accept it." "I know." He swaddled the fabric back up into a roughly folded ball, then held it out to her. "That's why I hoped you might lie about who gave it to you." Lily's eyebrows pinched into a frown, reluctant to even touch the gift. "Thank you, James," but before she could say another word, James held out a hand to silence her. "I didn't do this to be thanked, or for acknowledgement, or even for forgiveness, because Merlin knows that's never going to happen, and I fully accept it. I was a little shit, and I shouldn't have done what I did to Snape, even when he was a shit himself." He ran his fingers through his hair in a casual air, but his eyes were downcast with a shadow of a grimace upon his lips. "I suppose it's atonement. That's not right either. More like trying to do right, because he's a hero now and he shouldn't look any less." He deposited the bundle into Lily's hands. "So get this to him, all right. Make him feel like he's earned it, because he has. And make sure he never has to wear those scrappy robes ever again." Lily didn't reply. She didn't know what to say. Her fingers worried the fabric as her mind struggled with the conflicting emotions: gratitude to James and turmoil over Severus' reception. "I'll take that as an, I'll try," James quipped with a light smile. Without another word he retreated from the alcove, leaving Lily with the burden of the gift. "Enter," Snape bade to the knock at his laboratory door. Evening was drawing near, and there were few people who would still be out and about so close to curfew. And fewer still would be so bold the day before the beginning of exams. But boldness had always been one of the vices of Gryffindors, and his wife had never been an exemption. He didn't bat an eyelid when Lily walked in, skating so close to curfew it would make a Hufflepuff's toes curl. "Tomorrow is the beginning of the final gauntlet. You should be resting." Snape reprimanded lightly as he sent the soiled utensils into the wash basin with a flick of his wand. With a flash of a smile, Lily pulled up his stool to sit on, leaning upon the newly cleaned bench, her robes fitting her discernibly oddly this evening. "Or can't I come down to visit my favorite guy? I missed you," she said ever so sweetly, eliciting a bubble of satisfaction in Snape's chest. "I trust you have revised sufficiently," he continued, running his own hands through the icy water that poured out of a fountain carved in the shape of a gargoyle's mouth. Lily nodded vigorously and finished reading the final 2 chapters for the charms exam tomorrow. Snape arched one black eyebrow across the table. "By this point of the year, you should not be picking up new knowledge but rehashing the old." "Oh, pish." She waved him off, not taking his words seriously in the least. "I'm ready. That's what matters. Your confidence is inspiring, if not seemingly misplaced." Snape dried his hands upon a cloth and promptly dried that cloth with a tap of his wand. "Aren't you just a little ray of sunshine?" Lily grumbled as she stepped into his personal space, placing both hands upon his chest as he turned to face her. "Then how about a kiss for luck?" He all too eagerly leant in, despite being all too grounded in the knowledge that luck did not exist for tampering with, and if it did, kisses would not influence it. Or perhaps they had. For had his luck not turned for miraculous beyond his wildest expectations from that first kiss he had shared with the woman he loved? Indeed, the first true kiss of his 2 lifetimes. "So you can break some rules, huh?" she murmured against his lips, feeling a smile curl upon hers. He withdrew to narrow his eyes upon her cheeky grin, so proud as to have caught him in apparent hypocrisy. "The laboratory is my domain, and its rules are rules I elected myself, and thus know their purpose and enforce their bounds. There is no potion for you to spoil tonight, Lily, and I have cleaned purposefully of all contamination." He was not going to let her tease him tonight. He did not need to engage his exams distracted beyond reprieve. "Oh, I do not dispute it." Lily giggled as she patted her hands down upon his chest again. The realm of potioneering had always been your domain to rule. But then her smile seemed to widen. She withdrew from his personal space, as if prepared to rein herself in, to act the well-behaved young woman he knew she was not. But then her brows dipped into an arched exuberance, changing the sincerity of her smile. And very soon you'll make your mark upon the potioneering world, leaving wonder and awe in your wake. Again, your confidence is inspiring, and I can only hope to ensure that it is not entirely misplaced. Snape murmured, attempting to close their distance once more, but she stepped back to evade his approach, with one hand held out in a gesture of patience. "How about you not try to ruin the mood every time I try to give a little build-up?" Lily quipped, her lips pressed together in mock annoyance. "Wanted a little more pomp and ceremony for what I'm about to give you." Now Snape was really curious. "Is that what you're trying to conceal down your robe front?" he asked with a nod to the not-so-discreet change in bulge about her chest that he had been trying to politely ignore. He knew her a little too intimately now to mistake that for the real article. "How your eyes wander so." She grinned so sweetly as he arched his eyebrows. He would not be made to feel the pervert after she had baited him so. But rather than reveal what she had concealed within her top, she pulled a letter from her pocket. "For you, Save." He frowned as he took it from her, noting very clearly her name marked upon the receiver's side. "Evidently, it was originally for you," he muttered as he turned the envelope in his hands, only to pause upon the sender's name. Damocles Belby, and understanding, took him without needing to read the contents. "He's responded to my amended recipe positively, then," he stated more than asked. "How you underestimate your esteem," she said with a sweet smile. His brows knitted together then as he edged out the thick woven parchment, unfolding the letter to briefly scan. But then he paused upon the mention of himself. A request for introduction and an offer of apprenticeship. Too talented to waste upon mediocre masters, it had said. Care had to be taken to ensure potential is reached, it declared. And Snape could only glance up from that letter with hooded eyes as he met the smiling excitement of his wife, slipping from within her robe front a crumpled and hastily folded bundle of dark fabric. Snape accepted that too without question, his mind too full to be critical of what he had been handed, until he unfolded it with a shake and found a black set of Slytherin-branded school robes within his grasp, his black eyes fixed upon his wife, who suddenly had a nervous air about her. She nibbled her lower lip, and her lips curled in a smile fraught with some unknowable emotion. "I wanted you to finish your school days in robes that aren't tattered and falling apart, something that befits a hero. Lily, thank you for your kind thoughts, but we can't afford this." Snape folded the robes back neatly, feeling the soft fabric between his fingers. How similar it had been to the school robes he was gifted by Lucius a lifetime ago, and how expensive he knew it had been. "Sure we can. You have a job waiting for you straight out of graduation," Lily insisted, pointing at the letter grasped in his hand. He folded the letter and replaced it into the envelope, his mind heavy with uncomfortable thought. Regardless, an apprentice's pocket would not be as so full as to be able to afford such luxuries. "Whatever you paid for this, Lily, it will not be worth the extra hardships we will face as graduates. But a professor's pocket is nowhere as shallow." With a grimace Snape chased that thought from his mind as he refolded the robes and held it back to Lily. "Please, we can't afford this." "Well, it's not ours to afford." She returned with a stubborn step backwards out of reach. "It was a gift from one of your friends." Snape frowned at the bundle in his hands, a list of names and faces passing through his mind, a short list to be sure. "And he is anonymous," she said with a wave of her hand, as if his curiosity could be swayed by a gesture. "Not to you, however." His eyes narrowed, this whole affair feeling off to him, her brows knitted together, eyes unable to meet his, worrying her soft pink lips with her pretty white teeth. "I was asked not to tell you, and I ask you to tell me," Snape insisted, not letting up. "And will that make a difference?" Lily asked as she approached again, laying one hand upon his chest and giving pause to his critical mind. "Which friend it came from?" His lips pressed together in a thin line, his mind weighing against his heart and his pride. "I cannot abide charity," he mumbled, willing her to understand. "I know, don't think of it that way." Lily hastily reassured, a hopeful smile upon her lips, her fingers trailing down the rough seam of his frayed graying robes. "Think of it as sponsorship." Snape could not help his sigh. parrying with my own words. Sometimes I wonder if you realize how truly Slytherin you seem. Her smile widened, seeming to sense his relent. What can I say? You've been quite a prominent influence on my life. She leaned in and nuzzled his neck, causing sensations to flutter pleasantly down his torso. So will you, please? Well, this is hardly fair, he muttered, feeling his will erode under his rising desire. Every distraction he did not need on the eve of exams. She withdrew quickly, a knowing smile upon her lips and a blush upon her cheeks. Lab rules. Still in place, he growled, untangling her from his form. And I'll appreciate you leaving my sensibilities in one piece. Oh, I'll back off when you agree to my terms, she said, stepping forward once more, holding his morals and teenaged hormones hostage with her wiles. Snape held out his one hand and holding the blasted charity robes with the other. All right, I'll wear it. For you, I'll wear it, he surrendered hastily, already feeling unpleasantly hot and flustered by just brief insinuations. Her smile was brilliant and bereft of any of that deviousness she seemed so adept at wielding. Well, well, he repeated, frowning, unsure of what she was expecting of him, but her smile took upon a devious edge once more. Get changing. He could only stare back at her, not quite understanding her request. Was she actually requesting that he change, in his laboratory, right in front of her, without a dressing room or other appropriate types of privacy facilities? But her insistent eyes told him she expected that very thing, as too did her words. Come on, Save. No need to be shy. I've seen you disrobed countless times now. He grimaced, feeling the heat rise once again, struggling with words that fled him when she teased him so. 4 times was all he was able to utter. You have seen me disrobed only 4 times. The fabric felt soft upon his skin, a touch so light that it was almost unnoticed, high-end tailoring to be sure. It was such a far cry from the patchy robes that he had become so used to. He had almost forgotten what it felt to be dressed like a human being. But all the same, Snape could not help but be self-conscious as he stepped through to the Slytherin common room. Eyes turned to him, curiosity, but he still couldn't help but feel the derision that came with attention, imagined or otherwise. He lowered his eyes and marched to a vacated seat by the corner, one he frequented when he did not wish to be disturbed within the common room. Urquhart occupied that space already, nose in her charms textbook. Revising, no doubt, because if a student like Urquhart couldn't keep atop of her studies, then there was no hope for this generation. Snape sunk quietly into his seat, summoning his own scrolls of notes with a flick of his wand, taken during the hours spent in the library. He had no textbook of his own to read from and relied heavily on the books he could borrow from the library. Nice robes, Urquhart commented with barely a glance up from her textbook. I don't suppose you had anything to do with it, Snape muttered as he settled into his charms revision. He was quite comfortable with the topic, but it never hurt to refresh himself. Urquhart glanced again, this time with eyebrows raised. An anonymous benefactor. How suspiciously astute of you. Snape muttered, feeling the heat rise upon his neck. He hated giving anyone the idea he was grateful for this show of charity, and more regretted how easily he gave in to Lily's insistence. It was difficult to think clearly when she teased him so, and it was hard to imagine that she didn't take advantage of that defect on purpose. Gryffindor she might be, but he knew better than to doubt her cunning. While Snape practiced for years the art of manipulations and misdirection, Lily seemed to know the art instinctively, and for whatever reason chose to bring to bear the full brunt of her powers upon him and him alone. Urquhart, however, could only frown at Snape's accusatory tone. If you suspect it might be me, I lay your fears to rest. I do not go out of my way to meddle where I'm not invited, and I do not remember you ever requesting my support in procuring new garbs. A scowl lit upon Snape's lips, his black eyes raising from his sheafs of parchment. My wife had told me this was gifted from someone within Slytherin, and if not you then I can think of no one else within my sphere that could procure robes on short notice from high-end tailors. Last I checked Mulciber was from a well-off pureblood family, and he seems the dense sort to poke his nose where it's not wanted, Urquhart offered as she returned to her reading. Snape considered this and dismissed it without further thought. Even had he the mind to dedicate to anything other than his quest to catch the attention of one disinterested girl, I doubt he's in good enough standing with his family to spend so easily upon another. And Leicester's muggle-born, not the typical sort able to solicit these tailoring services on such short notice. Urquhart glanced up again, but this time with a smidge of interest upon her features. I don't suppose one of the lower years. Rockers looks to you with starry eyes. He's a half-blood. Same obstacles. Snape scowled as disturbing realizations trickled into his mind. Friend, Lily had said. She didn't necessarily say Slytherin, and even then she might not have been entirely truthful. He glanced down, casting his eyes down his fine black robes, feeling the smoothness of high thread count upon his skin, feeling barely a prickle as his goose bumps raised upon his arms and bile within his throat. Realizing suddenly that there was one such pureblood that had the means and the will to spend frivolously and poke his nose into affairs in which it did not belong. And if that were true, and that Lily would not warn him, not just that, but to go so far as to trick him into accepting it. He stood, agitated, suddenly wishing for nothing more than to change back into the scrappy robes he knew as his own. But no, he could not. Lily had taken them after she bade him change. To have something of his to cuddle at night, she had said, very much jokingly, but the truth was likely to deprive him recourse once he realized the truth of the matter. Cunning and manipulative, traits he could admire had she not dealt such a devastating blow to his pride with her underhanded action. "Where are you going?" Urquhart asked, as she watched Snape shove his notes back into his bag and cast it to the side. Snape scowled, refusing to even voice his agitation, when a hand braced firmly upon his shoulder. "It's past curfew, Snape," Urquhart stated evenly, having intercepted the thoughts of the enraged boy before he could violate this decree. "I thought you did not meddle in affairs you were not welcome." Snape snapped, shaking off her grasp. A flash of annoyance passed Urquhart's dark eyes, her brows furrowed in a judging frown. "Exams are tomorrow. Can this not wait?" "No," he hissed, turning to storm straight through the common room, but Urquhart would not let him leave in peace, her falsely deepened voice following behind his back. "Let me guess, it must have been a gift from one of those Gryffindors you do not get along with." Snape did not honor that with an answer, but Urquhart did not let up. "Now you plan to march upstairs and make a scene over it with your wife, on the eve of exams. Likely upset her state of mind going into exams over something so minor." "Minor," Snape stopped in his tracks and rounded upon the following girl. "Do not presume to judge me. You cannot possibly understand. This is no gift. This is mockery." Her brows furrowed at his words. "Mocked you with a gift, right?" To which Snape's scowl deepened, but Urquhart did not retreat from his glower. "I have heard stories about you, Snape, from before you came into prominence as someone worthy of respect. Heard about my humiliation at the lake, did you?" Snape spat, his boiling anger flushing away the embarrassment that would have always accompanied that memory. She did not even blink. "I had not witnessed that incident, but I am sorry for what you must have gone through. Pity, the one thing Snape hated above mockery. Save your hollow words," Snape hissed. "You're right, I cannot possibly understand. As I'm sure anybody who isn't you stands to suffer the same ignorance," she smirked, as if acknowledging a dark joke that only she understood. "But let me offer you one piece of universal advice. Never make a decision while you're angry." Snape fixed his black eyes upon this upstart girl, incredulous that she should so presume to lecture him about acting rashly. But Urquhart did not shirk under his withering gaze, one of the few who could meet his eyes without their souls pouring forth. She held out a beseeching hand, waving him back to his seat. "Calm, Snape. I say this as your friend." "Friend," Snape spat. "With the likes of a false man like you." She flinched at that. A slower blink, but noticeable to one who knew hurt intimately. Snape's anger tapered suddenly. The realization that he had crossed a line, a new response in his psyche, for he had cared little about what wounds he inflicted upon the heart of others. He stood in silence for a moment more as Urquhart's equally sunken eyes darted about the vicinity, confirming that even had they been overheard, the context was foreign enough not to strike any obvious interest. With a nod to the chairs, Snape strode back to his seat, glowering at the eyes that stared up at him, no doubt alerted by his erratic behavior. Urquhart followed, her steps steady as she fell into stride. Their brief fallout unworn upon her features, holding herself in far more Slytherin conduct than anything Snape could profess in the past 2 minutes. They settled back into their corner seats, as if none of such unpleasantness had passed between them. Urquhart had even cracked open his textbook again and resettled upon the page she left off at. But after the passing of a few moments of silence, what was left unsaid had to be addressed. It seems you are correct. It is unwise to act under the influence of anger, Snape offered, stopping short of an outright apology. As undefined as their acquaintance was, she did not deserve the brunt of his anger, nor did Lily for that matter. A reminder he should not have needed. His rage had been his weakness, stoked from the smouldering hatred he could never extinguish. That hatred was never meant for either woman this night. Those deep-set brown eyes blinked once more slowly, gathering his thoughts, no doubt, as a good Slytherin should. It was shameful how little control Snape could have, how easily his own best qualities could be worn down by the merest touch of mockery wrought by that haughty Gryffindor boy. Lily did not set out to humiliate him. It was not in her heart to do so. She likely believed the gesture to be of genuine kindness. Why she thought he'd want to be shown kindness of any form from that swine of a human being Snape would never fathom, but tonight was not the night to bring this to her attention, nor was this the form that encounter should take. Slowly, the girl closed her textbook, fixing Snape with a pointed glare with her dark brown eyes. "Anger or not, is that the honest thought you had of me?" she asked, her question a riddle in itself. "Slytherins make poor friends. We are always associates." Snape replied, confident in his assessment. Though Lucius had once been the closest he'd had to a friend from within the snake pit, he knew better to believe their association would last long after his usefulness was up. And double goes for him, especially considering how quickly Snape had chosen to snub a relationship this second time around with that family he had once been so close with. But Urquhart's brown eyes flashed. "I can accept that." But her anger did not dissipate. Snape sat in silence, awaiting context. Another moment passed before she finally gave it. "Do you truly not see me as a man?" Was that honestly what bothered her? "You're not a man." Her eyes narrowed before turning away, returning her focus to her textbook, but her eyes did not move upon the page. He had offended her somehow, and he could not fathom why. "Do you truly believe yourself a man?" Despite all the pains she had to take to conceal evidence otherwise. Her eyes darted up, a sharp annoyance whipped across her expression. "You don't understand. You're right. I don't." Snape folded his hands upon his lap, a gesture of patience mirroring that of the girl only minutes before when he had been the one with shaken sensibilities. "How could you expect anybody to understand? This is not usual circumstances." With a scowl, she turned away, visibly unsatisfied with Snape's answer. He could not fathom what she expected of him. "Does it honestly matter, Urquhart?" "No, why should it?" she replied flippantly, but her tone spoke volumes otherwise. Snape cast his eyes away, sweeping the muted hum of the common room. Nobody paid them any heed, the last day before exams as it was. His eyes trailed down to his own form, the fine black robes he wore and had made such a grand commotion over. A context that was clear to only himself, for nobody else could understand the depth of the anguish and humiliation a simple gesture should bring. Not Urquhart, and certainly not Lily, and it took another's eyes to point that out to him. "Anyone who isn't you stands to suffer the same ignorance. You understand, I'm certain," Snape offered slowly, drawing those brown eyes back to him. "I don't understand, but that doesn't mean anything between us, Urquhart. And the fact that I see myself as a man, and that," she insisted, to that Snape could only frown. "Then that is your issue, not mine." To which she scowled and made to leave, but not before Snape added, "But that does not change things between us." Her eyes softened, her brows withdrew, a look of thought upon her visage. "Is that the best I can hope for? Distant acknowledgement?" Snape pressed thin his already thin lips. "If you step beyond what those around you deem to be the accepted norm, then adversity will be your life, Sebastian Urquhart," he warned, life lessons earned in the most difficult ways. "But there is nothing admirable about lowering your head and accepting what is." The girl said nothing, but her brown eyes dropped. The silence that fell between them was that of restless thoughtfulness, but no longer resentful. Once upon a time, it had been Snape, walking that very path. A Slytherin, friends with a Gryffindor, and a Muggle-born to boot. How he wished in the years since to have had someone gift him the wisdom he held now, to have cleared the confusion that had clouded his judgment so fatally. Maybe in the end it would have made no difference. Maybe the stupidity of his youth would have triumphed in the end. But left to himself, There was no chance against his idiotic spiral of self-destruction. "We have to be the change we wish to see," mumbled Urquhart, to which Snape bowed his head in contemplative silence. A hot cup of tea was already waiting for Snape when he came to visit the old headmaster. Somehow the old man had predicted that he would skip out on that now annual Gryffindor-hosted end-of-the-year party in favor of one final conversation. No matter how Lily desired his company, he could not bring himself to endure that ruckus again, especially not under the smug eyes of that arrogant Potter. Nobody else had commented upon his new robes, though the stress of ongoing exams had assisted in their selective blindness. And though Snape could see that undeserved pride in that Gryffindor boy's eyes, it seemed for once he did not brag about his deed. The secret shame of the robe origins. Though Snape loathed the very thought of wearing upon his person charity from the very beast he loathed the most, after sleeping on it, he had made peace with ignorance. If that boy kept that galling knowledge to himself, then Snape was content, albeit cautiously, to let it be. With that conscious decision, Snape had applied his mind to exams, and passed that gauntlet with nary a sweat broken. His school life's end met him on the other side, a far more satisfying note than its original inception. And with it all came Snape's final decision on a matter he had sat upon for months. Matter he brought to Dumbledore's table, before a steaming hot cup and saucer of miscellaneous tea. Despite the crushing heat of summer, hot tea was always the preferred drink of the old headmaster, just as hot coffee was Snape's. "I will not be your potions master," the younger man declared without preamble as he sat himself across the desk. Disappointment touched those blue eyes, but Dumbledore made no move to interrupt. Snape, however, wished that he had a reason to act willfully combative. Because without it, his next decision sounded a little too compromising. "I will, however, be willing to teach defense against the dark arts. That is the only role I will consider." Those blue eyes darkened. "Severus, you know why I cannot offer you that role. Career-ending trouble finds every soul that has ever stepped within that position." "I am well aware," Snape replied evenly, but Dumbledore could only give a small shake of his head. "That trouble sometimes takes the form of life-altering or life-ending pains as well. That is not a risk I am willing to take." "But it is a risk I am willing to take," Snape insisted, his eyes flashing. "I once took on this very role, and the end of that was as predictable as it was planned. No other trouble found me, for we had already schemed my departure before the year was out, and that, I believe, is all that is needed, in which case I will make myself perfectly clear. If nothing else, it sets a perfectly precise time limit for which I am contracted to this role for. I will take on the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts for 1 year, and 1 year only, and then I will move on from this accursed school." "And your Slytherins, what of them?" the headmaster insisted, attempting to stoke his sentiment with those loaded words. But Snape refused to be guilted into line. "They can have me for 1 more year. That is more than you should need to make other arrangements. And in that time, you will take on the role of head of Slytherin." Though that had been phrased as statement, it sounded a question. "I will," Snape consented, for that was the primary reason he was needed at all. "I will take on the role of head of house and spare them of Slughorn's clumsy management for the year." Those blue eyes glanced away, silenced by thought. Calculating, no doubt, the risks weighed against the benefits. Perhaps even planning another cunning plead upon the balance of the compromise. But Snape beat him to his next words. "I had taken the role of defense once in my past, and you know I had taught that subject more competently than I ever had in my decade and a half serving as your potion master." It galled Snape to admit it, for he had vast ability in that area and never begrudged anyone that knowledge. But no student had ever applied themselves to the methods he perfected, and as the years wore on, he felt his own patience wear thin upon that frustration. However, when he moved to the defense role, even he could see the difference in what he was able to impart, whether it was by his own moderately bolstered motivation or by the student's own drive coming into that subject. "If you wish for me to continue to be the paragon of the Slytherins, then allow them to see me at my best." Those piercing blue eyes were upon him, clear and piercing, but not that probing sensation upon his mind. They had gone past attempts of subterfuge through legilimency, strange trust they had garnered between them. Then slowly The headmaster gave a nod, consent to this compromised proposal. The contract will be made with the school board post-haste, as will a permanent residence be arranged for your family, if you so wish. I do wish, Snape conceded, appreciating the aid despite hating the implications to his inability to provide. Then I will contact you as soon as I am able to secure matters. Decision made. A smile finally touched the headmaster's clear blue eyes. Professor Slughorn will be most disappointed to hear his retirement will have to wait. Graduation had always seemed like this mythical faraway point upon one's life's horizon. Though seemingly aware of its approach, exams had dulled that reality. The frantic month of catch-up and revision chasing away any time for reflective thought. And after that, celebrations took to the fore, one last hurrah to see out the school year. And celebrate, the Gryffindors had, despite losing the House Cup to the Slytherins again this year. But no one begrudged them that, for it was the points earned from the felling of a great and deadly beast that won them their cup. Lily stood that day, on the other side of the graduation ceremony, blinking as she stared out upon the shimmering lake, realization setting in. Her school life had come to an end, and life was now stretching out before her like the surface of the yawning lake. The future, untested, unfettered, and uncertain, that terror was only just beginning to set in. Lily, a warm voice sounded as cool fingers slipped around her own. Clad in his handsome, gifted robes, he stood by her as he had during the ceremony when she had to deliver a speech, as he would in her life to come, for that was what marriage was. As head boy and girl, they had delivered the graduation speech together, though more her than him. Severus barely said 2 sentences, hating the spotlight as he did. She didn't begrudge him that comfort. She was simply glad to have him there at all. All those that graduated that day, friends and acquaintances, all of them had family sitting within the great hall, watching them pass this threshold of life with pride. Parents, siblings, adopters, sponsors, save her and Severus. They only had each other, for him more than her, for she had friends and their parents who would come and offer support and comfort. Marlene's mother, in particular, sought her out for a long, warm hug, making her promise to visit the McKinnon home in the Highlands whenever she was able. It would be an empty household, now that their 2 oldest were gone. Casualties of this cruel and insidious war that loomed upon the world they were entering. One that Severus would have her ignore for her safety and his peace of mind. He only had her, something this graduation ceremony only drove into her mind keenly. He had stood amongst his Slytherins, exchanging words with those who would approach him, never close, always holding himself apart. It was only her that he would allow to cross that threshold of his heart. Their life had tangled together from the beginning. 2 magical children born in a non-magical world, a chance meeting, and the courage that spurred him to approach her. A moment that changed her life. And though their paths met rocky shores, diverged into darkened depth, they had found each other again. Their hearts and lives entwined faster than she had ever thought possible. Together, now, they walked from this sheltered comfort into the wider world. With a deep breath, Lily tightened her grip around those cool fingers, only lightly kissed by the cooling charm. He shifted his dark gaze down upon her, his black eyes cool and calm, smiling not with his lips. They waited upon the shore as the boat slowly came to shore. One last ceremony. "Watch your step," Save cautioned as Lily stepped eagerly to the first boat to dock, entering the great boathouse and down the damp stone path lining the canal down the center. The path they took down to this watery building was cut into the very stones, wound under the castle deep into the bowels, only to climb up and into its entrance chambers. It was down this path they had descended to these shores, parting with the families in the great hall. Though this area was not out of bounds, it was so far out of the way that students seldom trespassed. Lily had only been to these docks once before, and that was the day she first stepped foot upon castle grounds as an 11-year-old. The wonder and excitement of the day she could feel as a kiss of a memory as she wore this path of nostalgia. Everything was so much bigger in her memory. The castle, the cliffs, the hills and forest, the castle that loomed out of the darkness, so grand in its silhouetted glory. But as she stepped back down to these very same docks, the bright light of the noon sun streaming through the windows, she could not help but feel the walk far shorter than her memory had promised. The boats, too, just as not done to the size they remembered. She hesitated on that final step into that boat, its side against the wharf, but a short step away. Severus didn't. He stepped straight down, his slender form barely rocking the vessel as he reached one steady hand up to her. A smile touched her lips as she obliged, allowing him to lift her down to the boat gently. Once upon a time, this boat had been enough to fit 4 young students. Now it filled with only she and Severus, settled on either end, sitting face to face in its confined arrangements. How small they must have been. The boat set off from the dock, unaided by its occupants, slowly drifting from the shelter of the boathouse as another vessel took its place against the dock, awaiting its next occupants. The noon sun beat down upon the water, only wisps of clouds swirled about the crisp blue sky, the rays beating off the settled lake upon which not a breath of wind had stirred, through which their boat cut its course slowly. Behind them, a small fleet had formed, students retracing the steps that took them to this institution. The sounds of laughter rang in the air, whoops of jubilance from graduates, still high from their freedom, mercifully free of the realization of the responsibilities of the life to come. Lily could not help the laughter that escaped her lips, a ringing bubble of excitement and mirth that fought free of the strangling anticipation of what could be. Severus' dark eyes never left her, watching her as she laughed and waved to her friends upon those other boats. Eyes only for her, even as they lost sight of that grand castle behind the hills and the thickened trees. As they left behind them their student lives and faced the oncoming world upon their own will and capacity. Chapter 53. To begin life anew. Chapter text Diagon Alley was a kaleidoscope of noise and color, filled with crowds that could not be kept away even with the lateness of the day and the bleeding summer heat. Ordinarily, Lily would have enjoyed this opportunity to immerse herself with the crowds and browse the curiosities on offer. But after a long day, having only graduated that morning, and then spending a good portion of her afternoon dealing with matters of her account in Gringotts, she was ready to retire for the evening. Her withdrawal from their newly united account clinked in her coin bag, far lighter than it ordinarily would be from a visit. It wasn't that she didn't have funds to draw from. Indeed, the sale of her house had brought enough coins to live off, at least for a while. Lily sighed as her brows knit together, worries now pressed directly upon the fore of her mind. Save had a career lined up already, but she hadn't even decided on what she wanted to do yet. Either way, the search would have to wait until the morning. Even had she the mind and drive to start tonight, most local shops and businesses were winding down for the evening. With tired steps, she trudged through the opening in the brickwork that led back to the leaky cauldron. The bricks clicked back into place, forming a nondescript brick wall with an indent in the middle, concealing the bustling magical marketplace from the bar that acted a bridge between the muggle and magical worlds. She gave a smile and wave to the landlord Tom, who smiled back with his enthusiastic, toothless grin. He never mentioned how he lost his teeth, but he had never made any effort to introduce dentures for his missing teeth as long as Lily could remember. Procuring the key to the room she rented for the night, she pushed open the door with a greeting on the tip of her tongue, feeling the tingle of a protective ward wash over her. She knew Severus was back. She could sense his form through her ring before she had even fully crossed the illusionary brickwork. He had made himself at home, it seemed, his tattered bag already partially unpacked upon a seat in the corner, his potion kit already given an assigned table by the cracked window. And by that very window he sat, clad in those impeccable dress robes, his arms folded as he watched her from an unevenly padded armchair. Why so formal? Lily asked as she closed the door and kicked off her shoes. The floor wasn't the cleanest, even with a liberal application of the Scourgify charm, but she had been on her feet all day, and her toes demanded freedom. His arms unfolded then, seeming to relax where he sat. I have no other respectable robes to wear in daily life, so unless you wish for me to strut about the place in bathrobes, this will have to be my day wear. Probably not the best option in public, Lily agreed, unable to keep the image from her mind or the associated smile off her face. However, in the privacy of our room, I don't see any problems with letting your hair down. She was ready to do just that herself, stripping off her socks and stuffing them into her shoes. She hadn't yet purchased a set of casual wear robes for her everyday use and didn't feel it an appropriate expense to blow their precious budget on, at least not hers. Severus was another matter, as he didn't have a single item of appropriate everyday wear to call his own, muggle or magical. What about your recently acquired school robes? Surely you can give that a few extra days of wear, she asked as she worked down the buttons to her blouse. Transfigure away the school crest, and it'd look like any other set of robes. When he didn't answer, she glanced to him to find his eyes fixed upon her hands, too distracted to speak or even listen, it seemed. Her eyebrow arched as her fingers threaded her last button back up. His eyes instantly snapped to her eyes, charmingly sheepish for being caught out. I asked, what about your new school robes? Lily rehashed with a roll of her eyes and a poorly masked smile. I sold it, came the blunt reply. Lily rounded on him, shirt buttons forgot. Why did you do that? It wasn't that long off the tailor's hooks. Those thin lips twisted, as if annoyed by such a thought. Which is precisely why I sold it to a second-hand robe shop. School robes of that quality in such good condition fetched a reasonable price. That was a fair enough reason. Lily hadn't thought of that. First day out in the world, and already you're bringing bacon home, she chirped with a clap of her hands, her muggle idiom sounding more correct in her mind than when she said it aloud. Not quite, he muttered, sheepish once more. I already spent it on necessities. Well, that tone prodded at her curiosity. Such as, she asked with a teasing lilt in her voice. New underwear for one, he muttered as if trying to blend his words with his breathing. Well, I agree that is a necessity. Lily nodded solemnly as Save colored and looked away, so bashful about such non-consequential things, and as such, Lily could not resist poking fun at him. Well, go on then, show me. His black eyes flickered back to hers. Excuse me. You heard me. Her eyes flashed with mischief. Take off your stuffy dress robes and show me. He stood from his seat and drew the curtains together with a flick of his wand. A grin stretched across Lily's lips. She hadn't actually expected him to comply with her cheeky demands. But then he stepped right up to her and touched his fingers upon that button of her blouse. The color came to her cheeks. I thought I said your robes, she complained, finding his nimble fingers making short work of her shirt. By all means, you can help me out of it, he muttered, leaning in, his chilled breath against her neck. He worked her shoulders out of the top of her blouse, trailing small kisses along her collarbone with his icy lips. A shiver ran through her, excited and mildly confused by this sudden, but not unwelcome turnabout. After months of avoiding this whole affair, decrying their age and school rules, she hadn't expected him to be so overwhelmingly on board the moment they stepped foot out of school grounds. Wait, she complained, placing her hands upon his chest. He paused upon the last button, his black eyes flickered back up to hers, suddenly painfully uncertain. I can't risk pregnancy, she insisted, worrying her bottom lip with her teeth. His black eyes softened as he straightened, but not withdrawing completely from her sphere. I agree, he concurred, then looked even more sheepish, if that were even possible. Which is why I took the liberties of procuring more ingredients. You spent money on that. Lily asked, her voice filled with the tone of amused aghast. It's a necessary expense. His eyes flashed with indignation, though the color of his cheeks spoke volumes otherwise. We both agree we cannot afford to risk accidental pregnancy. Oh, I did not dispute that. It was everything else that wasn't part of the strictly necessary column. She couldn't help the grin that split upon her face, nor that one extra jab at his expense. What's wrong? Couldn't keep to the celibate lifestyle any longer. Those black eyes bore into hers with such deadly intensity, not with such a corruptive force for a wife. She gasped in mock affront, but could barely keep the smile from her face. Her hands wound their way about his neck, her fingers trickling through his lightly tangled hair. He leaned into her touch, approaching with a little more exploratory hesitation. She didn't wait for him, finding his lips with her own, feeling the sharp coolness of his breath battle against the warmth of her own. With a flick of her fingers, she undid that one last button, casting her shirt from her shoulders and causing him to withdraw from their kiss to slide his black eyes over her form. She smiled as she kicked off her skirt, but batted away his hands when they came to seek more. Oh no, she teased, stepping out of his reach and perching herself upon the end of the bed, crossing her legs in a way that drew his attention to all the right places. I asked you to take off your robes, didn't I? Morning came, and for once Snape welcomed the awareness that came with the world of the waking. Lily lay at his side, unmoved from where she fell asleep against him the previous night. In bed was not particularly large, but it had more than enough space to spread out for two as thin as they were out. But all the same, she had chosen to lie up against him, her arm thrown across his torso, her warmth a radiant spot against his magically cool skin. Snape cracked his eyes open against the pale grey light of morning. It had been a hot night, and the thin sheets they had draped across them when they finally settled for the night now pulled unevenly about their forms and tangled about her legs. She was a sheet kicker, it seemed, and oddly it didn't disturb his ordinarily light sleep. But he did not dislike how the sheets played across her body, laying lightly over her still form where they covered. The night was hot, too hot for existence under sheets, it seemed. He did not know how long he spent admiring her legs from where he lay, but it wasn't long before his enjoyment could give way to the dawning sense of responsibility. Snape sighed, shifting where he laid, laying a rousing hand upon her shoulder. "MMM," she murmured, as she tightened her grasp upon his torso, refusing to open her eyes. But as much as he wanted to leave her in peace, neither of them could afford to let this matter slide. "Awake, Lily. You need to take your dose." With mighty reluctance, Lily finally edged her bleary eyes open, releasing her grasp upon her husband. Snape slipped from her arms and straight into his summoned bathrobes, disliking the feeling of exposure. He stalked over to the table, sweeping open the curtains a crack to allow him the light to search. With a quick snap of his vial case, Snape procured the potion. Lily had sat up within the bed, allowing the blankets to fall from her body and drawing Snape's eyes instinctively to her form. With a flick of his wand, he swept the cracked curtains shut behind him, jealously guarding her from potential outside eyes. She hadn't bothered to cover up after escapades, falling asleep quickly. Snape, however, couldn't feel comfortable until he redressed in at least his underwear, now a black pair of better-fitting shorts. A difference in mentality between them, he supposed. She didn't have the same chip on her shoulder as he did. With a thankful and oddly coy smile, Lily accepted the potion, gulping it quickly. Snape had brewed it the previous afternoon, having returned to their room far sooner than Lily had. He had to do something to keep himself occupied, lest he wore a hole upon the floor pacing from worry over their brief separation. Snape did not like the idea of his wife wandering the streets of magical London alone, not with what was happening with the world, and worse that was yet to come. Indeed, the only reason he had the currency to purchase these ingredients had been down to the hefty fee he received from the sale of those school robes of exceptional quality and condition. After the initial anger that came with the realization that James Potter had arrogantly taken it upon himself to rectify assumed fault in Snape's wardrobe, Snape had calmed just as quickly. His terrible temper had been what brought him the most grief in his past, his greatest weakness as a youth, and a terrible flaw he had been forced to control as an adult. For he would make a poor spy flying off his emotions. Besides, there was something savagely satisfying in knowing he had used that very gift as a means to enjoy Congress with the very woman that Potter had once coveted. It made the whole affair just that touch more nefariously pleasurable. But such thoughts seemed far from Lily's mind, as she handed back that empty vial and snuggled back under covers, kicking her feet free of the tangle of sheets. She smiled, patting that empty space beside her, enticing him. There was little else he could do this day except wait for word from Dumbledore, so this was as efficient use of his time as anything. But almost as soon as if responding to his enjoyment, a sharp rap came at the window. Snape sighed as the curious girl sat back up in bed. "Mail is here, Lily. You might wish to cover up," he muttered as he refastened his bathrobes, turning to the curtains with the utmost of reluctance. Lily rolled her eyes. "It's just an owl save." But she quickly changed her mind when the creature was allowed in and had its bright yellow judgmental eye turned upon her, almost as if it couldn't quite believe the indecency of it all. Snape snatched the letter from the bird's talons, spotting the Hogwarts crest upon the seal, and quickly shooed the creature back out the window. "What's it about?" Lily asked, slipping out again from the covers she had pulled about her ears. Snape turned his back to her, partly to catch the smoggy morning light that filtered from the crack in the curtains he was willing to allow, and partly to keep himself from being distracted by the sight of her. "The letter is for me," Snape answered, suppressing a sigh and folding the parchment closed before Lily could close the gap. Speak of the devil. She did not need to know he was in private communications with Dumbledore, at least until things had been made official. It seems I cannot enjoy your company any longer this morning, a matter in regards to my soon-to-be employment calls. And already the world begins to wrest your time from me. It's what I get for marrying a genius. I'll have to share, Lily muttered solemnly, stepping from the bed to gather her clothing. She was in no hurry to cover up, it seemed, and Snape similarly felt in no hurry to leave. It was only as she slipped on her basics and clasped back about her throat that cursed gold necklace did Snape get a hold of his bewitched senses. That gift from Potter, an eternal reminder of what could have been. Lily would never know the depth of its gall, but it was not her place to curb her living for his shame. At the very least, she never denied his request for her to remove that trinket for times when he'd rather not be reminded. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he muttered, shaking off his own misgivings. He stepped forward to offer a kiss, something he understood from classic tales that was customary between lovers, and something he found the sentimentality to engage in. But she quickly held her hand out, passing a hand over her lips and muttering a spell of freshening. "Okay, I'm ready," she announced, having scoured away her morning breath. Snape hesitated a fraction, realizing he hadn't observed his morning hygiene yet. With a wave of his wand, he cleaned his teeth and freshened his breath, and only then approached again for his intended kiss. "Oh, you do care," Lily murmured, accepting the affection eagerly. Snape's kiss lingered, savoring the moment, satisfied in the direction his life had taken. To have someone to share his life with, to leave home with the taste of her lips on his, to come home knowing there was someone waiting. Poets had boasted of such in text and song, but none had ever done this feeling true justice, it seemed. As Snape stepped into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore greeted from the direction of his phoenix perch. "Forgive the mess, Severus. I hadn't expected your arrival so soon." Indeed, feathers scattered about the floor and tables. Fawkes is molting, and despite his best efforts in grooming, he needs a little help. The pin feathers make him ever so uncomfortable, and even a phoenix needs relief from summer humidity. Snape raised one black eyebrow to the headmaster, patting a feather from his shoulder. "Are you incapable of grooming your pet outside?" Alas, Fawkes does not enjoy the perch upon the balcony as he does the office, and at his age, it is all about his comfort. Dumbledore turned to the bird with a small, soft, bristled brush, bringing it down the bird's scarlet feathers. "He is coming towards the tail end of his cycle. There is perhaps another decade in him, 2 at most. And yet he'll outlive us all," Snape muttered as he took his seat, annoyed by the need to wait when he had rushed out of bed to meet the headmaster. Had he known the summons were not urgent, he might have enjoyed his morning for another hour or so. "I trust you called me with matters to attend, and not for a simple chat over animal grooming practices." "Of course," Dumbledore responded, though he did not take his seat, instead conjuring a pair of tweezers. "The announcement of your hiring has been made official. The date of your meeting with the Board of Governors has been set. Tomorrow morning," the old man offered, floating over a scroll of parchment bearing the wax seal of the school board, before turning back to plucking at some oddly bent feathers sticking out of the peaks of the bird's wings. A sneer touched Snape's lips as he accepted the invite, tucking it into his robes and imagining the commotion that must have caused. "I can't imagine they were very pleased to learn you have decided to hire a freshly graduated 18-year-old. I believe one of the noble governors had called it an unusually eccentric decision, even by my balmy standards," the headmaster quipped with a light tone, giving one last long brush of his bird's tail. Fawkes gave a shrill cry, ruffling his newly groomed feathers, eliciting a beaming smile from the old man. There were few moments Snape would ever consider truly genuine from Albus Dumbledore, but he would never deny that the man genuinely loved his pet. "I trust you know how to present yourself on the day." Dumbledore fixed him with his blue stare, somewhat lessened with effect due to the headmaster being covered head to foot with loose feathers. "I don't foresee a problem," Snape dismissed. "They had approved my appointment despite knowing I was a former Death Eater. I cannot see how my age could be even more detrimental than that." Dumbledore brushed away the feathers with an unwonted cast of magic and set himself down in his throne-like seat across from Snape. "When you put it that way, I wonder if there is anything I cannot get away with." "Don't let it go to your head," Snape growled. With a twinkle in his eye and a faraway smile, not half as warm as he was with his bird, Dumbledore dipped his head in acknowledgment. I concede to your wisdom. Before that smile muted, and a serious tone took their conversation once more. And wise you are, beyond the age of which you seem. In that, I'm not without unfair advantage, Snape muttered. You are a calmer man, too, I've noted, Dumbledore continued, folding his hands upon the table before him. And far more compassionate a man than I had ever taken you for, even when I first met you in this incarnation. Dumbledore smiled, gesturing the cracked ring he wore upon a finger unblemished with blackened rot. Snape glared at the man, still disbelieving he would take such a risk after everything he was warned about. That ring brought naught but decay and death to you in another life, and in this one brought me peace. It's funny how fate works. The headmaster smiled, one so different to any Snape had ever seen upon the man. Contentment, perhaps, and for once Snape understood what that might feel like. Those blue eyes turned away before Snape could inquire further, not that he was interested in the old man's affairs. The headmaster turned to other business, almost as if to steer conversation away. One last order of business, Severus. A key appeared unbeckoned, floating over from a box upon the shelf and into Dumbledore's open palm. Light of your living arrangement, I believe there is only one household appropriate for your habitation. The only one I would trust to provide the privacy and security you need, especially in light of your newly unwelcome fame. A light scowl touched Snape's lips at that thought. He had been unable to keep atop of the news owing to inconsistent access, but he didn't doubt articles of him persisted in their appearances, perhaps slanting towards the unfavorable spectrum. An inevitable fate with all fame. No matter how noble your actions, or clear your intent, controversy entices the public mind, and slander sells papers. Your name has no doubt reached the ears of those of less harmless interest too, Dumbledore continued, a sentiment Snape needed no reminder of. Until now his anonymity had protected him from the Dark Lord's wrath, but now he had not even that. Worse, his fame stemmed straight from an action that opposed that vile warlock directly. Meeting his dark eyes, Dumbledore placed the key upon the table between them and slid them solemnly over to Snape. Though the household is still under my name, I have made you custodian of the property. The privacy wards that are laid into its stone are quite powerful. My mother had ensured that. They will turn away strangers at the door unless invited over the threshold by you or your wife, should you entrust her the key. No unfriendly eye would pierce the veil over the windows, and no sound would reach unfriendly ear beyond your walls. This is the best protection I can offer short of the imprisoning touch of the Fidelius. Snape lowered his eyes as he accepted the keys, feeling the weight of the memories attached to them. The memories of the slain sister had driven both sons from this very household, leaving the building to stand bare through the decades that preceded. I am grateful, Professor Dumbledore, Snape muttered, closing his fingers about the cool brass key forged in the design of another century. A twinkle touched Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, perhaps realizing now how rare genuine gratitude was from the young man before him. Indeed, they were no longer strangers, and though he had not known Snape as long as another Dumbledore had, in many ways their distance was far shorter than it had ever been. One last thing, Severus, before you leave. A smile upon Dumbledore's face in true. You're no longer my student, and we are to be co-workers once more. Just Albus is fine. So why don't you tell me a little about yourself, MS? Snape. I mean, Mrs. Snape. Lily Snape. Lily winced at the awkwardness but forged ahead. She was fortunate enough to somehow stumble upon a job opportunity right off the bat, and she'd be darned if she didn't give it her all. But so far everything seemed to be hitting all the wrong notes as the proprietor of the shop, a plump and rounded middle-aged witch named Selina Swelly, smiled back in mild confusion. Oh, married already. Did you not say you had only just graduated? Yes, yesterday, in fact. Lily could not help her sheepish smile. She hadn't given it much thought at the time, but she could see now how odd a youthful marriage might seem. In my defense, I had known my husband basically all my life. In a way, we really didn't rush into this. If she squinted hard enough, what she said almost looked like it lay on the truthful side of exaggeration. To her relief, the confusion cleared the kindly witch's smile. So Snape must be your husband's name, right? Tell me, is he by any chance related to this Snape in the papers? Severus Snape, protector of Slytherin. He's one and the same. Lily could not help that glow of pride, especially at that sudden sparkle of excitement in the patron's eyes. The questions poured forth. Are you really married to him? He seemed ever so sour in the photos. One would think if he were married to such a lovely young lady, he'd seem a little bit happier. Lily knew exactly what she meant. He hates the limelight, and I mean hates it with the fury of 1,000 curse flares. If you point a camera at him, he's going to scowl. Oh, so every photo taken of him would naturally not catch his good side. Madame Swelly nodded as if in understanding. No wonder he looked so bedraggled and haggard in every photo. Lily grimaced. Yep, that's why. His greatest qualities didn't lie in his physical appearance, but she didn't need to voice that fact. Well, it is certainly delightful to meet the woman behind such an extraordinary young man, Swelly chirped, before her tone returned to a touch more seriousness. But we should return to matters at hand, namely what you can bring to my little trinket shop. And here was where her natural abilities gave her the edge. My best subject is in charms, and though my results haven't been released yet, I'm relatively confident I stand within the outstanding bracket. Quite literally, the only subject in which she hadn't bumbled one portion or another. She had actually forgotten everything in a portion of her defense against the dark arts paper to do with the temporal properties generated when two offensive spells meet, and her transfiguration's practical was marred by one incident of accidentally conjuring a grandfather clock with wings and a personality. That is very impressive, and charms is essential to this line of work. Swelly beamed. Swelly's trinkets and charms work. That's why I applied. Lily nodded eagerly. I understand this shop does a little bit of enchantment on top of classic charmed trinkets. Though Hogwarts doesn't offer that subject, I've tried it in my free time only once. Good results, though. That got a little rise of interest. Really, you've enchanted something. Lily held out her left hand, splaying her fingers. I had a hand in our wedding rings, enchanted it myself. My husband has the matching pair. Swelly leaned forward, her plump form teetering on the edge of her chair. Truly. May I see it for myself? Lily slipped the ring off and handed it over without a moment's hesitation, and watched with bated breath as the witch turned it over and tapped it with her wand, investigating the properties of her novice attempt at the craft. She had been exuberant that it had worked at all, having never had a hand in the craft at all, but she doubted her slight foray into the field would lay an impression upon a veteran in the craft. But her worries were for naught, it seemed, as the experienced enchanter handed back the ring, her eyes gleaming with interest. I confess, I have never seen one as young as you able to create an enchantment as strong as you had. You have natural ability in the craft, it seems, in some form or fashion. Lily latched on to that compliment eagerly. It's because I'm a natural wandless caster. And to demonstrate that, she summoned the ring back to her finger with a gesture. She didn't even need to speak to cast the summoning charm anymore. Madame Swelly stared with genuine surprise, a smile creeping over her wondrous face. A natural caster, with experience in enchantment, why, you were made for my store. She slipped off her cushioned chair to take Lily's hand in a firm two-handed shake. Welcome, Lily Snape. You can start next Monday, let's say, 10. Gives you a little bit of a sleep in, and gives me time to get my lazy bear of a husband in to mind the front while I walk you through the back. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Lily exclaimed excitedly, truly thankful for the offer. But before Lily could take her dignified leave, a silver doe burst through the shop front window and landed urgently before her. Lily, came Save's voice. It was hard to ignore the panic in his tone, no matter how he tried to hide it. Where are you? Please answer and return as soon as you can. Lily winced. Sorry, my husband's a worrywart. And without another word sent a doe back. That should keep him from apparating straight into the shop in search of her. At the very least, it didn't seem to hurt her image with her new employer. Madame Swelly watched her wordless display of the patroness with an admiring gleam, as if she couldn't believe the talent she had managed to hire on. But of course, it was an impressive feat. There weren't many who could cast that advanced charm in of itself, let alone master it wordlessly, and even with Lily's talents, it had taken a good hour or so of dedicated focus. With that, Lily took her leave with a skip in her step. A blanket of worry melted away. They would have income for the foreseeable future, and some security to their humble lives. But that light-hearted excitement was short-lived, as she pushed open the door to her room. Severus was already back, as she expected him to be, but he was pacing back and forth like an agitated gnarl in too small of a cage. Lily sighed, prompting him to turn to her in visible relief, somehow missing the telling tug his ring must have alerted him with. I can see transitioning into the real world is going to be a chore for you if you fall to pieces whenever I'm out of sight for a few hours. Save wasn't even the least bit abashed by his obvious agitation. It would help if you left a note about when you left, and why, and what time you were expected to return, he growled. Lily arched a crimson eyebrow. And would you like a diagram with that? Perhaps a minute-by-minute report over where I am and what I'm doing? That was not an unreasonable request, Save muttered, scowling at the reductio ad absurdum. At the very least you should have expected that I would not be spending all day cooped in this room, Lily said as she kicked off her shoes, working out her annoyance with her husband to the bubbling excitement of the news she was bringing home. She was employed and wanted to share it under the most comfortable of circumstances. But Save had other ideas, it seemed. He strode to her side, laying a soft hand upon her shoulder. You might wish to leave those on. Lily glanced up at him, curious as she slipped her shoes back on. Severus reached out, offering his palm, and Lily took it and stood at his light beckoning. Then suddenly the wooden walls was whisked away as a cool breeze played about her skirt tails. She cast her eyes about the unfamiliar sun-touched scenery, disoriented by the smoothness of Save's apparition, for she legitimately hadn't realized she had left their inn-room at all. She turned her eyes down the rows of charming little houses, with their knee-height walls built right up to the roads, their little gardens in the front blooming with unseasonal flowers. One even had a frivolous lawn ornament that spouted rainbow bubbles that turned into wispy butterflies. An easel sat upon the low brickwork of a wall, narrowing its suspicious orange eyes, and made Lily feel all the more like the intruder into a magical land. But Severus was not the least deterred, shooing the cat-like magical creature from its perch to open that very gate. Lily followed, hesitant but burning with curiosity, wondering what on magical earth they were doing here. But the surprise could only compound when Save stepped up to the door and, without pausing to knock, slipped a brass key from his pocket and turned it in the lock. Realization began to dawn, coupled with disbelief, as he held his hand out to her, prompting her to take it as he crossed that threshold. She followed him in through the door, feeling the coolness of the shaded interior sweep the touch of summer off her shoulders. Her eyes took a moment to adjust after Save closed the door behind them, the sharp difference in light gradient casting the interior into deep shadows and beige. Dropping a hand, Severus strode forward, however, confident in the layout. Lily followed behind, taking in what her eyes would slowly allow. The wallpaper jumped out at her, floral and faded, cracked in some areas but dry and crisp to the touch, as if newly and thoroughly cleaned. The wooded floor creaked under her shoes, polished bright and partly hidden by a length of carpet, running from the entrance door to the base of a stairwell, the whole breaking off to encircle around that structure. Two archways opened on either side of that walk, light spilling forth from both. She glanced into one of them, observing the great table that stood in its center, carved from splendid wood of a light, almost golden quality. A heavy, intricate design that seemed to hail from another decade, another century even, but gleamed in defiance against the passage of time. Over the open door to the kitchen hung a painting of a grand old hippogriff curled under an apple tree, flicking its tail lazily without a hint of interest at the sudden appearance of two strangers in its midst. The window that streamed the heady sunlight was set opposite that eye-catching portrait, into the side of the wall that faced out into the streets she had entered from. She had momentarily paused to wonder how she had missed it from the street, but quickly brushed the thought aside to make way for her insatiable curiosity and excitement. She darted back across the hall to the second archway and stuck her head through, whipping it about to take in everything she could. A sprawling lounge greeted her eyes, two great armchairs that sat comfortably across from each other before an unlit fireplace, their white upholstering threadbare and patched, but obviously recently tended to. Between them, a sofa lounged, its fore to the barren fire pit. At its claw feet sprawled a throw rug that looked as if it only recently got all the moths beaten out of it. On top of that, a tea table of the same creamy lacquered wood, light gleaming off its polished surface from the clear grand windows that streamed in the summer sun. Turning back into the hall, Lily headed down the hall and paused at the split, momentarily struck with indecision as to which direction to take her exploration. Finally, the staircase won out, and she darted up them, taking them 3 steps at a time until she emerged to a wide and spacious hallway, lined with an ostentatious number of doors. She pushed open the first door, finding gleaming white tiles shining back to her. A bathroom of surprisingly modern plumbing in direct contrast to the decor of the rest of the house. But she did note the lack of showering facilities, having only a bathtub within its spacious interior. Backing out, she darted straight for the door at the end, pushing it open without a moment's hesitation or heed, to reveal a grand old bedroom, its sprawling bed with frame of bright solid wood, its sheets white and crisp, so obviously newly obtained in a house of such antique qualities. The style stood at great odds with the wardrobe of grand and ancient design by the wall at the foot of the bed sitting beside the hallway entrance, and off at angles to another door leading to a gleaming ensuite bathroom. Giddy with the possibilities, Lily could not help the mounting excitement and curiosity. Such a fantastic magical house, so regal in its size and grandeur, and so ridiculous to imagine that this was what Save had in mind as a home. Stepping up to a folded double door, she pushed through to a balcony that seemed to be built deep into the back of the house, sheltering deep in the brickwork of the house. It overlooked the yard, and beyond the fence, unable to be seen by any who peeked from neighboring houses, and perhaps from their yards as well. Yet the view drew long past the yard, and the fence, down the hills and meadows, grand land and pastures dotted with stones and trees, and nestled a small stream that shimmered lazily in the noon sun. Beyond it all, a heavy touch of shadows painted the boughs of the tree lines, forests that loomed upon the horizon, their leaves kissing the faultless blue skies. A magical house within a wizarding village, nestled in the heart of pristine countryside. I may be jumping to conclusions, but are we living here? Lily breathed as she sat down upon the bed and turned her eyes to her husband, who had followed her silently on her tour. He only nodded once in affirmation, a small smile edging across his lips. How could we possibly afford this? Lily gasped, struck with exuberating and heart-clenching concern. They had money problems. They started with money problems. This was not the kind of house people with money problems lived in. Save made no hurried move to answer, instead stepping out upon the balcony beside her, leaning lightly, but still straight-backed upon the railing. I have accepted a job offer, one that comes with various perks. Yeah, but a house. What kind of job offers a house as a perk? Lily's mind was reeling, trying to imagine what sort of work Save got himself involved in. She knew he wouldn't be aiming low, but this was really too far of a leap straight out from graduation. Save cast his sights long into the distance, silent for a moment before confessing a surprising fact. This house belongs to Albus Dumbledore. Lily's eyebrows darted for her hairline, her lips ajar in visible surprise. It was a moment before she could unlatch her jaw enough to speak, and even then it was to voice breathy disbelief. Professor Dumbledore. Do you know of any other Albus Dumbledores? Save muttered, his snark lancing through Lily's numb disbelief. With a roll of her eyes, she gave her husband a light shove. You're lucky I like you. His lips twitched upwards at her touch. So Professor Dumbledore hired you. Are you working at Hogwarts? Excitement mounted as her imagination went wild, trying to fathom what type of job was available at that school for the newly graduated. But she would have never imagined the truth of it all. I am to be a professor next year, and head of Slytherin. Lily could not help that surprised squeal of delight, enveloping her husband in a tight bone-cracking hug. Oh my goodness, really, a professor already, it's everything you wanted. No, Save muttered against her shoulder. I never wanted this. You misinterpreted my protestations. But Lily ignored his denials, her mind still reeling from the revelation. Professor Snape, head and protector of Slytherin. Lily gasped in delight against her husband, still refusing to release him. You were amazing, I knew it. Youngest professor in what? Centuries. In all of history, Save muttered as Lily withdrew to regard him with wide-eyed surprise. I will be the first professor to be appointed directly out of graduation in all of British history. Her lips parted in incredulity, unable to fathom the magnitude of this historical event. Really, was all she managed, her eyes as wide as crystal balls. Providing I am approved by the Board of Governors tomorrow, Save finished, his voice light and confident. But I do not believe that to be a legitimate obstacle. No, they only just need to approve every change in operations at the school, Lily exclaimed, feeling a lot more anxious over the impending decision than Save seemed in the least, and have made far more questionable concessions to Dumbledore's whims in the past. I have no doubts, he quipped with cool confidence, but scowled despite his words. But Lily wasn't the least bit spoiled by his mood, bubbling again with anxious excitement. You're such a genius. You'll be the greatest potion master in history. She clamped down hard again with her bone-crushing hug. She actually heard the whoosh of air leaving his lungs. Not so, Lily. Save's strained voice sounded, his thin fingers prying her arms from about him. Have you forgotten? Slughorn is potion master still. That's right. She didn't know why that had slipped her mind. Somehow that was simply the most logical conclusion to make. But then the realization dawned on her of the only open position on the subject roster. No, she breathed, concern clutching at her throat. Defense against the dark arts. A solemn nod was his reply. No, Lily exclaimed in alarm, glaring with disbelief at her husband's shocking act of recklessness. You know that position is cursed. Why would you risk it? Jinxed, actually, was Save's cool reply, unbelievably calm over the thought of the calamity to fall. A parade of professors passed through that very position, each meeting unfortunate fates that ended their careers. Some afflicted with mild need of sea change, as with Professor Motley last year, who suddenly disappeared the month before exams and was found on the other side of the world in Vancouver. Apparently his midlife crisis finally caught up with him in his twilight years and decided a cabin in the grand mountainous forests of Canada was the place to be. But then there were the less fortunate, the ill and crippled and killed, those whose lives were broken, families lost, and relationships shattered. Of the professors she had, those incidents had been rare, but having had one professor who died of dragon pox and another who retired from heartbreak when his son died of an accidental spell backfire in the sanctity of his own home, Lily feared all too keenly the power of this jinx. But before any of these concerns made it past her lips, Severus stood from the railing, his hands finding her and pulling her into a comforting embrace. Your concern for me is noted and appreciated, but take faith that I have made arrangements to subvert the dangers. This will be a one-year contract, the first of its kind, one that I will honor with every intention of leaving the realm of teaching once my term has passed. And that will work, Lily urged with a mumble against his chest, unable to withhold her anxious worry. I have reasonable belief that it might be all that's needed, as close to a promise as he could get without committing to it. For how could he know the future? It was as much a guess as anything. Lily sighed, her breath hot upon his cool dress robes, then quickly dissipated by his worn charm. I don't want to see you hurt, Sev. Neither do I, came the almost flippant reply, sending a smile to Lily's lips. With a sigh she finally relented, her excitement overwhelming the last of the reservations she had. I can't help but also think that it sounds like a terrible career move, starting and ending your professorship with 1 year. Believe me, 1 year is enough. With one last squeeze, Lily released him, turning back to the windswept view, her mind aflutter with everything that happened. Save sat by her, watching her silently, his smile light but so radiant to her. But we're not out of the financial woods yet, he muttered, his smile giving way to a sigh. He was always so eager to spoil good news with follow-up. Even if the governors agree to appoint me, my pay period does not start until a month before schools start. We will still be without income until then. And that's where Lily came in with, actually, we're not. I found work, and flashed her brilliant grin as Save turned an arched brow upon her. You're not the only one who's been constructive. From next Monday onwards, I shall be an enchanter at Madame Swelly's Trinkets and Charms in Diagon Alley. Lily could hardly contain her excitement, bounding up and down on the spot like a child fed too much sugar. Save said not a word, his brows drawing together so subtly that for a moment Lily thought he might find fault in her achievement. But then he relented a smile, so brilliant and touched with pride that it made Lily's heart leap with love and joy. Without a word, he stepped forward and brought his arms about her, holding onto her far more tightly than she had ever felt from him. Happiness, perhaps, excitement for their impending future, relief for the stability to visit their lives, and perhaps one last element she could not quite fathom, one that made his heart thud so deep and fast, that made her heart beat in echoing response to his biting fear. Chapter 54 of Promises Kept and Broken. Chapter text. The Hogwarts Board of Governors calls this hearing today to hear the presentation of one Severus Snape on his eligibility to fill the vacated post of defense against the dark arts within Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Snape stood from his seat before a gathered council. There were more present than the dozen whose opinions made the verdict, but it seemed every eligible stakeholder had turned up to this hearing. The decision, however, would be made by the 12 witches and wizards seated along the long table before Snape. These 12 comprised the chair of this council and the governing body of the board. Snape felt those eyes bore into him. He could hear the mutterings of the crowds, hidden by the gradient darkness, for the main chamber lights fell only upon him and those that manned the 12 seats. Never has one as young as you, in Britain or abroad, been nominated for the position of professor, crooned a man with a trailing silver mane, sitting towards the center. He was the chairman, Abraxas Malfoy, the father of Lucius, who would eventually replace him. The elder Malfoy had ensured Snape's appointment in his previous life, owing to his son's favor. Snape did not have the advantage of this association to rely on this time around. With a deferential motion, Snape dipped his head in acknowledgement. That is true. My appointment will be setting a precedent never before made in Hogwarts history. 23 had been the minimum age set by the board centuries ago, and before the appointment of 21-year-old Minerva McGonagall, that benchmark had held. A muttering arose from the unseen crowds as the elder Malfoy glared across the table with barely muted contempt. That may be, Mr. Snape, but she had held an administrator's role within the ministry courts and brought with her years of experience and a formidable reputation. You, on the other hand, are a barely graduated youngster without a single drop of experience to boast of, and a formidable reputation before I had even stepped foot beyond the school's threshold. Tell me, how many appointed defense professors had ever faced a dark force anywhere as formidable as a basilisk? Snape asked, his voice echoing, puncturing the muted mutterings that permeated the chamber. One of the councilmen at Malfoy's shoulder leaned in with a timid opinion. The boy's right. His achievement against the dark forces is already beyond any minimum requirement we ask of applicants as it is, which Abraxas Malfoy warded off with a withering glare. And are we to reward every accidental success of dangerous endeavors, to encourage further recklessness from these foolhardy children? A sentiment Snape could wholeheartedly get behind, but in this context, he'd have to field the other team. I suppose the fact I was legally an adult in my decision matters not. A risk taken legally and resoundingly successfully. Snape offered lightly, the muttering that received his words ringing positive in his ears. And am I to believe this ability to maim and dismember ancient creatures will translate into a skill with passing on curricular knowledge to future generations? Malfoy asked pointedly. To only one generation, Mr. Chairman, for we all know no defense teacher has lasted more than that, Snape replied smoothly, casting the room to daunted silence, for they all knew too well what he meant. And for this purpose, the contract Headmaster Albus Dumbledore had written up explicitly states that I will be teaching for the term of 1 year. And in deference to the jinx that would otherwise claim me, I will persist no longer than that. A third councilman piped up, this one calm and grounded in his tone as he was in his years. If you know the dangers so well, then you know why we advise strongly against it, Mr. Snape. You are surely talented, we do not dispute that. I myself have been following your achievements quite closely since that resounding breakthrough in alchemy. It would be a waste to lose you to a long-known jinx so early in your life and career. Then it is all the more confirmed that the fruits of my mind are worthy of being passed on to others. The decision to bear this risk is legally my own. Snape returned, his tone equally even, and our children's detriment to bear. Malfoy growled, not giving an inch. The third speaker turned to his chairman. But what are our better options, Abraxas? He may not be as wise in the world as we would like, but compared to our previous appointments, his youth would even be advantageous. There's no threat of him turning senile partway through the year. Referring no doubt to Professor Martley's unfortunate turn the year prior, the professor had been so old that he started the year not entirely together and ended it on an entirely different continent. There are witches and wizards aplenty who could field the expertise we're after, Malfoy persisted. And yet they clamour to apply for this infamous position, don't they? The dissident spoke with an air of finality, as Snape's Slytherin wiles whispered victory in his ear. It seemed those whispers reached the ears of the elder Malfoy too, as he fixed him with one last withering glare. Call to vote, then. All in favour of appointing a professor that's barely left the school's swaddle. Hands shot up from either end of the table, several pausing quite hesitantly, noting that their chairman had pointedly not raised his hand. A scowl touched the man's lips, displeasure radiating from his very form. We'll be humouring Dumbledore's whims, yet again it seems. May you turn out a better outcome than his other motions of madness. Without another word, Snape stood and bowed respectfully, taking his leave with a sweep of his robe tails, turning his back to the urgent mutterings that had kicked up in the surrounding galleys. The youngest professor in the history of Hogwarts. It seemed Snape would be making his mark upon this world in the annals of history. But Snape was not left long to his own thoughts, as the sound of footsteps alerted him to another's approach. He cautiously slowed his steps, glancing discreetly through the veil of his hair. "You needn't be so tense, Severus. It's only me," came that familiar lilt. A voice he had got to know so well through a lifetime of association, and one he knew to trust only as far as his own worth would carry him. "Shush," Snape greeted, turning to greet the man as was polite with an acquaintance. Those cold grey eyes swept over Snape, taking in his respectable garb, decorated far too garishly for Snape's honest taste. "You've done well for yourself since we last spoke, it seems," he crooned in a soft, lilting tone. "I have met with brushes of fortune, yes," Snape confirmed, his dark eyes appraising Lucius in like. "You too, I hear. The Black family is ancient and noble. Congratulations on your match with Narcissa. May your marriage be a long and prosperous one." Small talk. That was how Slytherins maneuvered, sizing one another's intentions and abilities through the filter of politeness. It was hard to see this man so youthful again. It was hard not to see how very like him young Draco had been. His silver blonde hair already shoulder length, still sporting that impeccable dress sense that classified dress robes as casual wear. It made Snape all the more aware he had done precisely the same in recent days. The snake-headed cane that would become his trademark, however, was not at his side. Still in the possession of his father, no doubt, for Snape knew it was a Malfoy heirloom and did not enter Lucius' possession until his father's untimely death in 3 years' time. Illness, another victim of dragon pox, the bane of the old, frail, and the very young. And a funeral Lucius had been unable to attend due to his incarceration over his role played on the wrong side of the Wizarding War. "I can see why you jilted my offer. It seems you did not need my sponsorship after all." Those words, spoken politely, were laced with barbs. Snape had insulted the man by never writing back, never fulfilling his end of a hateful bargain so eagerly struck by his youthful self. But Snape was beyond apologies. A different opportunity presented itself. I'm sure you could understand. He would always be grateful for what Lucius had done for him the first time around, but the cost had been too appallingly great. It was not a fate he would ever choose willingly again. But even so, he did not wish to burn this bridge with the Malfoys. For all the darkness their family would bring to the wizarding world, Snape could not forget the kindness they had offered him when no one else would, ulterior though their motives might have been. A poor reason to solicit the devil, but it was a debt Snape could not simply forget. "And what of you, Lucius? Do you still believe in the path you once spoke of?" Those cold grey eyes fixed him with a withering look. "Do you really need to ask?" Snape didn't. In this period of time, and the decades to come, Lucius would remain unwavering in his pureblood beliefs. It was a foolish hope, and one that could have only existed in his mind as it was now, steeped in sentiment. "To think I had once thought you so promising," Lucius drawled, so dismissive in his sneer, "and all it took was a woman's siren calls to shake you from the path of greatness." Snape lowered his eyes in a show of contrition. Had I known myself back then, I would not have wasted your time. I offer my sincerest apologies. Perhaps the lightness of his tone had appeared as mockery to the man, but Lucius' eyes narrowed in vehemence. Careful, Severus. You've become quite prominent in recent days. 2. Visible for your own good. Snape felt the bite of gooseflesh upon his skin, the subtle threat touching too close to his greatest fears. But you are quite fortunate that greatness has little time for you, despite the insults you rendered upon his grand name. Lucius continued, his drawling lilt colouring his tone. And perhaps you should be further thankful that I hadn't wagered enough upon your flouted potential to have boasted your claim prematurely. I do not doubt that even he would dedicate some of his valuable time to you, should he come to know you had intended to insult him directly and deliberately. Snape's black eyes met grey, understanding the subtle meaning behind it. These words turned a threat into a warning, perhaps the last kindness he could expect of Lucius Malfoy. A warning Snape intended to heed, for he was no foolhardy Gryffindor, too brave for his own hide. Thank you, Lucius. I will heed your advice and render myself less visible. How fast the weather had changed, surprisingly fast for the southern parts of the Isles. There was not a cloud to be seen the morning Snape had set forth for his hearing, yet when he returned, flooding torrents swept the streets. Few wizarding houses were left unprotected from apparition, for it made it too simple to be trespassed, even by accident. And even in unwarded households, the risk of encountering unexpected objects while reappearing was quite high, whether by absent-mindedness or by imprecise apparition. Snape placed the highest faith in his abilities and his memory, but even he wouldn't risk apparating into his new household had he been able, mostly because he could not reasonably expect everything to be how he left it when he departed, now that he was no longer living alone. Especially considering how quickly and drastically Lily had taken to redecorating the moment they moved what little they had from their room in the leaky cauldron. Even as Snape stood at the door, dispelling the drenching with a drying charm, he could see a pile of shoes by the door, far too many for any one person to need, or even to use. And it wasn't as if Lily had this many pairs for immediate use, many of them being quite new. She had stored them all in a cupboard in her old room for future use, and for some reason every one of them had made it out into the hallway. Snape suppressed a sigh over the mess, turning his wand to the wet patches he had dripped upon the floor. The schoolhouse elves had done a spectacular job making this place fit for living, yet in the space of a day they had managed to generate another mess and a half. Despite the gloom brought about by the sweeping storm outside, the lamp suspended above the hallway remained unlit. The darkness persisted throughout the immediate rooms of the lower floors, causing the man a touch of concern. "I'm home," he called out, his voice swallowed by the gloom, an action so foreign to him that he could not help but wince with self-consciousness. He had never had anyone to return home to in this life or the last. No voice answered him back, causing a bristle of concern and his imagination to run wild. It was most likely she had simply left to traipse and explore without a word, just like the day before, and Snape's worry was for naught, except his ring whispered otherwise. She was here, somewhere further inside, reassuring him with her presence. With a tense sigh, the soon-to-be professor strode down the hallway, giving passing rooms a cursory glance in case he could find his adventurous wife passed out somewhere. The decorative exertions had taken a lot out of her the night before, with the result that she had fallen into a dead slumber the moment her head had touched the pillows, leaving Snape to ignore the twist of disappointment as he had settled on the opposite side of the grand bed. Even now, he could see changes from the morning in the decor and furnishings. The dining room table had spouted china vases overnight, complete with conjured bouquets of unseasonal flowers. A garish tablecloth spread over the noble wood of the table, keeping so in tune with the Muggle style of the 70s. A new painting had been hung upon the wall over the dining room fireplace, Muggle in make. It depicted a cluster of rabbits, frolicking in a sickeningly adorable sort of way, and prompting the regal hippogriff artwork into a fit of activities. Unfortunately for the painted beast, magical and non-magical paintings were incompatible, and the cluster of static rabbits remained out of the hunter's talons. The lounge room, too, had not passed by unscathed. The sofas and armchairs had been pushed closer together to make room for a small tea table and a couple of chairs, perhaps intended for afternoon tea without risk to the carpeting or a game of wizarding chess. Upon the fireplace mantel, those snow globes were gathered. Her father's collection, he knew, and tolerated as such. It was not his place to voice an opinion when it came to Lily's late father. However, she had added a touch of her own to that collection. He spied the crystal bottle of her enchanted memories among those trinkets, the tiny silver doe prancing fairly upon the spot. Snape didn't know how to feel about such a private gift displayed in such a public room. The sound of a door opening yanked Snape's attention from the cluttered refurbishing. His instant reaction was to draw his wand, despite his confidence in the wards upon the property, only to have relief touch his heart upon the sound of her voice. "Save, is that you?" Lily's voice rang out from the back of the house. So she hadn't gallivanted away to adventures he had not been informed about. Of the very few that could cross this threshold, I was always the most likely, Snape returned, stalking down the hall towards her voice, only to meet her round the bend, drenched to the skin and dripping a trail from the laundry. "Thank goodness you're home," she exclaimed, pushing her sodden hair from over her eyes. But before another word could pass her lips, Snape blasted her with the drying charm and a few choice words. "Illness befalls those who play in the rain, Lily." Lily rolled her eyes, her red hair frizzy from the sudden drying. "A little rain never killed anyone." "The victims of pneumonia will be pleased to hear so," Snape muttered, already turning his wand to the wet patches throughout the hallway. "And I wasn't playing in the rain," Lily claimed as she hurried forward, stepping urgently in front of him and straight into a puddle she had left. "I'm trying to figure out the enchantment on the house and how to cross it." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Is this for curiosity's sake?" he asked, hopefully. Because the mere fact she was standing before him meant she wasn't having difficulties with the wards. "Not exactly." She grimaced a little sheepishly, which prompted Snape to realize they'd had a visitor while he was away. And sure enough, when he followed her to the laundry room, he spotted Marlene McKinnon staring blindly through the privacy-enchanted windows, soaked thoroughly by the torrential downpour. Gryffindors and their absent sense of self-preservation. Warm and dry, Lily sat across the tea table with Marlene in the dining room, sipping hot tea from their mugs. Severus had prepared some the moment he got the girls out of the rain, and the rain out of the girls, chastising them for risking illness so thoughtlessly. He really could be a mother hen. Halfway through Lily's morning, as she had been furiously decorating the house with the eclectic mix of furniture she had in storage from her childhood home, Marlene had arrived unannounced. Welcoming a change of pace from housework and stressing ahead in Oversave's meeting with the Board of Governors, Lily greeted her best friend excitedly. Only, Marlene couldn't seem to step across the threshold of the front door. After about half an hour's worth of exploring every window and alternative entrance into the house, they had settled to take tea in the back garden. But then it had suddenly and unexpectedly started pouring. Lily could not fathom their foul luck as their teacups filled with rain. She tried to conjure a marquee to ward off the worst of the storm, but the wind was too fast and the rain was too thick to be denied. But then she felt Save's return by the magic of her ring, and within minutes of cluing him to the situation, he had resolved the baffling problem. Apparently, the ward upon the household prevented entry to anyone without invitation of the resident-in-chief, and with the main key in Save's possession, that right belonged solely to him. After both girls were dried off, they were ushered into the living room, a fire roaring merrily in the hearth. Marlene looked a little confused by the hospitality from the generally brusque young man, and could only watch with mild disconcertion as Save bustled off to find some confectionery to go alongside the offered hot drink. "All dressed up and serving tea. You got him trained nicely," Marlene quipped the moment he was out of earshot. "Oh, I do some of the housework too," Lily grumbled, feeling the magnitude of her redecoration upon her shoulders and mind. Save hadn't helped an ounce on that part, grumbling over the hassle over changing something so frivolous. But that was the point of having a home, giving it a touch that was your own, and Lily liked to think that he understood that in some way. "Yet he seems to get the reign of the kitchen. Got him that apron yet?" Marlene asked with a pointed smirk. Lily smiled through her sip of tea with a roll of her eyes. "Trying to introduce anything into his wardrobe is like pulling teeth." "Oh, I tried it already." "Nah, no budget." Lily waved off the thought. Besides, there's far more dire things to spend on in terms of his apparel, and mine too, now that I think about it. I need to get a set of decent working robes before my first day of work on Monday. Oh yeah, you've already landed a job. Read something about that in that last owl you sent. Marlene leaned forward with interest. You got into enchanting right. Pandy would be green as. Somehow, Lily honestly doubted that the studious girl would be the kind to have others' successes count against her own. Think I lucked out on my job. Guess what saves is. Marlene waved it off almost flippantly as she stirred in 2 spoons of sugar and a dollop of cream. Apprenticed to some big shot potioneer. I remember. Actually, he turned that down, Lily said as she reached for the sugar bowl herself. Straight black tea wasn't her taste, despite Save swearing by that stuff. Instead, he's been offered the role of next year's defense professor. Get out of town, Marlene gasped, visibly tickled by that notion. I'll Sevier professor. I know, right? Lily could barely contain her own excitement, but she quickly sobered up with an occurring thought. Provided he passed his hearing with the governors, it was today. I hadn't asked. They approved, Severus answered, as he strode in with a small tray of assorted biscuits, an item of indulgence obviously picked out from Lily's side of the pantry. She had joked that they could paint a line straight down their pantry to divide his culinary tastes from hers. Congratulations, Professor Severus, Marlene hailed quite sincerely. Professor Snape, Save corrected almost automatically before wincing and excusing himself from the conversation. Hospitality seen to, no doubt he felt there was no more need for his presence. "Ugh, these biscuits are real good. Snape make them?" Marlene asked, already with 3 in her mouth. Nope, from a muggle grocery, Lily replied, dunking hers before indulging. He doesn't eat sweets, and you can't trust a baker who shuns his own creations. But even as she said that, Lily was beginning to believe otherwise. It seemed as if he had the ability to cook absolutely anything, no matter how south of his culinary interest it was. He had handled dinner just the night before, pulling off a mouth-watering casserole with home-baked bread. Where he found the time to prove the bread and prepare a relatively slow-cooked meal was anyone's guess. But when Lily finally flopped down for a rest between adjusting furniture, she was greeted with the succulent smells. He hadn't even neglected dessert, despite having obvious disdain for the meal group, clubbing together a bite each of simple strawberry tart that was more tart than sweet, and oddly one that he didn't object to partaking of as well. Save never liked sweet things, and Lily had always taken it to mean the flavor universally. Even waking up this morning, she had noted porridge on the stove, ready to be warmed when she was ready to break her fast. He had ensured to make enough for her as well, so telling with his thoughtfulness. I tell Yar, if it weren't for his house elf, James would be up the creek without a paddle. I swear if he expects me to do all the cooking. Lily's eyes grew wide. Are you two living together? Marlene looked momentarily uncomfortable. No, I mean not yet. We're planning to sort of. Do I hear wedding bells in the distance? Lily teased, to which Marlene pulled a face. Oh, come off it, Liles. I get that all day with Mum and Pop. Living together is, well, yeah, being close and all that. But also so we know if something were to happen. She trailed off as Lily's green eyes widened. It had only been days since graduation, and she had come out knowing what lurked out here in the real world. The terrifying shadow that loomed over the state of things, but all the same, in light of concerns of the real world, she had pushed it to the very back of her mind. How bad is it? Lily couldn't help but ask. She hadn't been keeping up with the news. Even at school, when she had the newspaper readily made available by more civic-minded classmates, she couldn't bring herself to keep updated regularly. A combination of reluctance to hear ill news and general poor discipline had her only sparsely informed. Marlene grimaced, as if unable to grasp for the words to describe the state of things. The dark mark was over Aberlur last night. Murder in broad daylight. Muggle family. It's a small mercy that it was just a small Scottish town, but even so I watched the Ministry Obliviators run about for over 3 hours, rounding up every one of them. You were there, Lily breathed, horrified by the thought of how close Marlene had been to the whole terrifying scenario. Arrived late. Didn't do much good, Marlene answered, almost flippantly. Rushed there the moment I heard. Scottish wizarding society is close-knit. News gets around quickly. Lily felt the worry clutch at her heart. Please be careful, Marlene. I don't want anything to happen to you. Yeah, likewise. That's why I fight, she replied, her jaw set with determination. Same as why Jamie Boy wants to fight, and Sirius, and would you believe it, Remus and Peter, we're all joining a secret army. James got us the contacts. Shame touched Lily's heart. Suddenly, she couldn't meet her best friend's eyes. They all had taken up arms in this war, despite having far less of a stake in it than she did. After all, it was her people, people like her family, being targeted by these monsters. But she had promised. I want to help, Lily muttered, low and hesitant. I want to, but I promised Severus that I wouldn't endanger myself. That's going to be difficult if things keep getting worse, Marlene observed, taking another sip of tea. Lily had to agree. She glanced away, her heart constricting with worry and guilt. Her friends were out there, fighting a battle that should have been hers as well. Fighting to save lives, risking their own, every life equivalent in worth to her own. I want to help, Lily whispered with a tone of conviction, a rebellious smile alit upon her best friend's lips. Hush, hush from the Lord of the Kitchens. Starting a new job should have been the most exciting highlight of Lily's Monday, as should be with every young person, a milestone in their life, as it were. But this day was to be the day she was to be introduced to this mysterious secret army formed to combat the forces of you-know-who. All the same, she took to her employment training with great enthusiasm and managed to perform quite competently in every element. She took to charming objects like an absolute natural and proved quite popular at the front of house with the patrons. Madame Swelly seemed quite pleased with her ability, promising to involve her in the enchantments the moment another order for the expensive and tricky process came in. But with the day ended, the anticipations of the evening drew in, her nerves jangled as guilt clutched her. Guilt had been riding on her since her talk with Marlene in the days leading up to this meeting. Through every touch and affectionate exchange with Severus, every commitment they promised to each other. That she would break her promise to him so easily, he had asked her to stay out of the war for his sake, to not needlessly endanger herself and grant him peace of mind. But she had made that promise knowing in her heart she might have to break it, that she could not sit by with good conscience as a war waged on and her friends risked their lives on her behalf. At the very least, she could strike a compromise, see if she could find a less dangerous role to serve, as galling a prospect as that might be. But she couldn't sit around and do nothing, persisting in her apathetic ignorance. Marlene came to pick her up right from the shop front at the end of her training shift that afternoon, dressed in flowing black. Oh man, she jittered with excitement. We're going to be cool as hell, warriors of the light. Yep, cool. Lily couldn't have put less enthusiasm into her response, prompting her best friend to turn an appraising eye upon her. Cold feet already. Lily shook her head vigorously. Not even. I'm totally ready for this. She made a show of pumping her fists, causing her blue and white work robe sleeves to shift to her elbows. In retrospect, she should have invested in more sensible sleeves and a set of robes intended for work, but that could be dealt with in later days as income rolled in. No half-arsing this, Liless. This is life or death. You gotta be 100% committed, Marlene said, surprisingly sagely. I know. Believe me, I do. I just don't like sneaking about behind Save's back, Lily confessed without much urging, spilling the great weight riding upon her conscience easily to her best friend. He made me promise months ago that I'd stay out of it all, and I promised him at the time, 'cause, you know. You just got to shagging. Lily lit up like a stunning spell. Married, thank you very much. They turned down an alleyway, the one where they had prearranged a meeting with the contact. Shadows pressed upon them as the angling sun disappeared from view. And that's why Save's got a right to worry about this. But tell him, and he'll never let you out of his sight again, her best friend jibed. But to Lily, that was worryingly close to her own thoughts on the matter. There were many things she knew as a certainty of this young man she had known all her life, and one of which was he would not allow her to cross danger's path willingly, or be willing to indulge or support her in this decision. And this was a decision she had every right to make for herself. This was her war, and she would be one of those that would be directly persecuted should those foul Death Eaters have their way. Severus, though his concern was legitimate, though his grief would no doubt be heinous, had to realize it was not his decision to make. For he could only choose what his own life meant to him, and not for others, no matter his intent. Don't worry, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to lose my nerve, Lily muttered, steeling her heart. Looking forward was easy. Courage in the face of overwhelming adversity was a Gryffindor staple. It was looking back that was hard. The fear for what she might be leaving behind should the worst come to pass. "Makes two of us, Lils," Marlene confirmed, with an arm thrown about her shoulder. "Good to hear, girls," came a voice out of nowhere in the dark recesses of the alleyway, and before Lily knew it, a hand wrapped about her wrist, and she was yanked through a tight squeeze of an apparition. Both girls found their feet in a stifling wooden room made for storage, only lit by candlelight, both with wands in hand and whipping about with wand raised, only to meet the upraised hands and grinning face of a young man of no real threatening demeanor. "Easy there, girls. Sturgis Pardmore. Substituting Gideon as your contact for the order. Please don't hex me. Surprise us like that again and I can't promise you anything," Marlene muttered darkly as she stowed away her wand. "We're fighting a war against evil here. What's the big idea startling us like that if you didn't want your square face retransfigured? Apologies, secrecy and all that. You understand, right?" The young man laughed with an apologetic air. "I apologize for any heart attacks I might have caused. I'm a Gryffindor like you. Graduated 3 years ahead of you, either of you remember?" Lily could only sheepishly shake her head, as too did Marlene. "Sorry, didn't know everyone in the years above or below." Sturgis sighed again in mock hurt. "Yet I know you. Marlene McKinnon, swiftest chaser on Team Gryffindor and sharpest tongue too, I'll bet." Then he turned to Lily. "And are you not the lovely Lily Evans? Truth be told, I never pegged you for one to get down and dirty with us meatheads on the front lines." "Well, I am a Gryffindor," Lily replied, then quickly added. "And it's Lily Snape now, though. Married already." Sturgis' blonde eyebrows leaped to his thatched fringe. "Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that a lovely thing like you got snapped up quickly. You really don't remember me. I sent you a few cards on Valentine's." Lily was immediately struck sheepishly silent, and Marlene leapt to her defense. "You're barking up the wrong tree, mate. She gets 1.5 tons of those each year. You're just one of the numbers. She wound up marrying a guy who never sent her the one." "Ah, well, bugger it all. I was too shy in my school days anyway." Sturgis waved them to follow as he mounted the steps, only to push open the cellar door to reveal a short hallway already filled with voices. Lily followed on, curiosity mingling with apprehensiveness in equal measures. The short hallway connected several rooms in this cozy household, all of which Sturgis stepped past, headed straight for the closed door at the very end. He pushed it open, with a bellow, "Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix." The stark lamplight filtered through the doorway, each window blinded shut from the fading daylight beyond. Around a table in the center, a gathering had already formed along the long table in this room. More fresh faces to count towards the tally. A severe-looking wizard rounded upon them with a frown. Always an influx with each graduation, and always from Gryffindor, a more familiar witch agreed. "Cheers, by the way. Long time no see, you two." "Alice," Lily exclaimed, rushing to envelop her friend in a hug. "I haven't seen you since your graduation 3 years ago. How have you been?" Behind her, Sturgis muttered, "Sure, remember her and not me." But Alice's smile didn't falter the least. "Well, I got married for one," she chirped happily. "To Frank Longbottom, remember him? That pudgy one from Hufflepuff. Really, you married him?" Lily asked enthusiastically, completely forgetting this was not the ideal social setting. A reminder she was given promptly. "If you want to catch up, please take it outside. We're conducting war here," the gruff man barked, but Alice didn't seem fazed by his chastisement in the least. "Let me introduce to you to Edgar Bones, my aura mentor," Alice said with a sigh. "Don't let him fool you. He's a real lark when he's on duty too." "We are on duty," Aura Bones barked. "Order business is duty. Not until everyone else comes, it's not." Alice waved him off without an ounce of contrition, seeming unfazed by her mentor's ire. "Let me introduce everyone at least. That's at least relevant, isn't it, Edgar?" The aura grunted, as close to an affirmative as Lily supposed they were going to get, and Alice wasted no time in pointing out those present. "Dead Alice Diggle," she pointed to a bubbly wizard sitting by the window. He tipped his top hat in greeting, seeming unable to stop fidgeting even for the brief greeting he gave. "Pleasure to meet you," he squeaked in positive mirth. "Elphia's Doge," she motioned to the elderly wizard in the corner, sporting a funny-looking hat lined up and down with what looked like peacock feathers. "Don't let his appearance fool you, Lily. He's Dumbledore's oldest friend and a fierce fighter. To which he peeped up. I would insist that the description of fierce fighter warrants greater priority in that description than Dumbledore's oldest friend. Nah, everyone here's a fierce fighter. You carry a rarer achievement, Alice replied only half-jokingly, before turning to a tall, dark, and gloomy-looking witch. And this is Emmeline Vance, Lily greeted, recognizing the Ravenclaw prefect from 2 years above. I thought you were going into the ministry. To which the witch replied, I am in the ministry, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and a catastrophe these last few years have definitely been. Lily winced, very much able to imagine the workload of cleaning up after a hostile force of renegade wizards. Emmeline sighed in a show of her frustration. Trust me, with how things are at my workstation right now, I would have given this meeting a miss. But I can't leave a fellow Ravenclaw recruit alone in the midst of so many Gryffindors. Which caused Lily to realize the girl who was silently reading beside the ministry, which was none other than Dorcas Meadows. Hello, Lily, she greeted chirpily. Dorcas, I didn't know you wanted to fight too, Lily harked, delighted, to which the witch replied, I don't. I'm here for non-combat roles only. Oh, are those options available? Lily asked, her mind already weighing her options between her duty to the war effort and her duty to her husband. Before any more could be said, the door opened between her to admit another set of people, but these ones were definitely familiar. Lily, you're here too. Remus asked, visibly surprised as James fell into a seat by his girlfriend. Wasn't going to sit this one out. Not with so much on the line, Lily confessed, exchanging a nod with Black and a friendly wave to Peter. They were accompanied by Fabian and Gideon, the 2 hellions that graduated only a year above them. It didn't surprise Lily in the least that these 2 troublemakers would somehow find themselves with this eclectic mix, or that they would turn out to be James' contacts. This is quite the haul this year, Aura Bones mused, as he cast his appraising eye about the room. But how many can make the cut, truly? You'll find no weak links among my year, James harked quite optimistically to the nervous grimace of Peters. The door opened once more, admitting just one entrant to this steadily too crowded room. Sorry for my tardiness, huffed a brown-haired man with large forward-pointing ears. Mad-Eye insisted on a sweep of the surroundings, just to be sure. He's sweeping the inside too, just to be sure. Nothing we didn't expect, Frank, Alice sighed, and prompting Lily and company to start with surprise. This was not the Frank she remembered. You've lost a lot of weight there, Longbottom, Marlene harked with a thumbs up. Good on ya, mate. The gangly man gave a wide grin that looked so awkward on his now too thin face. Can't be fat and keep up with the life of an aura. Especially these days, Alice agreed with a quick peck on the cheek to her husband. Best thing to happen to me upon joining the Aura service, Mum keeps telling me, Frank remarked soberly. His wife responded by tugging his ears playfully. And what about meeting me? You're the best thing, you're the best thing, the young man said quickly with a wince. Bones sat back in his seat with a sigh. Where in magical Britain is Moody? Would that paranoid loon of an Aura just get his knotted old arse in here so we can start? I'm already here, came a startling voice. A gruff old wizard sat in the corner, scowling as his electric blue eyes never stopped flickering in every direction. Lily could see why Frank had referred to him as Mad-Eye. Had I been a dark wizard, you would be dead. But to be fair, Lily hadn't noticed either, nor had any of the other participants in the room, for that matter, if their wide-eyed surprise was anything to go by. But Moody was nowhere as merciful to his fellow Aura. Ever vigilance, Edgar. Your perception is failing you. Or my patience, Bones sighed, sinking into his seat. At the very least we've all gathered, Alice chirped happily, seemingly trying to entice a mentor into a better mood. An uphill battle, it seemed. One more, it seems. Dumbledore has just apparated into the cellar, Moody barked, to which Lily and all of her friends started with surprise. The eccentric headmaster was one of the last people they expected to meet again out in the real world, let alone in this context. Frank laid a low whistle. You can see through walls. I lay down wards in any structure I'm expected to spend any predetermined time in. You might want to copy this habit if you wish to remain alive in this field of work. Longbottom, the grizzled Aura barked. Dumbledore's not alone, neither. Seems he's brought a recruit of his own. Audible interest rippled amongst the older members. This, evidently, was not a common occurrence. I see my presence was expected, Dumbledore remarked happily when he stepped inside. And my, what a grand gathering we have this year. I thank each and every one of you for lending us your strength in these testing times to come." His blue eyes slid about the room, meeting the eyes of each and every one of them, until they seemed to hesitate upon Lily's. "Brought one too, did you?" Edgar asked, and seemed all the more irritated for having moody notice first, and being proven right in this regard. For there was another standing behind Dumbledore, paused in the doorway, seeming to blend with the shadows of the hallways beyond. Only those black eyes could not be hidden by the shadows, seeming to bore into Lily's soul. "You blocked my application with the order, and you swore to me you would not expose yourself to risk so foolishly." The argument started the moment they set foot back into their household, and Snape could not be more thankful for the privacy wards. Perhaps his neighbours, too, had they known the risk their peace was placed upon. "I was not going to choose a combat role, and you would stop me from contributing even in that respect. How dare you?" Lily accused, angry tears in her eyes. They hadn't even made it past the hallway, not even had a chance to settle themselves in the lounge room. "Can we not sit down first, to discuss this across a table like adults?" Snape was on the back foot. How was it that he was the one in trouble when Lily had gone out of her way to engage the order behind his back? They had not even set foot back into their household before this argument began. It had been a tense meeting, standing across the table from his wife, seething with indignation and rage that she had done what she did. Not just that, but had taken the first opportunity to do so. Snape knew this was the first recruitment meeting of the year, and that suitable graduate candidates would be brought in and vouched for by their contacted sponsors. It was not a simple process to stumble upon, and in spite of all that Lily should find herself not only invited but to have accepted, did her promise mean nothing to her? But it seemed Lily was the inconsolable one. She seethed at him, stumbling him into the lounge room, seats and civility forgot. "And you are an incredible hypocrite. You had been working for the Order the entire time and never said a word." "I've only officially become recruited today," Snape replied, his tone level, struggling against his own anger. "And yet already held in such high esteem that you were able to use your position to veto me." That had been how the evening ended, as the new recruits were inducted. An apologetic Dumbledore had waved Lily to the side and gently denied her application. For the old man was shrewd enough to not mention Snape in regards to the outcome. There was little illusion as to where that executive decision originated. "And had you kept to your vows to me, I would not have had to. This was on you," Snape roared, his own temper flaring, advancing on the girl who shrunk back in start. But that shadow of fear that swept past those widened green eyes stopped him in mid-furore. Silence filled his ears, her fear choking him worse than her anger ever could. "I need you," was all he managed with a whisper. Those green eyes softened. "I know, Severus," she murmured, hands reaching out to stroke his face, to pacify that dark terror and rage broiling beneath his poorly painted surface. "I know, but I can't be the only one not fighting. A coward to hide behind you all while all of you risk life and limb in a war to protect those like me." "Then endure it," Snape growled, unable to meet those earnest green eyes. "The fear of cowardice is the least you can endure on my behalf." Lily finally glanced away, releasing a breath as if in relenting. Snape brought his arms about her, sensing her emotions quelled, sensing his point made and accepted. "I will not take undue risks, you know this of me. I pick my battles wisely, and my greatest weapon is my wits," he murmured into her ear, a promise of his own to make. "Dumbledore will not risk me unduly, as I still perform a vital role for him within his own eaves. Those students he once feared lost are gathered beneath my guidance to be molded or smothered by my influence. My risk is low, and I ask you to minimize your own." He placed a chaste kiss upon her crown, feeling her tension surrender to his embrace. "A war has many fronts to fight on, and not all of us are warriors. Not all of us need die, and not all of us need serve. Live your life, Lily. Paint your brilliance upon the world. The war can do without." Chapter 55. Trained by Order and Madness. Chapter text: the first purse of coins won by toil, and to Lily that weighty clink of sickles felt heavier than any pocket money her father had gifted her. When she stepped out of Gringotts, purse clinking within her deep pockets, she already knew exactly what to spend her first earnings on. Upon joining the Order, Severus had been called away several times a week to attend some form of training. headed by one of the four auras present that induction day. Lily always knew when those days were coming because she would find his faded grey school robes hung up and ready for the next morning. He was too sensible to wear his dress robes to physical activities, but had no reasonable alternatives to wear otherwise. When she returned home that day, she had a parcel under each arm. Kicking off her shoes at the door without setting a single item down, she closed the door behind her with a swing of her hip and a mutter of a spell. "Save, I'm home." She called, expecting his answering voice to be from the kitchen. She was used to returning home to the smells of dinner, an amusing roles reversal in the standard household. Severus made it a point to take care of the cooking and housework on days Lily was at work, an egalitarian division of labor, as it were. But tonight, there was no such smell of alluring culinary preparations, no sound or light from within the dining room or kitchen. Perhaps urgent business had called him away. It would not be the first time, especially now, with the media catching wind of his latest appointment to the defense post. He was already receiving far more mail every morning than he ever had in his entire life as a student. Endless questions and requests for interviews from newspapers, magazines, and other media outlets, and at least one article of fan mail. Severus tried to be rid of it quickly, but not quickly enough for to avoid Lily's sharp eyes. Oh, the teasing that precipitated. Severus was delightfully self-conscious about the attention he received, but it seemed her assumptions were premature as footsteps sounded from down the hall. Save rounded the corner from behind the stairs, looking a little dazed at her appearance. He glanced first at the closest window, as if confused by the dimming light, then glanced to his pocket watch before wincing. "I forgot to start dinner," he muttered, so very shamefaced for doing so. Lily couldn't help the amusement that crept to her face. "Glad to know you're human. I was beginning to wonder." She dumped the packages on a couch, vowing to remember to take care of them later, preferably before Save bustled through in a tidying frenzy. Then promptly folded up her sleeves and headed for the kitchen. "It's about time I got to help out with cooking," she chirped, pulling open the pantry and taking mental inventory. It took a while to adjust to life without a refrigerator, but Severus put things into perspective on the first day when he reminded her of the practical uses of stasis spells. Still, it felt a little odd to see beef sausages simply placed upon a dry shelf next to a half-basket of eggs and a pat of butter. "Bangers and mash. What do you think?" she asked over her shoulder. Severus drew by the door, gazing in with his solemn, watchful air. "Sounds divine." Lily got to work, charming the sausages out of their packaging, the potatoes and onions finding their respectful places in the pot and chopping board. "So, what's got your head all misplaced? It's not like you to forget the time," Lily asked as she salted the potato water. "In fact, I distinctly remember you once boasting of an infallible internal clock. And I distinctly remember you experiencing the failure of said clock firsthand," Save grumbled back. Lily couldn't help but smirk over the memory of that flustered brewing session, followed by a very hefty cleanup. Only in retrospect could she really find it in herself to laugh over it. At the time, she had felt as if she had single-handedly destroyed the world. "So, what happened today? I wasn't home, so it can't possibly be my fault this time." He didn't immediately answer, prompting her to look back at his adorably sheepish scowl as he mumbled his words. "Brewing. I was brewing." Her brows drew together. Brewing all day. Did something happen to the wolfsbane? He had gotten that brew started 2 days after they settled into this residence. A day after converting the basement into quite the intensive potion lab set up, aided by the quite convenient setup of shelves, cupboards, and bench that was already placed by a like-minded soul. "Nothing quite so droll," Save replied, lending relief to her overactive imagination. With a sweep of her wand, a frying pan sat upon the burner. With another sweep, a dollop of oil spread itself about its surface. Then what demonic potion could possibly scramble your pristine senses so? "Alchemy may have contributed," was Save's sharp reply. "Now that is simply too defensive for that to be the full story," Lily prodded with a teasing voice as she dumped the onions into the oil with a flick of her wand. She was immediately thankful her magic allowed her to stand 3 paces away when the hot oil spat violently. Save finally relented, allowing the words to fall out of him in a rush. "I was brewing a potion I lacked several ingredients for. It took me some time to individually transmute each missing element, From the looks of it, the better part of my day. Still not the full story, Lily prodded mercilessly as she tossed the sausages into the sizzling pan. I'm beginning to believe you are legilimens, Save grumbled. Lily flashed a grin over her shoulder as she shelled peas over another saucepan with another flick of her wand. Empathy can sometimes seem like magic, but it really isn't that much of a challenge with you, Save. You wear your thoughts like a troubled child. I do no such thing, came his affronted rebuke, as if her observation had somehow hurt his complex pride. Lily turned from the stove. Content, the process was bubbling along merrily. She brought her arms about him, to which he surrendered without any form of struggle. He finally relented the final piece of his puzzling day, so bashful in his confession. I was brewing the potion that tasted of peach. It was transmuting each missing component that took me the better part of my day. Lily withdrew from their embrace, her brows arched high. So much effort for that one thing. I had a whole day without anything to do, Save muttered back, scowling away his self-consciousness. Would you like me to get you a set of gobstones then? Lily asked sweetly. A subscription to the paper would be preferable, Save replied, his redness fading from his pale cheeks. And perhaps the actual ingredients to this potion. I cannot see myself toiling through this process daily. Surely not daily, Lily giggled, disengaging and returning to her stovetop, turning the snapping sausages with a flick of her wand. You don't want to? Save could not sound more wounded. Lily could not help the roll of her eyes. Not daily, no. She strained out the potatoes, magically stripping off the loosened skin before dumping them into a waiting bowl. But more often, sure. She glanced back in time to see that so satisfied smirk ripple across his features. How he could think he was not absolutely transparent astounded her. She stepped forward, meeting his lips with a peck of affection, eliciting a satisfied smile from his lips. Well then, after dinner, we have a little to discuss, it seems. I'll need to bathe first, but afterwards, meet me upstairs, she asked so sweetly, to which he agreed all too readily. Of all the things Snape had expected after dinner, forced modelling was not one of them. It seemed Lily had made several impulse purchases with him in mind without consulting him beforehand. He supposed he should have thanked his lucky stars that she had enough of a sense of him to realize black was his color, and that he didn't want anything with sweeping sleeves or trailing tails. But it was still a little too decorated for his tastes, with fancy threads embroidered in patterns about the buttons and seams. It was very much based upon the designs of his dress robes, right down to the little white does upon the sleeves. Not the sort of design Snape would have chosen to wear into an environment where he was already expected to endure the snide remarks of sodden children. Work robes are not meant to be decorative, Snape muttered as he glared down the white embroiders about his collar. Lily's face fell, seeming to realize he did not seem thrilled with her purchase. You don't like it? It's functional, Snape replied, which it was. Light, sturdy wool of a prim cut and quality make. But you still don't like it. It was now more a statement than a question. Lily always seemed to have this strange sense of the truth of the matter, an unnerving ability that had Snape oftentimes wondering if he shouldn't keep his mind at least a touch occluded while in her presence. But the sanctity of his own home had always been one of the few places he could purchase respite for his weary mind. As skillful as he was in the occluding arts, he stressed and fatigued as anyone would. Once solitude was the only shelter he had in a hostile world. Now he had so much more. But he had to learn to adapt to this cohabitation situation and unlearn his decades of unyielding solitary habits. Lily was no legilimens. It was only his paranoia that whispered such threats in his ears. And she meant well. She always meant well. It is appreciated. Thank you, Lily, Snape relented. But she read between the lines and refused to let this uncertainty go. But what is it you don't like about it? Snape struggled momentarily with whether he should answer before deciding that honesty was best in this respect. I have a taste for the practical and simple. I would have never chosen such decorative designs for myself. Her green eyes cast away, an aura of dejection about her. I just had thought, perhaps. Her delicate fingers flew to his sleeves, tracing the outline of the pretty white doe. Without a word, Snape brought his hand over hers, a wordless gesture of understanding over a creature that was symbolic for both their hearts. A design that she chose for him that meant so much to them both. I'll take it back, Lily muttered, gathering up the paper and twine, as well as the still unopened parcel. "I'll get the embroidery torn out. Make it plain." He took her hand before she turned away, touching her fingers to the emblem upon his sleeve. "Them keep this," he muttered, his own fingers tracing that familiar outline. The heart he wore upon his sleeve that was no longer just his own. Those green eyes met his. A smile sparkled within them, recognizing the compromise he was willing to make. Stubbornness was the luxury of those who weathered life in solitude. For the gift of companionship, it wasn't so much a surrender as a willingness to adapt, and willingness to acknowledge that his decisions no longer affected only himself, nor should they. With swift fingers, he undid his buttons and unbelted, not disliking the smile that touched Lily's lips. Once upon a time, this might have been all it took for him to button straight back up, but he was well past those insecurities now. He laid the robe top and bottoms upon the bed, at ease in his own skin despite the watching eyes. It was easy to trust her not to cast judgment on his poor form, made easier still by her willingness for proximity and intimacy. But all the same, he did not relish the feel of air upon skin that ought to be covered, and he made for his nightshirt, it being too hot for the bathrobe. A sigh sounded behind him, causing Snape to turn to Lily with surprise at that audible expression of disappointment. "Since tonight's about compromise, can we talk about your sleepwear?" Snape's fingers fumbled a button as he laced up that very article. "This feels like a negative opinion. You look like you're expecting a visit from a ghost of Christmas past. I don't understand your reference." He threaded his last button and stood awkwardly defiant before her appraising grimace. "Can't you choose another style of pajamas? Is there an issue?" Snape muttered, beginning to feel self-consciousness creeping up the back of his neck. She was already garbed in her own nightgown, not too different from his own, making her request all that more perplexing. Lily pursed her lips as she gathered his discarded robes, and without folding them, bundled them back into the wrapping paper in a way that set Snape's teeth on edge. "It's not so much an issue as a preference. I prefer a style that cropped up in a more recent century. I hadn't realized you had such a bugbear when it came to my sleeping attire." Snape frowned. Lily sat herself bodily on her side of the bed. "It's unattractive." "Well, that's a futile statement. If you're looking to me for attractiveness, I'm afraid you might be brewing in the wrong cauldron." "Oh, come off it. Don't put yourself down," Lily chastised with a wince. "I'm just used to a certain elegance from you. Your Victorian-era night frock is simply frumpy." Snape glared down his form, never finding fault in the robe-like sleepwear before. "It's a wizarding style. We were always traditional. But you already wear robes that are two-piece. Why not two-piece pajamas?" Lily asked hopefully. "Because I expect to be allowed some degree of comfort while resting," Snape muttered, beginning to redden. This conversation wasn't so much mortifying as galling. "Then what about less dressed? You've slept in just your pants before." Lily threw that suggestion out casually, not seeming to grasp the preconditions that came with each incident. Snape drew his fingers across his brow, a little at loss. "And you find my near nudity preferable to a simple garb?" "Infinitely so." She nodded with mock solemnness. "Or if you really need a top, how about a short-sleeved t-shirt? How is that simply not a ridiculously short nightshirt?" "Well, for one, it doesn't even pretend to be a dress." Then, with a salacious smile, added, "It's also easier when I don't have to spend half a minute unbuttoning you." Snape's eyes narrowed. His heart thudded that fraction faster. His fingers flew unbidden to his own buttons as Lily's grin widened. So easily she could entice him with a smile, so easily she could lead his mind into directions unbecoming. His will was iron yet warped like putty in her hands. She had the power to change his mind, to make him compromise over issues where before there was no such yielding. And compromise he would. His world had widened beyond his borders of comfort, sweeping him up in this torrent of change. And all of it he would embrace, willingly. It was the first day of the weekend, one of Lily's increasingly rare sleep-in days, which also ran concurrent to Save's training day with the Order. A day's planned dozing cast awry by the sound of a visitor rattling the knocker, and then promptly inviting themselves in. Marlene had dropped by for a visit, by which Lily meant she found her best friend lounging on a sofa, chowing down on a handful of the Muggle biscuits straight out of the tin as the barely woken girl blinked from the staircase, trying to wake her mind up to speed. That was the basic etiquette between them. There wasn't any need to ask permission one way or another. The same went for Lily whenever she was up in the McKinnon's household, though she always tried to be on her best manners despite the family's insistence. And when Marlene's two brothers were visiting, rest their souls, Lily could absolutely see where the girls' table manners came from. It was likely a good thing Save was out this morning. He'd probably have a stroke over all the crumbs getting into the cracks of the sofa. Hey Lils got bored and thought I'd drop by for a visit. Her best friend answered her unasked question when she emerged from the staircase, bleary-eyed. Door just let me in this time. Wasn't even locked. It's never been locked. I think it's really just the wards that's meant to keep people out, Lily explained through a wide yawn. She had only ever seen a key used once, and that was by Severus, who then later explained that had been what was needed for him to forge the magical contract with the house and its enchantments. Good thing too, I suppose. Don't fancy waiting for Snape to let me in, Marlene mumbled, tucking into another biscuit. MHMM, Lily agreed sleepily as she headed to the kitchen for some coffee and whatever she could find for breakfast. Since beginning work for True, Lily had begun to foster a taste for the bitter drink, especially since discovering its qualities when treated with cream and sugar like its tea counterparts. Porridge was waiting for her, as was usual when Save made breakfast, which was most mornings, as Lily rarely got up before he did. The quick spell upon the miniature coffee machine, already cleaned and ready from its no doubt earlier use that morning, Lily had a steaming cup in minutes, alongside her honey-laden oats. With a spoon straight in the saucepan, Lily brought her fare out to eat upon the tea table in the lounge. Ugh, is that what you're having for breakfast? Marlene asked, with a wrinkle of her nose. Porridge was probably not something the girl would even consider breakfast, considering the hearty fare her Scottish kin put out. Hey, I didn't have to cook it. A bonus in my books, Lily muttered as she tucked in. She didn't know how he could eat it plain. It honestly needed the sweetness of the honey, or otherwise it was just flavorless, textureless mush. Marlene settled herself across the table from her best friend, a half-eaten butternut biscuit hanging from her teeth. Lily summoned a plain wheat digestive from the open tin, dunking it into her coffee and trying her best to taste anything through the three-pronged attack of sweetness. So, what brings you out this early in the morning? Lily asked after washing down her mouthful with regretfully sweetened coffee. Not exactly the time of day I expect of a social, especially not from you. Ugh, tell me about it. Marlene set the tin upon the table with a hollow, weightless clang. But since this whole training thing started, I have to wake up early and wind up falling asleep just as early. Won't change Save's sleep pattern in the slightest. He's always up at the crack of dawn, no matter what time he slept the night before, Lily muttered, going in for another bite. Marlene swallowed her bite of biscuit. Spares you the sight of him in the morning, I suppose. Must you have a go at him at every pass? Lily snipped, scraping clean her morning meal. All she received in answer was a relenting shrug. No, you're right. I'll admit he's got a lot of oomph now that I've seen him in action. You mean in training? Lily asked, curiosity piqued. Yeah. It's crazy to see a stick-figure guy whipping down Quidditch lads like James and Sirius. And me, she added after a pause, as if unsure if she quite qualified as a lad. Bones asked, and apparently Save had done a ton of running before he went off and killed that basilisk. Lily leaned forward, eyes wide with untempered interest. I thought he seemed fitter. I just assumed it was just down to him no longer being half-starved. Plus he's quick. Blimey, is he quick. Marlene continued with a shake of her head. If he had reflexes like that, why didn't he try for the Quidditch team? Slytherin would have put up far more of a fight with him in front of the hoops. It was so rare to hear a compliment to her husband given non-grudgingly that Lily couldn't help the wide smile. Well, being quick is the greatest advantage of a potioneer, she agreed eagerly. And a duelist too, it seems. We're all taking turns, getting our RCs handed to us whenever we have practice matches. Mind you, I think Almoody seems to derive some demonic pleasure from how frequently he pits us against each other. Lily winced, remembering the animosity between the bulk of the new recruits. I can see this all going terribly wrong. Yeah, so did I thought they'd kill each other by weeks out. Surprisingly, they're all still alive and kicking, though injuries were rife. Severus never cursed me as hard, though. Always annoyed me that he'd go easy and Save's off training today, and from what you say, so is James. Another risk-high day. Lily sighed. Don't rest so easy. Sirius is there today too, Marlene proclaimed, seeming conversely amused by this point. It's a moody training day too. He likes to split us in threes to keep a closer, shifty eye upon us, pit us in two versus one fights two. Well, none of this sounded reassuring. This is all feeling rather deja vu, Lily muttered. Nothing like hacking at old wounds. Then wanna go watch, Marlene issued suddenly, a little too eagerly to be out of the blue. Lily's eyes widened. Am I allowed to? She was at a loss as to what to do all day while Save was out. The idea of taking a long bath with a book crossed her mind, but every written work within this household already had her fingers through their pages. Maybe try her hand at gardening after unearthing a bundle of her mother's old flower seeds. Moody doesn't mind spectators. It'll be fun, Marlene enticed, then procuring a pouch from within her robes. I brought easy travel too. What's that? Lily asked, eyes wide and curious when Marlene opened the satchel to show the sparkling green powder within. Flu powder, Marlene explained. Good old wizarding traveling method when you want to cover long distances or in no state to concentrate. Will take you to anywhere connected to the flu network. And that includes, well, basically every public building. Most shops are connected by flu during opening hours, and all wizarding villages and townships will have a town hall or village center that caters as the area's public flu point. Every household fireplace is connected one way to the flu network unless prearranged with the ministry, and even then, it's usually restricted access to only family and friends and other authorized travelers. Why hasn't anyone told me about this? Lily lamented, throwing her hands up in the air. She could already see so many mornings she didn't have to rack her brain with worry whether she could carry herself to work by apparition, as sleep-deprived as she was. This was the investment her next pay packet was going to. With all other options to keep her lonesome weekend occupied paling in comparison, Lily eagerly agreed to this little adventure. Within minutes, she was tumbling out a fireplace to appear within a neat hall lined with fireplaces, blinking in confusion as to where she had flew to. He was certain she had heard Marlene proclaim Hogsmeade. Just as she wondered, Marlene dropped down the chute of the neighboring fireplace, covered head to toe in soot with a wide grin upon her face. Hogsmeade? Lily asked, wiping her own face with a conjured handkerchief and finding it coming away covered. And then on to Hogwarts, Marlene proclaimed as she marched for the doors, absolutely unbothered by her soot-covered appearance. Lily drew level to her best friend's side. Really? We're going back to Hogwarts? That could absolutely be the crowning excitement to her day of excitement. Turns out the room of requirements made a pretty decent place to stage some hardcore training, Marlene quipped. Always thought the place was pretty special. Moody thought it too when Jamie Boy suggested it as a good old secret training yard. Lily hurried a step, spurred on by the prospect of visiting her school. She had thought she wouldn't ever see those old ivory towers again the day she sailed across the lake that last time. Marlene, too, was grinning, understanding completely where Lily's excitement was coming from. Now we just have to find a way to make a flashy entrance. Reckon you can conjure doves from your hands? She asked, only half jokingly. Mildly confused, Lily asked. Thought we were here for quiet spectating. Yeah, but we can cheer the boys on. Let them know we're here. Fireworks from your hands kind of thing. Lily fixed her best friend with a glare. Was this the ulterior motive of your visit this morning? I didn't realize Slytherin paranoia was transmittable by marriage, said Marlene dismissively. But Lily glared her down until the girl finally cracked and spilled the truth of the matter. All right, I'll admit it. I wanted you to come and take a look, maybe flex your magical muscles and impress the auras. Give you another shot coming in with us. I have no idea why you got rejected when all of us flobberworms for brains got accepted. Another thrill of hope flared, only to be quashed by that discomforting squirm of guilt. As galling as it was to be thought inadequate, she didn't want to tell Marlene the real reason for her rejection. A little glimmer of respect was finally settling between her two best friends, and she didn't need the truth sullying this growth. Then, suddenly, going to spectate felt like a bad idea. Lily sometimes thought that she had a self-destructive tendency in her choice of best friends. And it was harder still to believe otherwise when she found herself barely putting up a fight all the way up to the secret room on floor 7. Drenched in sweat from build-up exercises and senses abuzz with adrenaline, Snape stood in the middle of a large open swathe of marble floor, lined like a ring surrounded by stone pillars. He stood poised against Potter and Black, only half of the infernal marauders, but the odds favored him regardless. It had been gratifying to flex his power against them, as limited a setting that it was. Every bruise and burn, every yelp he elicited from these hated souls granted him vicious satisfaction. Though Snape had but briefly tasted the horrors of the battlefield, there he was in his element far more than either uninitiated whelp. With twice the bravado between them and half the practice or experience. It hadn't taken long for that Aura Bones to realize Snape was further along in his training than any of the others, and it took Moody half that time. His physical capabilities were lower than the Gryffindors, but when it came down to practical spell work, he could cast circles about any number of them in any combat scenario. It came to the point where Moody wouldn't pit anyone against him in a duel unless paired up with another, and even then, Snape had found no challenge among his peers. The fact he was not only able, but encouraged to bring his wand so frequently against Potter and Black was simply the sadistic icing on the metaphorical cake, and a pleasure it was again today. Snape sneered as he flicked away an offending spell. Black hadn't even bothered trying to flank the impatient boy. The two marauders always stood shoulder to shoulder, completely nullifying the greatest advantage they had fighting as a team, and one that Snape was fully willing to take advantage of. He flung back his own spell, weak, slow, diffusive, more a probing jab than a real attack. Black deflected it with a flourish and a triumphant grin, only to have his smile wiped straight off his face by the quick knockback shockwave that followed. Potter reacted fast enough to leap out of the way, and even deflected the stunner Snape sent after him. That vile boy was improving far faster than any of his compatriots, and was the closest to holding his own against the veteran. Close, but not quite. Snape deflected a knockback Jinx Potter had sent his way, but with a flick of his wrist, he sent it to the half-prone Black, knocking him flat again. Potter's eyes flickered away at the sound of Black's yelp, providing the brief window that Snape needed, and he didn't need to be asked twice to take advantage. "Potter!" Moody barked from the sidelines as the boy tumbled into a pillar. Even with 2 good eyes and far fewer scars, the man was an intimidating sight, perhaps more so knowing that he was well in his prime. Focus on your own fight. If this were a real combat situation, your concern for your friend's missteps would have cost the both of you your lives. James stood with a grimace, but he attacked Sirius when he was down. "That's damn dirty," Black hissed as he pulled himself up, limping. "I know." "I was watching," Moody grunted, stepping into the ring and strolling about to the 2 flawed boys to assess them briefly with a wave of his wand. "You think Death Eaters would think twice about hexing your fallen fellow? You think they'd fight clean?" "Well, he's not a Death Eater. He should have some common decency," Potter muttered, completely missing the point. Moody muttered under his breath as he set both boys to their feet. "Don't cluster up like a pack of mooncalves this time, and see if you can last a little bit longer against him." They took the Aura's advice to heart, it seemed, as they fanned out, forcing Snape to watch one and keep the second on his peripheral. But he fought them both such numerous times already that he knew the impatient Black would always be the first to attack. Predictable, Snape thought as he deflected the hex that streaked his way, turning to Potter just as he flung 2 stunners. Sloppy. Snape barely needed to deflect one as the second sailed past his shoulder. Then in the same motion, he brought his wand about his back to fling a quick bodybinder curse at the approaching Black. The boy had thought to use his distraction to catch him unawares, positioning himself in readiness to strike. But his dreams of a cunning maneuver were forfeited by his ally's weak spellcasting and his own single-minded bullheadedness. Black skidded to a stop by a pillar, cursing as he thrashed about, trying to free himself by physical might as his wand flew clear at his fall. Potter's focus was unwavering this time, peppering Snape with an assault of stunners that were as quick as they were wild. Snape conjured a stone block before him, physically blocking the barrage, then sent that stone slab flying forward towards his opponent. Potter was always a fair hand at transfigurations. The boy crushed the offending projectile without any issue, turning with another curse upon his wand tip. Only his opponent no longer stood before him. A disillusion charm was exceedingly effective in the midst of chaos, especially if you were allowed to enter into the illusion without notice. Snape knew this to be one of the only wartime scenarios that charm could be used effectively in a society where a person's presence was a mere incantation away from reveal. After which, it wasn't even a challenge to bring Potter low. The boy was staring blankly in the exact opposite direction from where the jinx came from, but that didn't stop Snape from sending the boy bodily through the pillars. It was his fortune that Moody took pity on him and conjured a great pile of cushions to catch him. "Watch where you're falling. You're no use to us with a broken neck," the gruff Auror barked, sweeping the battered boy to his feet with a wave of his wand. He then promptly turned to Black, who was wiggling slowly towards his wand. With a quick incantation, the Auror freed the foul boy. "And you don't seem to be improving in the least. What had I said about being on guard? Constant vigilance." Black grabbed his wand and scrambled to his feet, cursing under his breath as he did so. But as he stepped towards the ring, Moody blocked his path. "Oh no, boy, you need some special training. There's no point in pitting you against the young defense professor if you don't even know when to block." "I know how to block." "Are you deaf as well, boy? I said when." While all this was going on, Snape had a moment to catch his breath. His new robes hung comfortably upon his sweaty frame, but even a well-tailored garment did little to ease this combination of heat and exhaustion. Ordinarily, dueling at this level was a simple matter, but with the compounding of physical exercise and spellcasting drills, as well as multiple dueling sessions of similarly stacked odds, Snape felt it in his muscles and lungs. "Where'd you learn to duel like that?" Potter asked as he limped over with a wince. Snape could not help but notice that despite the beating the boy took, he hadn't seemed the least bit winded. Snape scowled and turned away. Just because he had to train with these imbeciles didn't mean he was obliged to be civil with them. How galling this whole affair was, having to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of these children, still wet behind the ears, running drills alongside them and performing the same rudimentary tasks that didn't ever seem to stick to their primitive learning capabilities. At the very least, Moody seemed to notice Snape's abilities, often singling him out to lead an exercise or having him perform more advanced maneuvers while his fellow recruits trailed behind. But that regard came with its own bag of mixed blessings, as Snape's own physical capabilities trailed behind the Gryffindors quite noticeably. He often found himself dedicated to punishing physical exercise, while the rest of his cohort performed less physically demanding but more disciplinary-oriented drills. "You could be a fine Auror, boy, if you could just give me 24 extra press-ups." Bones had once growled to him in passing after a pathetic attempt at that exercise. Most wizards scorned the necessity of physical exercise, Snape being one of them. But having been trained once before for war, he knew strengthening one's core and back could be the critical difference in one's ability to recover from a blow mid-battle. So here, too, did this disparity show, with Snape left exhausted by this brief but concurrent trade of blows, and Potter bouncing back from his flooring as if it were part of his daily routine. He even had the energy to practice on the spellcasting targets, while Moody personally put Black through defensive drills. In contrast, it was all Snape could do to pull through recovery. It was only then that he realized that their private training session was no longer private. That McKinnon girl appeared at her boyfriend's side, seeming intent on disrupting a training session she was not a part of. But worst of all, it seemed his exhaustion had dulled his senses to such a state that Snape hadn't even noticed his own wife watching from the sidelines. She flashed a quick smile from the bench on which she sat, covered head to toe in a fine film of soot. No doubt she had come by flu, which was not a substance they kept at the house, so her presence was the result of someone else's involvement. 3 guesses as to who, Snape thought cynically, glancing over his shoulder at Potter's girlfriend, brows pinched with annoyance. "Mr. Moody said I could watch, after he swept me for enchantments, and ensured that I wasn't an inferius masquerading as a human," Lily asserted without prompting, no doubt realizing the sketchiness of her own presence. Unusually lenient for a paranoid soul like him. "I need to have a talk to that man about the meaning of secret society," Snape muttered, displeased how easy an access Lily was given despite being officially excluded by Dumbledore himself. He needed her as far away from this dreaded conflict as possible, and finding her mingling with men and women who were destined for early graves was tying knots of anxiety within Snape's gullet. It was all Marlene's idea. I will totally darb her in on this one, Lily said quite solemnly, while shifting on the bench and motioning for Snape to sit. But if truth be told, I wanted to see you on your toes. They weren't kidding. You can move. That little bubble of self-satisfied pride was no doubt the work of his hormones again. As Snape sat beside her, his scowl gave way to a sigh. All it took was a compliment from the woman he loved to rattle him. His teen years could not end soon enough. Lily, Snape began, the tone of his voice leaching the color from Lily's smile. I don't want you involved in this. Please, this is not a game. She turned away, wearing dejection plain across her feature. I just wanted to watch. Then watch, but only this once. Tomorrow I want you to forget about all this. Forget about the war and just live your life. Snape, you've had your breather. From across the room Moody bellowed, causing the young man to near jump out of his skin. Get back in here and show this flattened puffskein how it is to actually block. To which Black scowled darkly from the pillar against which he sprawled, felled by another binding curse. Lily grinned and nudged him onwards, utterly heedless to his discontent. We will finish this conversation later, Snape warned, as he stood to leave, and do as that dratted Aura bade, always noticing those blue eyes regarded him with that touch of attention that caused his caution to rear. Lily never thought she'd be able to have another meal in the Great Hall again. It was funny where life took her. Dining across the table with her best friend and half the marauders, under the cloud-touched sky inscribed upon the enchanted ceiling. Severus didn't join them, having been put to another round of painful-looking exercises that was no doubt intended to build up his physique. Moody had shuffled off before the rest of them packed up to go to lunch, but Save had stubbornly stayed to complete his sets. Lily didn't doubt he wouldn't come down until he finished the task he was given, no matter how long it took him. He still hadn't come down by the time the food was served. Fare of wonderful variety was on offer upon the table, all clustered to where they sat. Roast beef, creamy chicken soup, mash, peas, fresh crusty bread, various colorful cuts of roasted vegetables, and several varieties of pies that Lily was exploring with relish. Now that she had a taste of life fending for herself, the simple pleasure of being offered variety without the effort of procurement was utterly heavenly. But her good mood was being slowly worn down by the sour mood of the two marauders sitting at the table. It seemed suffering a whole morning of getting absolutely licked by their once rival took its toll on their pride. Your husband's an absolute rot, Black growled into his mash and beef, not even trying to contain his displeasure. Lily, however, couldn't care less what that impetuous boy thought. I'm so glad you thought so, she chirped as she sipped her soup, washing down the pie crust and enjoying the dark glower her flippancy elicited. What business does he have being so haughty? Black continued, spraying crumbs across the table as he ranted. I don't remember him being anything other than a wimp. Then bam, he's able to duel like he's got something to prove. I remember we used to absolutely flatten him. It was 4 against 1, though, James muttered, dipping behind his goblet to hide his grimace. At the very least he felt contrite about his actions, no matter how blasé his best friend acted. 4, hardly, as if Remus ever lifted a finger and Peter's about as useful as a pixie's fart. Lily felt her fair mood falter. You speak of such awful things with such pride, she muttered scathingly. Black didn't even have the decency to look rebuked. Yeah, well, we stopped, didn't we? And it seems in that time old Snively found some way to get ahead of us by leaps and bounds. And the guy's still spindly as a boat truckle. It's dark magic, I tell you. Or he's talented, James stated evenly. It's not the first time he's shown ability above the bell curve. Yeah, but dueling, Marlene interjected, her bite of pie half-chewed when she swallowed, her nose still sporting a dark smudge or two from the fireplace soot that was missed when washing up for lunch. Practice makes a duelist. Training makes a duelist. I'll bet he's got training on the side. Maybe from his Death Eater friends. That's quite enough. Lily barked, her appetite turning with the conversation. He's not one of those fiends. How many times does Severus have to prove himself? Marlene, at least, had the decency to look chastised. Wasn't accusing him, just wondering, maybe, before his whole turn around and all. Lily had quite enough. She pushed her plate aside even though she hadn't yet touched the dessert. Right. I can see this conversation isn't going to end pleasantly. Or come on, Lils, we don't mean nothing by it. We're just joshing around, went Marlene's attempt at placating. Maybe you were, Black muttered. James hurriedly interjected, but we know he's on our side. For now, Black added, so casual with his acid thoughts. Well, then I think I'll leave you three to figure out your stance on the mystery of Save. Meanwhile, I think I'll go finish my lunch with him. Lily stood from her seat quite dramatically and marched from the halls, only realizing belatedly that not only did she forget to bring a plate for Save, but she had left her own meal behind too. Well, it was too late to go back now. She'd ruined the effect. She jogged up the entrance hall steps, a little unnerved by the silence of the school. Daylight hours should never be this quiet, not even during the holiday weeks. She slowed a step within the grand staircase, simply taking in the atmosphere of the school without the sound of children's voices. There were creaks of doors, moans and ghostly whispers, squeaks of joints, the grand rasping of a staircase that was shifting positions. But it all seemed so empty, so lifeless, without the voices and laughter of children. What was the point of the wondrous if there was no one to take in the wonder? Lily found herself ponderously philosophical, so much so she almost didn't notice the gruff aura standing at the entrance to the second-floor flight of the stairwell. And when she did, she almost jumped out of her skin. "Mr. Moody," Lily gasped, settling her racing heart. "I almost didn't see you there." "Vigilance, girl, it will keep you alive," the man growled, then beckoned with a wave of his hand. "Come on, I need you for something." He stepped into the corridor, his steps echoing away without waiting to see if she followed. After a moment, she did, spurred on by curiosity. "What for?" she called out, but received no answer as the aura swept forth quickly, stopping only when he reached the door of the defense against the dark arts office. "Inside," the aura barked, holding the door open and prompting with a twist of his head. Confusion compounded upon Lily's curiosity as she entered, realizing just as she did that this was to be Severus' office. Already signs of redecoration were there, because she was certain Professor Motley did not order those heavy, light-swallowing, pitch-black curtains. Moody seemed right at home, sitting himself behind the desk, and no doubt that chair that slid forward and into the back of Lily's knees was his way of asking her to sit as well. "Lily Snape, married to our golden boy there." "Yes." Lily answered, despite not being asked a question as so much as given a statement. The grizzled aura leaned forward, glaring at her with those electric blue eyes. Weathered and gruff, lean and tough as a sinew, Lily wondered if the man intended to be intimidating. "Just graduated too, makes you 17, 18. 18, Lily answered. The man's face did not put forth an expression Lily could discern. "So 18, 18 and married. You a rash girl, Lily. I'm a Gryffindor, so." The corners of the man's lips turned upwards, showing his white teeth as if he might have found her jest amusing, but that did nothing but increase his intimidation. He continued, seeming oblivious to the girl's growing worry. "Married at 18. How long have you known your husband then?" "We met when we were 9, so I've known him as long as I haven't known him," Lily answered, a little surprised by that realization. How time flies. "Before Hogwarts, then." "Ah," Moody mused, as if this fact were of vital importance. "And in these 9 years, has Mr. Snape ever shown proclivity for dark ideals?" Lily's blood ran cold. "Excuse me. I know the boy is from Slytherin, and you know who has had a good handful of influence in there. I'm asking if he had ever collaborated with those of his house that are known sympathizers." Her mouth felt parched. She knew what he was asking, and knew what the truth of it would sound like. Save had flown close to the sun, but before his wings could melt, he had turned back. It wasn't who he was now. "He hadn't," Lily felt herself say. "He's a good man. He wouldn't ever, really, never." The fascination in the aura's voice sounded quite sarcastic. "Because I hear mutters of discontent from your fellow graduates, grumbled accusations of dark magic, little suggestive throw-outs that the boy might have had Death Eater sympathies." "No. No, he would prefer you ask him directly," Save's voice sounded, causing Lily to jump, whereas Moody merely smiled that half-committed smile. Another chair appeared beside Lily, sliding forth from the ether. Severus stalked in, drenched with sweat, yet so dignified as he sat, without any prompt. His black eyes meeting hers briefly before settling upon the interrogator behind his desk, meeting those blue eyes without so much as a flinch. "Certainly took your time to come down." "I was beginning to think you might have passed out mid-sprint," Moody grunted, pulling straight into the back of his chair. A motion that might have looked relaxed, had it not been for the tense squared shoulders and the wand that never left his grasp. And yet, I cannot help but feel I did not take as long as you might have hoped, Severus said softly, a voice that evoked images of a cat on the prowl. Searching my office would take some time, as would separating my wife from her horde of Gryffindor friends. Moody grinned his grimacing smile. An empty office takes little to no time to search. I notice you have not yet moved in. He then turned his electric blue eyes to the girl he had been interrogating. I had planned on speaking to your wife, but this was not the opportunity I had planned for. No, this was just a happy accident, meeting her at the stairwell when I did. A shadow of a smile crept along Severus' thin lips. Foiled by your own impatience, then. For I won't allow you another opportunity to speak to her alone. Then speaking to the both of you together is perfectly dandy, Moody barked, wiping the satisfaction from Save's expression, as if the young man just realized this was a less favorable situation than he had originally planned for. Ask me what you wish, but there is no need for my wife to be here, Severus urged in an even tone, but to no avail. The door clicked behind them, no doubt warded by the aura for the conversation to come. So tell me, Snape, what is your stance on the Death Eater movement? Your wife seems to think you utterly innocent of association. Those dark eyes flickered briefly to Lily's, so brief she could not quite fathom the weight they held. I cannot claim complete innocence in that department. Every Slytherin had their brushes with that movement. He confessed so readily that it made Lily feel a real goose for tying herself in knots lying over that issue. Of course he'd had a brush with the Death Eater movement. It was synonymous with being a Slytherin. Funny, your wife had claimed no such knowledge. Those blue eyes met with hers again, and yet she doesn't seem even the slightest bit surprised by this revelation. Lily couldn't help but squirm under that steady stare. I must have misunderstood the question, she mumbled lamely. I don't doubt she believed your inquiries meant more present concerns. It was no secret that I had my brushes with the darkness. Associates I've made for no better option within my corner of the school. Nothing too serious. That is all behind me now. Nothing serious, was it? Moody's gruff voice questioned as his blue eyes fixed upon Severus again. And exactly how far did this not serious association go? How close to their storm's eye did you get? Not far, Save answered. Those blue eyes did not falter, staring him down as if by the force of his will alone he could break the boy before him. And had it been Lily, it might have worked, for she could not help but shake where she sat. Nothing terrible had been issued, no threats had been uttered, yet the atmosphere could not press heavier upon her heart. This was an interrogation, and just the knowledge of sitting in the recipient's seat chilled her to her very core. It seemed Lily's fear did not go unnoticed. Moody's attention turned on her. And what of you? Anything to add? And no, no, sir. She shook her head furiously. Lily is a muggle-born and cannot possibly be associated with you-know-who, Severus answered evenly. Exactly, Lily added unhelpfully. Moody's electric blue eyes lifted from her again. Muggle-born, not a bad choice to tie the knot with a muggle-born if you wish to sway suspicion. Lily almost gasped with affront at such a suggestion, but Severus all but ignored the implications. Albus Dumbledore trusts me, he insisted, and not her. Those electric blue eyes flickered to Lily briefly before larking back with saves. I've seen a few turned away from the order, but none with as little given reasons as she. That is entirely because of me. I requested that she be excluded, Severus supplied without even a moment's abashment. And who are you to wield your influence so? Moody asked, his stare unfaltering. Just a new recruit that Albus personally brought in, that so happens to bewitch him to agree to wield his power of veto. One that could already duel on par with any non-aura duelist within the Order, wielding spells, techniques and strategies I've faced all too often before. You have the smell of a Death Eater about you. Silence met his accusing words, the heavy atmosphere pressing down around Lily's ears. Her own eyes turned to Severus, for he had no quick answer to give. No outward expression betrayed him, his face blank as his black eyes glared, as no denial passed his thin lips. Why didn't he defend himself? Not a Death Eater, Lily found herself uttering into the suffocating silence. He's not. I'm not, Severus finally agreed, his voice low-pitched. And if you have any more to say on the matter, I suggest you take it up with Dumbledore. He made to stand, but within a split second found himself drawn wand to wand against the aura. Moody had moved so suddenly, his motion so quick, that Lily hadn't realized what was happening until both men stood poised at one point. Sit down, boy. Sit down until I say you can go, the aura growled, and despite having an equal draw in that exchange, Severus backed down as bade. This whole exchange was terribly frightening. It occurred to Lily suddenly that the man might not be entirely stable, that the moniker, Mad Eye, might not simply be referring to his rapidly shifting electric blue eyes. But those were not the only eyes to pique her concern. Black eyes glanced her way. It seemed, despite everything to be worried about, Severus' main concern was her presence. His lips curled downwards, brows pinched in more than just annoyance or concern. I have no allegiance to the Death Eater movement. I do not know what more to tell you, Save muttered. Then tell me who taught you to duel, Moody barked, so unreasonable with his pursuit. Silence fell again, with Save sitting frozen in his seat. Teeth bared, his brows furrowed in such dissent that Lily was certain he would not speak before the aura would lose again his temper. But then Save, through grit teeth, answered, "They trained me." It was uttered so quietly, Lily had thought she had initially misheard. Except Severus' face was awash with shame. Moody's blue eyes held his. "They trained you," the man repeated, as if tasting the words upon his tongue. "They had," Severus confirmed again, washing away any doubt over mishearing him the first time. "I was extended that offer during my 5th year at Hogwarts. I was given training over the course of the extended holiday in summer. After that, I realized they were not for me." What was he saying? Was this that summer? The summer they weren't talking? Did he really go so far? "I can see this is the first your wife heard of this," Moody stated gruffly. His blue eyes flickered swiftly to her before away again. Severus wouldn't even look at her. His black eyes stared straight ahead and slowly lowered as he spoke. "I left training without a word to anybody and simply never reported back. I was too low of status to really matter, beneath their notice. I brought all I knew to Dumbledore when I could. A memory tickled at Lily's mind of a Severus desperately trying to access the headmaster's office, and he has had me in his service since. So Albus would know of all this, if I were to ask." "He will tell you as much," Severus muttered, his tone muted, "and as little as he's willing to share." "That I can attest as true," Moody grumbled, his eyes still narrowed as he fixed his glare to Severus. Without another word, the aura flicked his wand, allowing the office door to swing open, then nodded to Lily. She didn't need to be told twice. She stood to leave as quickly as she could, glancing back to see if Save had followed. But he sat there still, not even looking back to meet her eyes. But only relief came at that silence, for she did not know what to say. She quickly left, allowing the door to close behind her and leaving her husband to speak to this aura alone. Her head was too full, her thoughts were too muddled. So many questions she did not know how to even begin to ask, and so many answers she dreaded to hear. Chapter 56, Terrors of the Mind. Chapter text. The summer humidity clung to Lily's skin. Not even the night could cut through the cloying heat. Every cooling charm she cast had been chased out within minutes by this overbearing swelter, and opening the window, a crack, only served to grant entry to the insects intent on eating her alive. It was a shame that the wards that turned away unwelcome guests did not consider mosquitoes and moths to be of the same unsavory category. But tonight, it was not the heat that kept her awake. It was the absence of Severus at her side, for he did not come up to bed. They hadn't exchanged a word since she left that office earlier that afternoon and returned home to Godric's Hollow alone. After giving the wolfsbane its nightly attention and answering the flustered owl from Marlene, who had noticed her absence, Lily had retired for the night. Severus hadn't returned when she went up to bed, early for her standards, but not for his. The sun had long bedded for the night when Lily thought to worry. Sleeplessness was not one of her banes, but tonight it was making an exception for her. In a bout of frustration, Lily waved her arms about her head, chasing away the keening buzz of a tenacious bloodsucker. There were magical sources of bug repellents. There had to be. She couldn't imagine that being left unmolested by insects during warm Hogwarts nights was all down to coincidence. Perhaps she would ask Severus when he returned. Perhaps that little exercise would be all that's needed to put today behind them. Perhaps she need not mention it at all. Severus lies. He could lie circles around an aura with a straight face. And though Lily liked to think she could see through him as clear as glass, there were moments where she knew better. When he deflected suspicion from her own lie earlier this day, it was done with such deft she had thought he misunderstood her protests. Perhaps he did, but she couldn't tell. Just as she hoped that was the case with his final admission. They trained me, trained by Death Eaters. Those words had left his lips, a concession perhaps to the interrogation they were under, an admission to sate the aura's insistence. Because how could he have possibly fallen that far? He loved her, didn't he? He always had. He said as much. How could he have then possibly walked willingly into the open arms of those who would have him raise his wand against her? With a sigh, Lily turned in her bed, invading the half that was meant to be Save's, finding relief in the coolness of sheets that had not yet been laid in. The heat was making it difficult to sleep, but that was not all that kept her from slumber. With a final toss of her sheets, Lily rose from the bed, kicking her feet into slippers and ignoring the bathrobes that hung off the corner of her tall mirror. This was an evening where her breezy nightgown was enough for modesty and comfort. She didn't know what her purpose had been when she set off to wander the halls. Perhaps in the back of her mind, she had thought to find Save hiding in one of the corners. Perhaps her subconscious knew more than she had given it credit for. Downstairs in the living room, Lily found Severus sprawled upon the sofa, still dressed in his day robes, and lying stark still in the darkened room, too still to really be asleep. "Are you awake?" Lily asked into the darkness. He did not move, he did not respond, but still too still. "If you're awake, I really want to know the spell to repel mosquitoes." He may have shifted then. The darkness made it difficult to discern motion, but she thought she might have seen him shift, perhaps even a smile, though that was as likely imagined. Lily's steps fell soft, just in case he really had been in slumber, but Save sat up at her approach. "Ah, so you are awake," Lily observed, smiling uselessly into the all-encompassing dark. Her heart began to patter, fast and flustered. She sat down beside him on the newly vacated portion of the couch, noting the cool touch of the cushion. He was wearing his cooling charm again, warding off the sweltering night with his usual efficient solution. Somehow, his casting of that spell never gave out before he willed it to, something Lily had yet to master in her own pursuit of temperate relief. With a deep breath that seemed to resound throughout the quiet darkness, Lily steeled herself, as did Severus. "I suppose we should talk about today." He shifted in his seat but did not turn to her. It was too dark to see his expression clearly, but her imagination filled in the rest, painting his unseen face with the dread she felt in her heart. Another deep breath punctured the silence as Lily delivered the question that plagued her. "What you said today, what you said to the aura, was it true?" A silence answered, no denial delivered. A pause that confirmed her fears before those words left his lips. It was true. Cold dread touched her heart as she stared blankly into the darkness. Her heart straining against her ribcage so loudly she was certain Severus could hear it too from the other side of the couch. She shook her head slowly, unable to comprehend this confession. This was Severus, her Severus. To have turned to the Death Eaters so soon after they fell out, how could he? "Why did you hate me that much?" she whispered into the dark. He finally moved, turned to face her. His expression inscrutable, his eyes all but lost in the suffocating shadows. "It wasn't about you, wasn't it?" Lily urged, unable to comprehend and desperately trying. "Then why? Why join those that would see people like me persecuted?" "A mistake," he hissed, his uneven white teeth visible through the shadows, clenched as if the answer pained him. "I wanted power, wealth, everything I didn't have. What else do I reach for when you were no longer there?" An icy chill threaded through her heart as sweat broke out upon her brows. "It was my fault." "No." Severus shook his head, a slow, deliberate motion. "The weakness was mine. It was not your place to save me from my own stupidity." His white teeth bared again, he turned away, seeming to shrink into a slouch. "And I was so painfully stupid then. I had actually thought that this path would somehow impress you, to win you back through power and wealth. Then I agree." "You were quite stupid," Lily quipped lightly, far lighter than she had felt. Her thoughts weighed like stones upon her soul as she tried to fathom this confession, to have known how far her own abandonment had sent him, the man she now loved. "But if I hadn't left you, then I would have dragged you to the pits of my depravity." Severus' voice lanced out, harsh and raw. "I was beyond reason then. You could not have done anything to help me. All that you would have accomplished was to find yourself hurt beyond measure. And yet you freed yourself, all on your own," Lily murmured into the darkness. Severus straightened from his hunch, seeming to center himself with her words. "Not without cost, not without being at my worst." He turned, and even in the all-encompassing darkness, she could feel his black eyes pierce her soul. And I can only be grateful that you were not there to see it. A knot was at Lily's throat, emotion she could not even begin to grasp, let alone unpack. The sharp bite of disappointment and a reeling heartache, and a deep sorrowful sadness felt on his behalf. She didn't know why she felt it so, but she could not help but think the cost he spoke of was deeper and more grievous than any scar he wore upon his form. "What happened?" she whispered into the darkness. Withdrawing back in on himself, he did not answer. With a shaking voice, Lily urged again. "Please, Severus, tell me what happened." But still he stayed silent, turning away, eyes cast staring into the darkness. Lily did not know what to do, her heart twisted as it pattered, so terrified of the thoughts that clawed from her mind. Severus had changed so suddenly and so unexplainably, but now she was handed one piece of that puzzle. Questions she never asked were beginning to be answered. Questions she should have asked, but she had been so happy. So happy to have had her best friend back again. Too happy to ask hard questions as to what happened and how he had changed so drastically. Simply too happy to wallow in ignorance and reap the benefit of his kinder soul. Never once had she asked after the unexplainable sorrow that now held him in its grasp. "This scares me. I can't begin to imagine," Lily whispered into the night, feeling her voice swallowed by the darkness that seemed to press down upon her. "Once promised you that I wouldn't regret marrying you. I want to keep that promise, Severus, so please tell me." Slowly he turned to her, those piercing black eyes that were lost to the darkness she could feel upon her. The silence stretched a moment more until she thought she had to urge again, but then he finally spoke. "I was shown a vision, one to test my loyalty," he all but whispered into the dark. His shoulders slumped again, his fingers curled upon his knees, worrying the fabric of his robes. Lily moved to his side, sidling up against him and taking his chilled hand into her own. She could smell a faint musk of sour and bitterness about him, as if he had not yet bathed away the day's exertions from his form. He must have been quite lost in thought, for she had never known him to be lax in the discipline of hygiene. He turned to her, a small motion, almost lost in the shadows. His voice caught, raw and husky. "I saw you die." A chill lanced through her. "I saw you struck down. Dead by my foolish actions. Your nightmares." It suddenly all made a terrible sense to Lily, those terrors of the night that gripped him. He had only spoken of it once before, but she had since seen its incarnations numerous times. Though his restless sleep rarely disturbed her since cohabitation, she had once woken to his throes of nightmares, but he had calmed quickly with a touch and some softly spoken words. Later, he had refused to speak of his foul dreams, claiming ignorance over the whole ordeal. She didn't doubt now, it was those same dreams. Those same terrible nightmares that haunted him from that Halloween Eve that she found him, and likely long before too. Nightmares invoked by visions forced upon him. Lily brought her arms about him, pulling him close, feeling the chilled skin of his neck against her cheek. "Those are just illusions, Save. You didn't kill me. I'm alive." He brought his arms about her, curling down into the dip of her shoulder, holding her tight against him. Through his ribs pressed against her own, she felt his sobs before she heard his breath hitch. "It was all my fault that you died. It's not real," Lily urged, alarmed at how tightly he grasped, how adamant his laments were. "I'm alive. Those are just nightmares, nothing more." But were they? Lily's own breath hitched as a dark thought came to her, a memory of a topic learned in a class only half remembered. A subnote on a lecture of the mind arts, of how memories were not just to be gleaned to one able to touch them, but to be altered. False memories could be given to another, moments imagined that they would be convinced to be true. The realization rang clear as a tendril of fear coiled about her. There had been whispers of that dark wizard's power, stories of his prodigious ability and terrible cruelty. A young man's mangled mind would not be so far a cry from the dark deeds to his unspoken name. Lily felt warmth seep through the shoulder of her nightgown. Severus, tears were still warm, it seemed, despite the charm he wrapped about him. Kindred tears spilled forth from her own eyes, the clarity brought with it horror she could convey in no other way. Her hot tears burned a trail down her cheeks, seeping into the thick fabric of those black robes. "I'm alive, Severus," she warbled, burying her face into his robes, locking into mutual sought comfort. "Don't you ever forget that. I'm alive." His breathing calmed, but she did not release him, nor did he make any attempts to free himself from her grasp. She felt his breath against her collarbone, tickling the hair about her neck. With a sigh of her own, she leaned into him, her eyes closing as exhaustion chased the worries from her mind. Gardening was not one of Lily's usual hobbies, yet that was the activity Lily had elected to sink the rest of her weekend into, and that in itself was worthy of concern. Snape glanced out the kitchen window, sipping his cup of coffee as he watched his wife weed out a small patch of earth in the corner of the neatly manicured yard. The knee-length grass that had once claimed dominion of that territory now sat primed and proper, tamed by the magic of the house elves whose specialized abilities brought the house to livable standards. But this yard was usually left unmolested for weeks, only subject to the mandatory trim to keep it from returning to its feral roots. A task that Snape elected to undertake as his own to no protest from his wife. But now she stooped in the corner, digging about in the dirt as a muggle would, not even reaching for her graduate arsenal of herbology spells. An activity to settle her mind, perhaps. Snape understood the feeling. It was why he sometimes cooked without magic. There was something cathartic about using one's hands. They had exchanged few words since the night before, since he had told her that lie that was modeled too close to the truth. It was a foolish hope to think that she might take his confession in stride, to accept his mistakes as she once had, an erased memory ago. But that had been confessions far closer to the knuckle, one ill-made decision of youth that resulted in a lifetime of suffering and repentance. By comparison, his half-honest confession was but a skin-deep glance of the issue. His worst decision glancing off him with barely a repercussion, and repentance of a brief and shallow nature. His situation wasn't as sympathetic as the truth had been, and though Snape reviled pity, in quite a few ways this uncertainty was worse. Snape drained his coffee with a shallow draw from his cup and set it to scrub itself out in the sink. He cast his eyes out into the summer-scorched yard and briefly wondered if his appearance would be welcomed, now after he had freshly showered, if accompanied by refreshments. But that defied the purpose she had escaped into the garden for. No matter how he might desire her companionship, she needed some time to herself, especially after learning what she did and having her oddly innocent preconceptions of him rattled. With a soft scowl to himself, he turned away to the dimmed contrast of the quiet, expansive household. Loneliness was one of the reasons he never upgraded his private accommodations the first time around. Through his soliciting within pureblood circles, Snape had the twisted privilege of learning this early in his previous life. There was comfort in familiarity, and conservative space eased his notice of the void in his life. But solitude had been his honest companion and his most familiar comfort of all, and it terrified him that a quiet afternoon alone did not seem as appealing as it once had. What a mark upon his life that Lily had made, and what a void if he were to lose her. The decisions he had made were to ensure no chance of crossing the same paths or painting that same prophecy. As unreasonable as he had been to deny her rightful fellowship in the Order, he could think of no better way to ensure she would never stand before the Dark Lord. To never have the opportunity to defy him, never mind thrice. That worry gnawed at his thought, a fear that had followed him since taking on his role within this hideous war. Now his fears were not just of losing her to the merciless grasp of death, but to the follies of another lifetime. Lies that lingered too close to the truth and too far from his moments of merit. Forgiveness was a commodity, and its currency was repentance. And even to him, his lie sounded a shallow comparison to how truly repentant he was. Snape could not repress the scowl that bubbled up with that thought, even as he descended the steps that led to the basement, a cellar that had once been designed with an obvious purpose in mind. Into its stone foundations was carved shelving, cool stores already prepared and swept of the century-old product that had been left to fester. Along the top of the stone walls, ventilation holes were knocked through and waterproofed with enchantments. A heavy stone bench was laid in the center, with a hole cut through its far corner that fed into an area where a bucket could be placed, a clever design for ease of waste disposal. A stone basin sat in the corner beneath the mouth of a pump that acted like a faucet fashioned in another century, and wedged in the corner was a runic table, painting an obvious picture as to which member of the Dumbledores had designed this room. A brilliant potion master in his own right and an alchemist of tremendous standing, Albus Dumbledore, in all likelihood, had fashioned this cellar into his sanctum. Now, half a century later, Snape had claimed it as his own. His last familiar bastion in an increasingly unfamiliar life. There was so much he had to lose now, and should he ever pause to think on it, shrugging off the suffocating meanderings of his mind, Snape ran his hands under the icy water pumped from the ancient faucet. It had taken a lot of effort on his part to restore the enchanted duct, for nobody had laid any protective enchantment on the piping for rust, and it took many an hour of magical scouring to be rid of the red flakes that threatened to taint each brew. It certainly made his monthly brew more difficult than it had to be. He had floated great vats of water down from upstairs simply because he could not trust the rust-spoiled water for such a fickle brew. At the very least, the wolfsbane remained only time-intensive, as Potter had the common decency of using his wealth to front the overhead costs of this brew. Snape would have been in favor of charging him for this service too on top of the ingredients, but after bringing that up with Lily, she immediately struck down that notion. A gift was a gift, she had said, and friends shouldn't take money from friends for help they were able to render. Still, Snape didn't feel there was any point in reminding Lily that the term friend did not encompass him and any of the marauders, and perhaps that responsibility, too, would no longer be his to bear if Lupin was to be set on the same route as had another lifetime ago. Another spy dispatched into the conflict, but one hidden amongst the teeming ranks of those unfit to learn anything of worth. Half-breeds and twisted non-humans, those that had answered the call to darkness as by their nature. That was not a place Snape could reliably deliver potions 7 days out of a month. But for now, the responsibility was still his to uphold. A promise he made was never broken lightly, especially not with Lily. The cauldron of that fetid brew sat behind him, near enough to a ventilation point so the fumes that wafted from the slot would not build in this limited space. That cauldron would not need to be touched until later tonight. Instead, Snape turned his attention to their medicinal cabinet. Though he had already spent a vast amount of time in his lab, most of the hours Lily spent at work, he had managed to contribute very little in the way of practical potions. Between lacking the funds to procure ingredients and being unable to gather various herbs and grasses needed due to seasonal availability, many brews lay out of practical reach. The results of several ventures into the wild woodlands of the Forest of Dean and what was left of his and Lily's school supplies amounted to a grand total of 2 doses of simple pain relief potions, one of which Snape had seriously contemplated downing when he first woke upon that couch, propped on an awkward angle. This was perhaps the greatest advantage of his lessons in alchemy, the ability to generate ingredients out of reach by increments. A laborious and time-consuming task for even the most mundane of ingredients sought, and one he would ordinarily not willingly sink time into without need, or silly hormonal prompting. But today he reached for the distraction willingly, whiling the time away so that Lily might have all the space she needed to think, and if the fates be merciful, choose to absolve him of his tilted confession. Lily would be the first to admit she had no idea how gardening worked. Watching her mother by brief glimpses in the yard only gave her the barest of notions that she had to dig a hole and sprinkle seeds into it, and give it a drink every day or so. Thankfully, a few years in herbology gave a little more of an idea of a garden, such as soil nutrients and acidity, and the occasional untangling charm upon unruly roots of a devil's snare, or an impediment, jinx upon the head of a snapping, venomous tentacula. But for mundane muggle plants, such as these seeds of a purple iris flower that her mother had loved to grow, Lily feared much of her magical understanding of the craft may be far less useful. Save might know a little more than her on the topic, having performed exceptionally in every assignment and practical task. That was not unusual for any given topic, but anything to do with his beloved potioneering, he seemed to excel in spades. But then maybe not for mundane flower growing, as his ties to his muggle roots were sparser than her own, and perhaps more tangled than that of the devil's snare. But today was not a day where she ought to bother him needlessly with her woes. He had been distant with her all morning, and the silence over breakfast was enough to send her out into the yard before her dishes touched the sink. Their conversation last night cut too close to the trauma, she supposed, and some time to himself would be what he needed. Lily had planned on spending the day out in the yard to give him full reign of the house. Peace and silence, as he always seemed to enjoy. To that end, she had better find a viable hobby soon, because silence and solitude had never been her cup of tea. And it seemed there would be a fair few days in the coming year, with Save going to a high-engagement job and her friends off fighting a war. Of her options, gardening seemed the most viable, by opportunity and cost-wise. She still had most of her gardening supplies left over from her biology. Now it was just a matter of figuring out how to utilize them effectively for Muggle gardening. A grand yard of flowers had been her goal, as her home once had under the tender care of her mother. After her mother's passing, the more fragile of those plants withered under her father's neglect, while the more robust of their brethren mounted an aggressive takeover of the yard space. It got to the point where it was far simpler to tear them all out indiscriminately by the roots, rather than attempt to tame them to a ghost of her mother's splendor. It was quite sad, really, seeing the yard barren of her mother's toil. She missed the vibrant colors, the fragrant smells of spring and summer, but most of all, she missed her mother. And now her father, too. With a rough swipe across her eyes with her muddied hands, Lily stemmed the tears that welled at that errant thought. Despite the time since their passing, and the plethora of events since, she could not help but get a little maudlin whenever she had too much time to dwell upon their memory. Severus would no doubt call her silly over such sentimentality. She returned to her planting with a little more vigor, patting the earth good and firm about the iris seed she embedded, then hosing them down with a jet of water from her wand. "You better grow for me," Lily muttered at the non-sentient plant life, feeling rather silly and emotional as she did so. "They won't. You planted them in the wrong season," came an unexpected voice, causing Lily to spin about and scan her empty yard. "Over here, dearie," the voice called again, directing Lily's eyes towards the fence line, only then noticing the little grey bun of hair sticking over the top. "I hope you don't mind my nosiness. I do love a spot of gardening, and at my age I seldom can do anything that requires me to stoop for more than half a minute." "Oh, feel free to," Lily replied, feeling a little self-conscious over her little emotional show moments back. Hopefully, the narrow gaps in the fence which her neighbor was spying through were enough to muddle that moment. The little bun of hair seemed to wobble for a moment before the rest of her head appeared to pop over the fence, revealing the face of a cheery elderly lady with a face almost swallowed by lines and liver spots. "You're quite the pretty little thing now that I got a good look at you," the lady chirped as she appeared to wobble dangerously. "Hush, oh, behave you," she chastised downwards to her unseen carrier. "My rocking chair is getting on in years as I am. It doesn't float nearly as well as it used to." Lily approached the fence, craning her head to make eye contact with the pensioner on the floating chair. "My name is Lily Snape," she announced, getting used to introducing herself as such. "I just moved in with my husband a few weeks ago. A husband as well. I must say, you two have been making yourself scarce. Haven't heard a peep from this household for nigh on 50 years. If it weren't for the tended lawn, I might not have even noticed I had new neighbors." Lily winced at the realization that she should have introduced herself the moment she moved in. That was basic expected neighborhood etiquette, especially for a small country town like this. "Sorry I didn't drop by to introduce myself earlier. It's been a hectic few weeks," Lily offered, a little absolved by the truth in her words. "Oh, I wasn't blaming you, dearie," the old lady quickly reassured. "I know how it can get like for you young ones. Always rushing from here to there, chasing one grand idea after another. My great-nephew was like that, as too was the boys who used to live here. Why, I still remember when the Dumbledores still lived in this household. Very quiet family, too, you know. Not much into yard work either, apart from the odd trim." "You knew Professor Dumbledore?" Lily couldn't help but ask, interest stoked by the mere mention. She knew this house belonged to the headmaster, but Save had said that the man had abandoned the household for the better half of a century. Never in a million years did she think that anyone living here would still remember the original inhabitants, let alone as children. The old lady gave a short, sharp rasp of laughter. "Ah, yes, of course. You young people would all be very familiar with that name, very recently, too. Yes, that Albus Dumbledore had lived here, along with his mother, brother, and sister. He had siblings. Lily found this all very fascinating. Why, yes, Aberforth, and I've still not got any notion of the sister. I suppose I should have remembered what they put on the tombstone, but it has been such an awfully long time. Poor dear. My nephew was such good friends with the Dumbledore boys, and he didn't even stay for her funeral. I didn't want to think badly of his actions, but I suppose worse has been said since. Oh my, Lily uttered, fascinated. Now, if you don't mind me asking, when you said your surname is Snape, I don't suppose you have any relations to the Snape in the recent papers. A copy of the Daily Prophet floated itself over the fence edge to dangle the headline before Lily. Severus Snape, the slayer of basilisks and the protector of Slytherin, to be appointed the youngest professor in British history at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lily nodded eagerly as she offered the paper back to the elderly lady, pride swelling in her breast. The very one. He's my husband. A wide smile stretched across the old lady's face. Can I interest you in tea? It has been a while since I've had someone new to converse with. I would very much love to have your husband over as well. Oh, certainly, Lily agreed eagerly, jumping at the chance to meet someone new and explore this new line of fascinating dialogue with someone who actually knew the old professor as a youth, unimaginable a concept as it might be. I'll see if I can convince him to step outside. I swear he acts as if he's allergic to sunlight. Married a vampire, did you? The neighbor asked lightly, with sparkling humor in her ancient milk-white eyes. If I had, then I found the only one that exists off a diet of coffee and gruel, Lily remarked, prompting her new friend to laugh. You got spunk. I like you, she chuckled, wobbling on her magically levitating seat. I need a little time to make my house presentable. Goodness knows when I last had a guest over, and heavens does it show. But the cleanup shouldn't take too long if I rent an elf. How about I have you over some time this afternoon? Bring your husband if you can. If you can't, well, have him know us ladies will be talking about him behind his back. Oh, he'll be delighted to come, knowing that, Lily agreed, delighted to have found socialization prospects within her new neighborhood. They were going to get on splendidly. But as the elderly lady sunk out of sight, Lily suddenly realized she had neglected to establish one very important piece of information. Oh, excuse me. I haven't caught your name, MS. Her neighbor immediately barbed into sight once more. Oh, heavens, how silly of me. I forgot all about introducing myself. My name is Bathilda Bagshot, but I am well too old to be known as a miss, and Madam Bagshot is too formal. Bathilda will do, dearie. And with a rosy smile, she ducked out of view once more. It was a moment more before the name finally clicked within Lily's mind. The author of Hogwarts: A History, save. Standing by the base of the cellar stairwell, Lily was attempting to convince Snape how it was not an utterly miserable idea to spend an afternoon with their elderly neighbor. As well as a dry old tome about the innumerable, and frankly pointless, histories of the Goblin rebellions, I remember you were less than thrilled to be reading back when history of magic was compulsory, Snape muttered, laying a newly transmuted batch of azalea petals between two wet cloths. With a flick of his wand, he pressed an invisible heat upon the moist cloth, rendering it dry in an instant. Lily threw her hands up in exasperation. Come on, Save. We have a famous person as our neighbor, and she invited us over for tea. If you wish to go, be my guest. Lily turned her wide green eyes wide and pleading. Oh, come on, Save. We just moved into this charming little village. Let's play good with the neighbors. Snape scowled, unable to think of anything more skin-crawlingly irritating than having to exchange friendly how-do-you-dos with people you only knew because of proximity. He had a lot of experience with living in one location long-term without ever getting to know any of his neighbors. He was positively a certified professional at the whole ordeal, and it was an expertise he had every intention of capitalizing on. How you spend your afternoon is your prerogative, Lily, Snape muttered, as he delicately peeled back the sheets to reveal the flash-dried flower petals. But don't expect to rope you in right. Lily muttered, disappointment etched into her face and form, and nothing stung more than her disappointment. He was beginning to believe her aware of this fact, especially when she whipped it out on something so frivolous. But after dealing her the genuine disappointment in knowing whose dark cause he had willingly patronized, he suddenly found the will to compromise. I relent, Snape gave with a sigh, causing Lily's disappointment to lift straight into a jump for joy. But, Snape had to add, causing Lily to cease her celebrations promptly. I don't want this to be the only time we share today, overseen by a chaperone. Those red eyebrows went up. How about let's schedule that activity for later? There's no need for the two to clash. It took a moment for Snape to get on the same page as his wife. I can assure you I hadn't meant what you are insinuating. I do have thoughts comprised of innocent intentions. Oh, pardon me then. It seems our free afternoon has just become a little freer. Lily harked breezily to Snape's narrowed eyes. I still want your time, Lily, but I had wished to have a calm and composed conversation. That cheeky smile withdrew a fraction, as did her suggestive eyebrows. After last night, I believe we have much to discuss, and I would rather it be dealt with early than allowed any uncertainties to build and fester. For a moment, neither spoke, racking Snape's nerves worse than anything he could have imagined being said. He had already run every possible reaction through his head a dozen times, except one. No reaction. But thankfully, he did not have to weather this possibility, for Lily unstuck her jaw and gave a sheepish smile. Yeah, I suppose we do. Sorry. I didn't mean to dodge this conversation. That smile she had was gone. The entire mood of the conversation suddenly shifted. Snape felt a pang of worry that he might have prodded too keenly at the dormant Darksea nest and should have left well enough alone. But then those green eyes met his, soft, unaccusing. You've been through a lot. I won't pretend to understand, Severus, but know that I'm here for you, whatever you need. Lily approached, but before she could lay a hand on him, Snape took one step back out of her reach. She stepped back too, a sheepish grimace upon her face. Sorry, lab rules, I forgot. It's not that, Snape muttered, his scowl equally sheepish. You forgave me far quicker than I had imagined, than I thought the truth of my having been a Death Eater warrants. There it was, the flicker of discomfort across her beautiful face, that realization she was in the presence of a monster. She slowly shook her head, but the words from her mouth were not that of dismissals or accusations. I believe you a victim, Save. I don't see you as one of them. Besides, it was such a brief part of your life, and you didn't do anything terrible, really. Snape's scowl darkened as he tore his eyes away from Lily's, unable to fathom this reaction. Then you have completely misinterpreted my confession. Then tell me, Lily urged, stepping forward again. Make me understand. But he couldn't. The secrecy he was trapped into, the means to win the war and the need to protect her. He turned away, unable to form the words within his mind, let alone speak them, but Lily would not let up. Her fingers found their way upon his cheeks, flittering across his skin as she pulled him back about to face her. Talk to me, Severus. You wanted us to talk, so talk to me. It was unforgivable, was all he managed through gritted teeth. Her bright eyes searched insistently for his. I forgive you. You shouldn't, not this easily. Snape didn't know why he was being so insistent. Why was he trying to ruin things for himself? I fell to foul ideologies. I took to their causes, knowing the harm they aimed to cause. I did it for nothing more than power and resentment. Very succinct. Good to know I don't have to explain to you what you did wrong, Lily quipped lightly, her tone infuriatingly light of any consequence. Snape tried to turn away again, but was held in place by her firm but gentle hands. He tried to look away, but those green eyes drew him in. My mistakes could have cost you so much. They could have cost you your life. And they very much did, because he put his faith in the wrong people, and because he was a stupid little boy who wanted to feel powerful. Lily's fingers slipped from his cheeks, and for a moment he thought she would withdraw, but instead she stepped closer and wrapped her hands about his waist. But they didn't, and I need you to always remember that, she muttered into his chest, her presence so warm and comforting, a balm against his incessant doubts. I am alive. You didn't harm me. But I did, he whispered, his lips curling as he tasted that bitter admission, as he knew what grievous sin he had to hold himself accountable for nobody else could in this lifetime. Lily leaned back to meet Save's eyes once more. You didn't. You were there for 2 months at most. And you came back a better man than I could ever have hoped for. You did no harm to me. Then she leaned in and urged more earnestly, I need you to remember that, Save. Your nightmares aren't real. I am alive, and I love you. Her words touched his heart, and for the longest moment he did not speak. Seeming to take that for a sign of his continued brooding, Lily leaned in, stretching upwards to press her lips to his. A kiss, like so many they'd shared since that fateful first by the lake. But a kiss no less sweet than that first had been. That wake you up? She asked, a smile on her lips, but her eyes were earnest and searching. I'll remind you every time you forget, Save, so don't slip away, all right? Was it pity he saw in her eyes? Why did she pity him? It was she that he wronged. It was she that stood to lose from his foolish misdecisions. Yet she held him in no blame, trying to ease him of a pain she could not even possibly comprehend. And yet that she would try was already more than he deserved. It seemed a little socialization was all she and Save needed to put aside the awkwardness between them. Though he protested taking tea with their elderly neighbor, he had behaved the perfect polite gentleman the entire time. He had even relented to trying a freshly baked biscuit that Bathelda had her rented house elf whip up. But all too soon, the weekend passed. The sound of that little bell caused Lily to whip about to attention. After 3 weeks at her new job, Lily had already been conditioned to react to the sound of a customer entering. No matter what task she was doing, whether it be straightening out the shop floor at the front or tinkering with a trinket out back, she would drop everything and rush to greet the newly entered. "It's only me, dearie," came Madame Swelly's answering voice as she shrugged off her dripping cloak, dispelling the water messily from her garments. "My goodness, is it pouring out there? Slow day today, I fear." Lily scourged away the water upon the floor, then stared glumly out the battered display windows, already feeling the press of a long and uneventful day. "Well, at least there'll be plenty of time to thoroughly dust the displays," Lily sighed, as she made to return to the shelves that lined the shop floor, casting a dusting spell over the tops of the shelving. A relatively quick and painless process now, but the first time she had done so sent a year's worth of detritus cascading about her ears. Thorough cleaning hadn't been one of the shop's highest priorities, it seemed, especially with only the madam and her husband running the place. With a sympathetic smile, Madame Swelly gave her a passing pat on the back as she shuffled inside and unpacked the ham and cheese pastry she bought from the cafe next door. She sat down with her lunch at a tea table by the door of the back room, set up so staff would always be able to keep an eye on the shop floor while they ate. Picking up one of the twirling baubles upon the shelf, Lily straightened it overly meticulously. If things continued like this, she might develop a pedantic streak, and there was only enough room in her relationship for one person with this type of neurosis. "It's not picked up all week," Lily huffed as she tried to separate two toy griffins grappling animatedly on the shelf. One had caught the other's wing in its beak and seemed intent on tearing its ceramic flight feathers out. "I'm starting to fear I've somehow offended your patrons." Madam Swelly dismissed it with a wave of her hand through the doorway. "Oh, pish. You couldn't be more popular with my patrons. Why, I swear old Tom comes down here to browse twice a week now just for conversation." Lily stepped into the back room with the offending griffin to tuck away into a box until it settled down. "Yeah, but storm or no, this week has been so quiet. Even Tom's not come in since he stepped in for those self-polishing spoons last Friday." "Yes, it has been rather quiet, hasn't it?" Madam Swelly agreed. "I think it was that incident in the paper on Monday that's got everyone scared to come out, what with a murder happening just 3 streets away." "Ah, right, of course," Lily muttered lamely, mentally chastising herself that she hadn't put two and two together. She hadn't even known that terrible incident had happened until she came home and found Save pacing nervously back and forth before the fireplace. He had been quite vocal in his concerns since, even once suggesting she quit her job for the sake of her safety, prompting her to deliver him an earful over his ridiculous and unnecessary worry. Madam Swelly patted the seat beside her and offered her a rosy cup of tea that seemingly appeared from nowhere. "Don't fret about it, dear. Business has its ups and downs, but I promise you now next week will be hopping." "Oh, how do you figure?" Lily asked as she sat and accepted the cup. The jolly witch gave a knowing smile. "Why, the Hogwarts letters go out next week." "First-year students," Lily gasped. "Not just first years," Swelly said with a wink. "Muggleborns. They buy half my shop on the first week those letters are out. There's just something about baubles and toys that fascinates them so." Lily felt the excitement bubble up at the prospect of greeting those wide-eyed and eager children and welcoming them into the magical world. What wonders everything must seem to them, that awe and joy over finding out that not only was magic real, but that it would become an integral part of the rest of their lives. It wasn't so long ago when she had been that very child, staring with slackjaw fascination at the very trinkets she now stood responsible for. They will not be able to resist our feisty little griffins, Lily agreed with a jubilant smile, reminiscing. Why, when I was first introduced to the magical world, I couldn't walk past a shop without smearing my nose across the window. Madame Swelly glanced at her with a hint of surprise over her features. Were you a muggle-born then? And still am. That's not a problem, is it? Lily asked with a touch of worry over the reaction of surprise. Oh no, not at all. In fact, I should have guessed from the first day as you came in muggle dress, but here silly old me was thinking you were just in from the cauldron. Can't run around out there in anything but muggle wear, Swelly quickly reassured with a shake of her head. I've nothing against muggle-borns. Why, my great-aunt was a muggle-born, I think, or was it her mother? Oh well, not important. She shook herself and resumed her bright and bubbly smile. I didn't mean anything by my surprise. I just hadn't expected it. I mean, with your husband the way he is, I hadn't thought. What's wrong with my husband? Lily asked, even more confused. Oh, nothing is wrong. With him, that is. I mean, nothing I would like to comment on, Swelly waffled, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. I really just meant I hadn't expected a muggle-born to be married to a man with, well, you know, those ideologies. Lily felt a chill grip her heart. What ideologies? She asked, suspecting the worst. The portly lady gave her a sympathetic smile. I don't mean anything by it. Just a baseless conjecture, I'm sure. That Skeeter woman would write anything, really. She pulled a folded-up newspaper and handed it to Lily, grimacing apologetically as Lily read the headlines with creeping horror. Scandalous Death Eater Past, the protector of Slytherin's horrifying secret. Lily all but snatched the paper, glaring at the headline with utter disbelief. The article read like absolute sensationalist rot, but she could not deny the truth of the matter. He had confessed as much himself mere days ago. How did they find out? She breathed, utterly aghast. So it's true then? Swelly asked, eyes wide and curious as a pair of her own enchanted baubles. Lily folded the paper up with a huff and returned it. Everyone's made mistakes. It's none of anybody's business, frankly. She snapped, a little harder than she intended, but her boss didn't seem the least bit offended. Of course, dear. I wasn't accusing him of anything, the portly lady quickly reassured. And the nerve of them, painting him out as being disingenuous with his intentions, dragging all the good that he's done through the muck. Lily continued heatedly, brought near to tears by her righteous anger. You're right. It's none of our business. Swelly hurriedly removing the newspaper from Lily's shaking hands and tucking it away before it could cause more affront. And I'm sure your husband's a good man. He's certainly a brave man. And if a clever wizard like Albus Dumbledore would hire him on as a professor, there shouldn't be even the least bit doubt about where he stood. I actually feel rather silly I even brought it all up at all. Why, I'll bet he ran away from the whole blasted ordeal when he realized you would be who he would hurt the most. Lily's lips twitched upwards in a watery smile. She wiped away the tears, breathing deep and willing away the righteous anger. Madame Swelly lifted her teacup and brought the lip of the cup to Lily's untouched cup with a little ceramic clink. To true love and all that. She could not fight the smile now. To love, Lily repeated as she brought the cup up and took a healing draught of hot, calming tea. And for the record, that really is why he did what he did. He told me as much, Lily offered, realizing Save would probably balk at this candid offer of insight into himself, but Lily just wanted to set the record straight, even if it was for only one person. My husband joined them over the reigning influence within his schoolhouse, for he was a Slytherin, you see, and he was too young to be able to fight free of that awful nonsense. She shook her head in an exasperated manner, more dismissively than she felt of the whole ordeal. But he was always too clever to be led by the nose like that. He left them just as quickly as he joined. He said he feared over what he might do to me had he gone down that path, and feared so deeply he had, for the nightmares had not left him as he had tried to leave them. To love so deeply and be loved the same. Madame Swelly sighed. Oh, to be young again, before they both lapsed into silence over their steaming cups of tea. Chapter 57. To Snare a Pest. Chapter text Severus. Reaction to the whole ordeal was predictable to say the least. Within minutes of arriving home through flu, he set upon her, still dripping with moisture. As it turned out, since the moment he had read the morning paper, He had spent the remainder of the day standing watch over her store in the soaking downpour to safeguard her from Merlin knows what. As far as she could tell, this was the reason she was now at Hogwarts, set loose to wander the halls of Hogwarts alone, while Severus attended urgent matters with the headmaster. Apparently being left at home alone was out of the question, as Severus appeared to be convinced the defensive enchantments of the household had a flaw wide enough to allow hostile ears into their conversation. Lily, however, offered the idea that perhaps the leak was on the other end of his measurable mistakes, such as with the death, either recruits who might have served with him. But he didn't even give her idea the time of day, so convinced the fault was on their end. Personally, Lily thought anybody morally destitute enough to throw their lot in with such an extremist cause would hardly bat an eye over dragging someone's good name through the muck. At least they were both in one agreement. The leak could not have possibly happened during that brief interrogation by old Mad-Eye. If there was one place eavesdropping techniques could not succeed, it would be in the presence of that high-strung aura. Lily huffed as she glared out of the open windows, feeling the warmth of the afternoon sun filter sluggishly through the glass. The storm that had lashed the south seemed to not have touched the sunny peaks of the Scottish north. Hogwarts forever seemed a place removed from the real world. But without the sound of children's laughter, the fairy tale soured. The absence of bustle and life brought what was bright and magical into the deep and dire shadows carved by the waning sun. Lily glanced down the shadowed halls as the braziers flickered to life, their flickering fires lending life to the shadows they carved through. A loud creak sounded from somewhere down the shadowy hall, causing Lily's hair to nearly stand on end. No doubt it came from a suit of armor having a good stretch after a long day of standing still, but even so Lily's imagination binned that logical conclusion and proceeded to run unapologetically wild. Truly living up to the haunted castle look tonight, Lily muttered to nobody in particular, quelling nerves that had gotten jumpy all of a sudden, which honestly was quite silly. She had been given the duty to patrol these very halls after hours, and the atmosphere of the castle seldom rattled her. Perhaps on her first patrols as a prefect, but the atmospheric ambience of a dark and very much haunted castle quickly lost its novelty to the dull routine of mostly benign patrols. She must have gotten too used to the silence. Her new home, though warm and magical, was so quiet. Even when both she and Save were home, noise was rarely the staple of their household. Sometimes Lily wished he had a noisier hobby than sitting downstairs and brewing all day or leafing through the daily paper with a critical eye. Even her old Muggle household had been full of noise and life, with the whistle of the kettle, the occasional car that chugged noisily down the road, the television set that seemed always on at funny hours, playing the most unusual of shows. It was the sound of life that she craved, and though Hogwarts never lacked for ambience, it was not that of a welcoming form when it was empty of bustle and children. And though she had walked these very halls on nights such as this, it was the first time she was made so aware of the fact that there would be no other living soul within these castle walls save for herself, save and the headmaster, and most likely the hundreds of elves that ran the kitchens. Did they go on holidays? Come to think on it, why was Professor Dumbledore here? Was it because she and Save were living at his house? But that couldn't be right. Bathilda, as she liked to be called, insisted that the Dumbledore household had stood empty for the past half a century. Did Professor Dumbledore simply never leave the school? Every other member of school staff left the grounds for these long holidays. She had ensured to inquire the last time she was here alongside Marlene. Their company made the empty castle seem as alive as 100 Gryffindors would. Lily shook her wristwatch from her robe sleeve, frowning at the ghastly hour and pondering how much longer Save was going to take to wrap things up. She had work in the morning and would rather not sleepwalk through her shift. Madame Swelly was finally going to put her through some enchantment training, and Lily would very much love to absorb as much as she possibly could. Not to mention, she hadn't even had dinner yet. She paced down the hall as her thoughts turned to storming the office behind the gargoyle, interrupting the no doubt riveting meeting with a little practical necessity. But her empty stomach won out after a loud objection, and she turned towards the stairwell, intent on paying the overworked kitchen elves a visit and walking off the unseemly jitters that had come upon her. It was moments like these that made her doubt her sorting into Gryffindor. She just wasn't used to being alone. She had reasoned to herself. And nothing made her feel more alone than a great creaking vacant stone fortress, filled with ghosts and ghouls and various other archetypes of the typical haunted castle. That was perhaps the other reason she wanted to descend into the kitchens to wait out her visit. The warmth and bustle of the kitchen would serve to dispel any lingering illusions of solitude. She wondered if they would do some pasta on request, the unusual one with the white cream and bits of bacon in it. It was these thoughts that accompanied her down the long, solitary descent, keeping her mind happily occupied descending through the long, lingering shadows. She barely noticed the journey to the basement level, passing the great barrels that lined the doorway to the Hufflepuff common room as she approached the passage to the kitchen. But a sound made her stop in her tracks. Lily! A haunting voice wound its way about the halls, causing her to stop in her tracks as her nerves jangled on end. She turned from her path, momentarily caught between her morbid curiosity and her rational desire to duck into the relative warmth and safety of the kitchens. Before she knew it, her feet took her in the very direction of that haunting beckoning before her mind had even made up its own course. This is exactly why Save thinks I lack a sense of self-preservation, Lily muttered to herself as she resigned to her destructive curiosity. The kitchen was just ahead, behind that portrait of a cheery bowl of painted fruit, yet there she turned for the path that led through the kitchen storage, an area that was ordinarily off-limits to student access, but frankly so was the kitchen, and that had never stopped a hungry Gryffindor. The magical wards hung about this door were the kind that barred malevolent intentions. Lily had always theorized that, barring the areas personally claimed by the teachers, no part of the school was ever denied to children who simply wished to explore. But if one trespassed where they shouldn't with malevolent intentions, then the school itself would bring its sentient magical force to bear. Lily softened her step as she snuck past the rows of cupboards that held the breads, fruits, vegetables, and meats, held in place by the domestic spells that warded against spoilage. She continued past the beech wood doors that lined the pantry, each housing an entry to cool stores where hocks of deli meats were hung outside out of stasis to age and vegetables to pickle, food that had to be left outside of stasis. She had visited this area once, alongside the marauders during the last week of her schooling. It was a quick visit to the kitchens to enlist the help of those eager elves to cater for the end-of-year party, who brought them down to the pantry cool stores to select food for their platters. It was honestly more work than Lily had ever imagined going to an informal party held amongst the students, yet the elves were almost stumbling over themselves in their eagerness to please. But the cool stores were not the only place that were cool, it seemed, for the temperature dropped quite sharply the moment Lily stepped into the pantry. Quite a pleasant feeling in the dead of summer, but one tellingly familiar. She kept her eyes peeled for the ghostly form that called her name, almost as if it were from within this very room. A voice that was increasingly familiar to her given time to dwell on it, for she had encountered this voice once before in tearful morning, when this castle was touched by snow. "Helena," Lily whispered hoarsely into the shadowy dark, and for a long moment nothing happened. Lily had all but thought she had imagined her name being called, but the chill did not dissipate. If anything, it sharpened. Lily anticipated the ghost's approach before she even picked out the barely visible form of the slender Ravenclaw avatar gliding through the wall. A good thing, too, because her nerves were about ready to bolt. "It's good to see you again," Lily proclaimed, genuinely glad to have her destructive curiosity affirmed by a familiar face. Helena appeared to give a very literal ghost of a smile. "I welcome your presence, Lily Evans, but I confess I am confused as to why you are here. Have you not been graduated? I rarely see again those who leave." "I assure you this situation is entirely out of my hands," Lily answered with a shake of her head. "My husband decided he had to make a visit to Professor Dumbledore this very minute, and that I must accompany him to the school grounds but be kept on the outer side of the meeting's doors. A very unidle situation." "Husband?" The ghostly woman drew in close, curiosity touching her ghostly features. "Oh, had you not heard? I married during the last Christmas break. I swear Peeves was hopping it up and down the school. Peeves hops on a lot of things, not all of it true." a very Ravenclaw response to rumours, or indeed to anything to roll off of that poltergeist's unreliable tongue. Lily smiled, put to ease by calm and conversation, despite standing in the ominous dark of the Hogwarts basements. Ghost or not, a familiar face was all it took to lift the fey eeriness that accompanied solitude. I'm afraid this one is true. My last name is now Snape. A mirroring smile appeared upon the grey lady's ghostly lips. Is he a good man? The best, Lily answered without hesitation, but couldn't help but add. When he's not going to absurd lengths to curb perceived threats, such is the reason I'm here today. He must care for you greatly. Helena's voice turned soft, a tone that cautioned Lily, for she was aware the ghostly girl's life had been ended in a jealous fit by a man who professed to love her. How are you feeling, by the way? Lily suddenly asked, not finding an elegant way to sidestep this topic. The ghostly Helena did not seem to notice this less than subtle change of conversation in the least. I am very well, thank you. I thank you for asking. It is rare for the living to inquire of the dead. Oh, well, good. Lily nodded her approval. I was just a little worried having found you down here. The pantry is not where I usually expect to be haunted by the ghost of a Ravenclaw. As intended, this is the last place anyone would look for me. Lily couldn't help her nosy concern. Is the Baron still bothering you? He is not. Helena answered in such a sharp tone that Lily almost flinched. Sorry, I hadn't meant to pry, Lily mumbled. Her contrition must have softened the undead girl to her overstep of curiosity. Helena turned away, her voice dismissive. He is not why. He is barely worthy of such lingering concern. The ghostly woman looked so very troubled. I was avoiding another, one with authority harder to ignore. Friar was kind enough to offer me sanctuary in his domain. Her voice held a haunting weight that Lily could not ignore, but was finally wise enough to leave unmolested if not offered. I am sorry. Your intervening months hadn't been so kind to you, Lily offered sincerely, though knowing all too well that it was only a platitude. She could help the spectre no more than she could help the war or even her husband. Just another passing gesture without substance, for she lacked the ability or weight to make the least bit of difference. A growing mire of frustration to a girl who was unused to being on the sidelines. But despite the pointlessness of Lily's uttered words, the Ravenclaw ghost smiled as if her concern meant the world. The wards hadn't failed. Dumbledore had assured Snape quite thoroughly of that. Instead, another method of subterfuge was being used to infiltrate his household. But until Snape saw proof with his own eyes, he could not rest easy. It was not simply blind paranoia that spurred him to take it upon himself to search his household from top to bottom. Or so he kept reassuring himself, as the day wore on and no evidence of trespass passed his eye. Ordinarily, he would have trusted the results of a sweep for charms and enchantments, but this house had so much magic worked into the bricks and mortar of its walls that it was impossible to discern what spells did not belong. As a result, from the moment Lily stepped through the fireplace, Snape had been carefully searching each room and hidden cavity he could reach within the household, focusing on where magic seemed to pool in the greatest intensity. An entire morning faded into the ether, and the better part of the afternoon as well. Lunch might have been forgotten in its entirety had it been entirely up to him. However, at this time of his life, his hunger still refused to be denied. It turned out to be the moment of clarity he needed, that meditative state he enjoyed whenever he took upon the task of preparation, not dissimilar to his state of mind when engaged in potioneering. As he sat and sipped from his bowl of potato and leek stew, he arranged his calmed thoughts. It was difficult not to be spooked by this occurrence, but he knew better than anyone that while a frantic heart was prone to bold action, a frantic mind seldom parted with solutions. This was a situation that needed less action and more thought. Where in this household could one successfully place and hide a magical infiltration without incurring suspicion? Well, not many places would come to mind, given the need to have permission of himself or of Albus Dumbledore to enter into this household, and Snape did not know of any reporters he had willingly allowed into his sanctuary. Indeed, the tabloid writer, Rita Skeeter, had been known for her impossible exploits in uncovering unseemly and oftentimes unprovable fantastical articles on her subjects. And Snape, for one, was certain he had not invited that woman across his threshold. But no ward was impregnable, no matter how thoroughly laid. And for a cunning man who spent the better part of 2 decades wearing the mantle of spymaster for 2 factions, he knew better than most how to penetrate such defenses. He would not bother entertaining the possibility of unraveling the wards, for they were welded straight into the very bricks and mortar upon which the house stood. Nor did he think anybody could successfully employ diplomacy or trickery to gain trespass into this warded domain. He had entertained the idea of polyjuice, having had quite a few galling experiences of being made a fool of by the substance in the past. But to do so, they could only succeed through an invitation across his threshold. And he had only done that favor for one, Marlene McKinnon, a girl of questionable wit and talent, but of unwavering earnestness. A risky individual to emulate, even for the most robust of actors, for enthusiastic witlessness was harder to feign than false contemplations. Not a woman a prude like Skeeter would choose to impersonate. No, if Skeeter was in any way a similar of mind as he was, then she would sneak in a listening device. For as thorough as these wards were against hostile intentions and obviously hostile spells, there was an oversight in its design wide enough to send a magical breeze through. Perhaps devise a charm to flutter a spying artifact into the cracks of the house. Somewhere it would be unlikely to be uncovered by accident. Perhaps have it crawl into a gap between the floorboards or within the walls. It was an old house, and cracks along the joining edges and corners were to be expected, and a highly exploitable fault at that. An obvious flaw for anybody with the first idea of subterfuge, and with any luck carelessly pursued, for nobody outside the obvious few ought to have any knowledge of their mark's similar aptitude with shadowy pursuits. With his thoughts in order, his afternoon fell into a less chaotic rhythm, searching with renewed purpose in a far more targeted manner. As the afternoon sun dipped within the sky, though hours from meeting the horizon as the privilege of summer dictated, Snape's effort finally bore fruit. A noticeable pool of magic existed between the first and second floors, and though that itself was not an uncommon state within this household, it provided a decent narrowing of search radius, especially when he sent into that spot a probing blast of magical energy designed to set off magical contraptions, and heard a rattle in response. With narrowing eyes and a rising sense of satisfaction, Snape conjured a ladder and squeezed into the crawl space, one of the rare uses for his slighter frame. Pointing the tip of his wand ahead, Snape wriggled forward slowly through the decades' worth of built-up dust wads, gritting his teeth in irritation when an ill-timed breath served him a bite of the marauding grit, feeling an itchy layer of grime form upon his skin and cut through by the rivets of sweat wrought by the summer heat. His efforts were rewarded with more than just a mouth full of muck, however, as his wand light fell upon a length of parchment, too pristine and white and bereft of dust to have been abandoned for long. And alongside was a jewel-bright feathered quill, so gaudy in its design that it could not possibly be any more obvious as it lay gleaming in its bed of dust. But one glance to the vellum left no doubt as to what that quill was. His own words lay paraphrased upon that sheet, words he had uttered that very morning, bidding his wife a pleasant work-day. Before that, a frivolous conversation over the merits of a hearty breakfast against that of a plain but nutritious one. And horrifyingly, buried in that scribe of conversations within this household was one that read like the trashiest of B-grade smut. Snape growled in outrage, almost incinerating that scroll then and there. What went on between him and his wife in the privacy of their own home was theirs and theirs alone. How dare this unscrupulous column writer stoop so far as to infiltrate their sanctum? How dare she set this magical self-writing quill to spy on what was nobody's business? Almost as if to prove his point, that vile magical instrument perked up, applying tip to its assigned vellum, and penned out in long, flowery strokes. From underneath the wooden boards upon which Snape sprawled on, he could hear the sounds of the fire roar to life. "I'm home," the girl called as she righted herself in the fireplace, dusting herself off straight onto the carpet. "She will hear of this later," her expression seemed to say. The quill knew of the speaker's intention without needing to be in the same room it appeared, its magic working off proximity most likely. A most heinous violation of this household's privacy, and cunningly implemented at that. No doubt this Skeeter woman would feel quite cocky about how cunningly thoughtful her plan was, And why shouldn't she? This was no subterfuge that could be uncovered by mishap. No ordinary wizard would follow a hunch so far to its root. She could not have possibly anticipated the will and wiles of Severus Snape, which would make it that much more satisfying when he wove his own vengeful weave about her. Lily didn't know why she was still surprised by Marlene's sudden, unannounced appearance. Appearing through the door mere moments after Lily stepped through the fireplace from work with impeccable timing. Save's bedraggled appearance was honestly the most surprising thing of this evening, absolutely caked in dust and perspiration without a word of explanation. That, and the fact that dinner had slipped his mind again. But rather than allow him to scramble for the kitchen, still caked in unexplained dust, Lily sent him upstairs for a shower while she got to work in the kitchen with an extra catering order in mind. Lily set a pot of potatoes to boil. Bangers and mash was her go-to menu whenever she was on culinary duty. It was easy and timely, and Save had never complained about it. Though if truth be told, he'd never complained about any meal, the sagely polite individual that he'd become. He would simply eat around the things he didn't enjoy, if at all. Marlene, however, was never shy about complaints, especially to family and friends close enough to be considered family. But thankfully sausages and potatoes was not too radical a meal option for the Scottish girl. She had already sat herself down and made herself right at home on the dining room chairs. Lily found her swinging back on the hind legs, teetering dangerously close to toppling over within her chair. "You really got to stop stepping in unannounced," Lily chastised as she sat down, giving those potatoes some privacy to come to their potential. She set 2 cups of tea before them, sugared and creamed, just the way they both liked it. Marlene swung back and accepted her drink and downed half in a gulp. "That's never been an issue between us before. What's changed?" she asked, her eyes scanning the table as if expecting biscuits to be offered. But honestly, it was too close to dinner. Lily wasn't going to risk spoiling their appetite, no matter how legendary the Gryffindor Chasers was. "I got married, remember?" Lily replied, sitting herself on the corner of the table and fixing her friend with a pointed stare. "And knocking will avoid embarrassment for the both of us." Marlene rolled her eyes. "Well, duh. That's why I avoid the upstairs. Don't want to walk in on the two of you getting frisky. Unless, of course, you two go at it downstairs too, do you?" She suddenly shifted uncomfortably in her seat, as if she thought the narrow, uncomfortable dining room seat was a likely candidate. Lily couldn't help but drive that point of discomfort straight in. "Well, we live here, don't we? Anywhere is fair game. One day you might just walk straight in on us breaking in the lounge room couch." Marlene almost spat out her tea as she recalled in disgust. "Ugh. Oh, by Merlin's great dirty underpants. Lily, overshare. You've disclosed far worse with your love life," Lily huffed, hiding her blushing face behind a sip of hot tea. "Yeah, but you know," Marlene gestured wildly, "Jamie boy is, well, better than mine." Lily raised an eyebrow challengingly. "In some aspects, yeah," her best friend mumbled sheepishly, as if professing an unpopular point. Lily had to glare her down a little for the principle of it all before relenting. "You're not entirely wrong." Marlene gave a start. "What, really?" "Sure. I'll be the first to admit that Save's people's skills really need some work. He could honestly be a lot friendlier. Such as that afternoon tea with their neighbor, baffled a bagshot, for one. Not a single word was offered from scowling lips without a pointed question being directed his way. Friendliness. Yeah, sure. Start at the top of the list, why don't you? Marlene mumbled. Look, I wasn't going to list his looks, Lily sighed, knowing exactly where her best friend's bugbears with her husband lay. He's not the most handsome, I get that. But if I was after the most handsome husband, I'd have married Sirius Black. That brought a snort of laughter from Marlene. The two of you wouldn't even make it to the honeymoon. You de-hex each other to bloody pieces before then. No, I'm pretty sure I'd win, Lily remarked quite solemnly, only half in jest. He's a lousy blocker, after all. Marlene nodded in affirmation. Fair point, and you can cast with nary a glance. My galleons are on you. But then her smile melted away as a concern pinched her fair brows. Actually, I wasn't going to list Snape's looks either, at least not at the top. How generous of you, Lily returned dryly. Marlene forged on, not off-put by her best friend's waning demeanor, barking her thoughts quickly as if trying to tear off a particularly nasty plaster. It's that he was a Death Eater. Lily's face fell, and for the longest moment she didn't know how to respond. But slowly her mind gathered itself, as did her heart. "Please don't believe everything you read in that rag," she chastised lightly, despite knowing how entrenched in truth that story had been. "Not even a little bit worried that it might be true," Marlene persisted. Lily shook her head. "Even if it was, that's not the man he is now." Marlene did not look convinced, but pursued it no further. Instead, she grimaced and confessed, "You know, that's why I came when I did today, when you were supposed to finish work. I actually came a little later yesterday, but you weren't home. I actually feared the worst. We went to see Dumbledore. At least he did, and I had to tag along. And over that same article, I think," Lily explained with a wan smile. "But it was sweet of you to worry none the less. And Dumbledore didn't think it was anything to worry about." His friend asked with a questioning frown. "Well, he did let us come back home, didn't he? Thankfully." Lily never thought she'd want to leave Hogwarts, and she still loved that old castle to bits, but given the press of the real world and sleep schedules, and how little free time that left her with each day, she could not see herself happily spending it alone there. After all, half the joy was in the people. Marlene finally relented. "Dumbledore knows his ins and outs. I suppose, if he's not worried." She didn't look entirely convinced, but that was as good a tone to leave this off as could be found, while Lily returned to check on the taters. But she barely had any time to prepare anything else when a great house-rattling thud occurred, followed by a shriek. Lily darted out of the kitchen, ladle still in hand, eyes wide with concern. But Marlene only stared back with confusion, her wand already in hand. "Blimey, that wasn't you, was it, Lils? What sort of potato could do that?" Lily asked as she strode out in search of the commotion, only bringing out her wand belatedly. It came from above. That was all Lily knew for certain. That, and it was not from the kitchen. Marlene took the lead, her wand flicking about before her like those dramatic photographs of auras. Lily followed behind, clutching her wand lamely, and fairly certain if it came down to it, she would not be all that useful. Another thump sounded overhead, followed by a muffled groan. Marlene glanced up, her wand pointed where she looked. "Your husband?" she asked. "Didn't sound like Save," Lily muttered, her eyes following hers upwards towards the ceiling, her brows furrowed with concern. "It was not me, I assure you." Save's voice sounded directly in her ear, making the both of them jump. Lily swung about, nearly losing her balance as her wand jumped from her fingers in start. Not an ideal response to a surprise. Save's hand found her waist, steadying her back onto her feet. He was freshly showered now, robes clean, with a resigned look on his face as he turned his eyes upwards. Marlene turned, as if awaiting an explanation or instruction, only to be ignored as Save stepped past into the lounge room. With a swift point of his own wand, a ladder appeared, seemingly to have fallen neatly from a tile above them, popped ajar upon the ceiling. "How we gonna approach this?" Marlene asked, falling behind Snape, no doubt as if this were one of their training drills. But Save only shook his head as he laid his hand upon the rung of that ladder. "I have this handled," he said in a voice that brooked no argument, but Lily was always a rebel. "What? No, don't go up there alone, you might get hurt." "Which is precisely why I want both you girls out of the way," he growled, ascending that ladder swiftly yet cautiously. Lily did not retreat, but nor did she follow. Instead, she stared up the ladder with wide, concerned eyes, wondering exactly how she could be of help in this situation. It wasn't like she could climb up there with him into that space he was squeezing into now, with a modicum of difficulty too, despite his slim build. Marlene, however, went straight for the ladder, seeming determined to follow him into that squeeze. That was, until she found herself leaping away to safety as a figure fell bodily from that opening, screeching the whole way down. Lily leapt with a start and came to the form with the utmost concern until she realized it wasn't Save. Trussed up in thick, conjured ropes and covered in dust as she stared dazed at the ceiling was that vile woman who once hounded her Severus on school grounds. The very same woman that had fabricated those vile stories from half-reaped truths. Sitting face to face with a cup of tea each was not how Snape envisioned this interrogation session. He had sent Lily and her friend into the dining room to great objections and only moderate success, but his authority lasted only as long as the time it took for tea to be prepared and levitated onto the tea table between both parties. Then both girls settled onto the lounge to watch. Snape bit back a scowl, but relented to this arrangement. This woman, Rita Skeeter, though a menace in the true sense of the word, was not anyone to pose any real tangible threat. And with this turn of the tables, this deceitful stain upon the noble vocation of journalism would have no choice but to play on unfavorable terms. After all, the penalty for an illegal animagus was nothing to sneer at, something that could easily put a permanent end to a professional career. And though Snape hated this woman for every breach of his privacy and security, he would not be so half-witted as to pursue the course of vengeance over tactical advantage, though he seethed for the mischance to do so. But the advantage of an animagus with a form so easily overlooked was obvious to any who understood the value of intel. A beetle. I believe this explains a great many things, Snape began, dangling his knowledge so dangerously before her. To her credit, Skeeter did not immediately fall apart. She did not beg or cry or carry on, but her face paled and her lips pursed as if given a sour drop. I don't think I need to tell you the penalties for being an unregistered animagus. Snape continued in a soft, dangerous tone, let alone abusing it for profit, quite notoriously, I might add. So, how much is it? Skeeter finally barked, fury etched upon her sour face. Because if you intended on turning me in, then you would have contacted magical law enforcement by now. It's early yet to discount that as a possibility, Snape warned, savoring the flicker of fear that passed across that vile woman's features. But for now, I am content to allow you a fair chance. So please, defend yourself. This offer did not come from the kindness of his heart, far from it. But from how that reporter's eyes lit up, she had no notion of where she owed his mercy, nor how many needles lined that saving line thrown to the drowning. Because I can help you. That offer tumbled from her lips, so assured that she was regaining control of the situation. Snape could see her visibly relaxing, straightening in her seat as that hunch of fear left her shoulders. Strapping young man such as yourself, just entering the cutthroat world of teaching. Why, it pays to have connections. So quick to grasp at that offered salvation, she did not even stop to consider what he actually held against her, for he had no way of proving his claim. He could not truly even submit a memory in his testimony, as he had not actually witnessed the shift of her form, at least not without legilimency, and that itself opened a whole other can of worms. When Snape had laid that trap, a binding curse upon her quill, he had expected her to summon the magical contraption out through the wards. He had expected to snare her outside one of his many tactically ajar windows. Instead, he caught the woman herself, blatantly violating wards designed to turn away her very ilk. That had meant various unpleasant conclusions. So for the sake of his own sanity, Snape had chosen to drive the point of his legilimency straight through that woman's mind, laying bare all the secrets that she held. Through that mire of muck and bile she had procured by unforgivably dubious means, and without a regard to the consequences for her victims, was her own secret. And an incredibly simple solution for a ward that turned away humans so effectively, the form of a tiny, inconspicuous beetle. But all of this was information that revealed too much about himself. His proficiency with the mind arts was one of the secrets he intended to keep to himself for now. All he had to work with was a dose of critical thinking and a tactical use of bluffs that had gotten her to admit this much. Using the softer approach, keeping her believing she had a way to talk her way out of this, kept her mind on the path he wished it on, and away from a bluff that withstood no form of scrutiny. So, you propose to grant my career a boost in exchange for overlooking your grievous overstep of my privacy. Snape scathed, his blood boiling hotter than he should have allowed it to overlook the outrageous allegations you had made about my past. To throw my professional suitability as a professor into such disrepute before I had even been allowed to step into my role. Which is all the more reason you should allow me to give your reputation a nudge in the positive direction, Skeeter asserted without an ounce of contrition, not even the least bit abashed over the damage her slander had brought about, or could have brought about. For Snape had Dumbledore's assurances on his side. Some things hadn't changed despite the life and circumstances that had. Why, wouldn't you say having a pair of eyes upon your rivals might come in handy? Perhaps even a beetle upon the wall of the offices of your greatest obstacles. Are you offering? Snape asked, keeping his tone light of consequence. How many beetles other than me do you have extending the offer? Skeeter replied, so casually, oblivious to the trap unfurling beneath her feet. Snape felt the vicious smile spread across his lips, seeing that fleeting moment of doubt to finally color Skeeter's eyes. "I thank you for your kind offer," Snape almost purred, hearing Lily choke with indignation across the room. "In fact, I'll hold you to your words right this moment." Skeeter's eyes narrowed, perhaps sensing that all was not as it should be, perhaps sensing the tall figure that loomed behind her. "Wouldn't you agree, Albus?" "I most definitely appreciate that thought, Severus." Skeeter almost leapt from her seat as that calm, assuring voice sounded in her ear. Albus Dumbledore stood just by her shoulder, his blue eyes twinkling through his half-moon glasses. "You set me up," Skeeter shrieked, as if the realization had just occurred to her now. The realization of what was freely admitted from her own lips, all the evidence they had not had, laid out before the chief warlock of the Wisengamot himself. Quite literally handed straight to the judge, her sentence seemed as good as signed. Dumbledore appeared, so suddenly that even the two eavesdropping girls were taken by surprise. Both Lily and her friend Marlene were on their feet, as if the presence of their once headmaster surprised them so much that they forgot they were no longer students. Severus stood as well, but only to give his chair to the headmaster and allow him to take over the reins as chief negotiator. Rita Skeeter's narrowed eyes glaring daggers into him as he sent a sneer her way, satisfaction smouldering in the pits of his stomach over her horror. There was only one thing they needed for this war, one thing that both Snape and Dumbledore valued above all else, and one role that an illegal animagus whose form was an inconspicuous beetle and who had extensive experience in unethical reporting was exceedingly qualified to undertake. Lily sat up in bed, huffing silently to herself as she flipped through her bedtime reading without taking a word in. Madame Swelly, or Selina, as she liked to be called, was kind enough to lend her a volume on the basics of kinetic enchantment, one of the cornerstones of tour-making. Lily had leapt at the opportunity, but had since found herself thoroughly distracted. Her mind could not stop dwelling on the day. Dumbledore had appeared, suddenly and mystically, within the lounge room and immediately assumed responsibility of the friendly chat with their intruder. Things happened quickly then, with Lily not comprehending half of what had happened. By the end of it, she only knew one thing for certain. That foul bugger of a reporter copped it big time. When Dumbledore left with that woman in tow, Lily was certain that no pleasant thereafters lay at the end of that. And that alone brought a vicious form of vengeful satisfaction to Lily's heart. Severus, too, seemed quite pleased with himself. No doubt it was his trap that brought that harpy to justice, and he should be rightfully happy with that result. She could see that satisfaction edging his not easily giving lips as he came upstairs to duck into the shower for the third time this evening. Wolfsbane was the culprit this time, and Lily's refusal to sleep in the same room as him if that smell clung to him, even in the slightest. Lily shot a vicious smirk his way as he passed through to gather his change of clothes. A short-cut white nightshirt that did not flow downwards to hide his black shorts, sleepwear she had nominated and that he had taken to grudgingly. And he emerged again, freshly showered and changed. Severus slipped into his side of the bed, his dark eyes hooded, but his jaw was set in a way that made her feel he was struggling to hide a kindred smile. "Aren't you Mr. Reliable?" Lily murmured, glancing up from the book she was still giving a stubborn go at. He met her eyes, finally admitting that smile that threatened his features all evening. There was something that transformed the way he looked when he smiled. It tickled Lily's heart whenever it appeared. It didn't make him look more handsome, but everything between them went beyond that now. Of course, it didn't hurt that he was now quite a healthy, lean young man. His once skinny legs showed the definition of a runner. Muscle presented itself, more than skin and bones to the touch. This quality was beginning to extend to his arms, and if he were to take his shirt off, his back and torso too. It seemed he took to the training program given to him with discipline and gusto, as he did with every other facet in life. Such a far cry now from that gaunt boy she had fallen in love with. Severus stared at her, almost lazily from where he lounged upon the sheets. He had yet to slip under the covers, airing his steamed skin off in the air of the cooling summer evening. If he would take his shirt off, that would expedite the process, but Save had never been one to seek out comfort over propriety. Perhaps that was still down to the trauma he suffered in 5th year, Perhaps he would always feel more comfortable covered more strictly than needed. Perhaps he'd never feel truly comfortable, even when it was just her eyes upon him. At the very least, comfort was what she should offer him, no matter what form it must take. Lily whispered a cooling charm under her breath, and she saw him shiver in response, his black eyes fixed on hers, inked with dark promises. He stretched out, offering his wand to his bedside table. That instrument never left his side at any waking moment, and even as he slept, he would always keep it close at hand. But now he set it aside, his eyes never leaving hers as he slipped under the sheets. Lily smiled as she felt his hand, cooled by the charm she had laid upon him, settle upon her thigh, tracing lazy circles upon her skin as he played with the hem of her nightdress. She couldn't help but bite her lip as she finally laid that book to rest upon her own nightstand. She rolled onto her side, bracing herself with one hand while the fingers of her other traced the contours of his torso, enjoying the new definition upon his firmer form. It was an invitation, and he took it as such, leaning in so very eagerly, finding her lips and nipping them far more gently than she had. Lily giggled, her hot laughter mingling with his sharp, icy breath. It was playful tonight, and she loved it so. She felt his icy fingers take their exploratory path up her thigh, unrushed but with clear intent, as did her own fingers, slipping under his shirt. But suddenly, memory caught up with her, and Lily bit back a curse as she withdrew, burning pink with embarrassment. Severus was left, momentarily confused as she quickly shifted back to her side, pulling her night dress back down over her thighs. Sorry, Save. Not tonight. I'm on the devil's day of my cycle. Severus withdrew, disappointment and confusion coloring his eyes in equal measure. I don't understand. I'm on my period, Lily sighed, a little mortified for having to spell it out. But that confusion did not withdraw from Save's eyes, causing realization to creep into Lily's mind and a smile onto her face. Do you not know what that is? Save's eyes went instantly glossy, as if he was desperately racking his mind, trying to browse his extensive knowledge for an inkling of this new vocabulary. Lily couldn't help the giggles that burst forth. Do you need me to explain? It was so ridiculous, but understandable. Save didn't exactly have the best relationship with his parents, so without having been explained to on how things worked, how could he have been expected to know? It was as if her laughter invoked defensiveness reactively. No. It's fine. I get it, he growled within his own growing embarrassment, his assertions not convincing anyone. Oh my goodness, she gasped as realization burst through her fit of giggles. And you're supposed to be a head of house. How are you going to manage the girls in your house that hit puberty under your watch? You're going to get some uncomfortable questions, as McGonagall did with Gryffindor girls in the 2nd through to 4th years. There would always be some utterly uninformed about their own bodies, and the head of house would bear that uncomfortable burden with such grace every year. Lily had been fortunate that her mother had seen fit to prepare her for the changes that would come, despite how her father protested the talk about how babies were made and how boys fit into that equation. But Save would have had no one to talk to him about any of these things. No wonder he dove straight into her shirt at the first opportunity. I think we need to have a talk about the birds and the bees, Save, Lily said quite solemnly to her husband's growing mortification. As the head of Slytherin, there are certain responsibilities you simply cannot accomplish without knowing how girls work. It is the 28th day of the female reproductive cycle. I know what it is, he reassured her, turning away as if trying to hide his burning blush behind his curtain of hair. Madame Pomfrey already had a talk to me on this to ready me for my duties. It just momentarily slipped my mind. Covered all the bases already. My, are they diligent. Lily giggled, laying back as exhaustion took after such mirth. You haven't even started your employment, yet here they are, already betraying trade secrets of the female race. Severus laid down beside her, his lips upturned with almost a wry and almost reluctant smile. And if I'm all honest, my strategy is to send the girl to Poppy and allow her to deal with it. She could not keep the giggles from returning at that notion, her laughter ringing through her sentiment. Aren't you the clever one?